Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku got Isekaied in Fairy Tail and had Harem? Part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Fairy Tail's Sun Guardian by Joyyboyy. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. As the sun began its descent towards the horizon, winds howled along with the passing breeze. In front of a gradient of warm hues spreads across the sky, blending shades of orange, pink, and gold, stood a 17-year-old young man at the edge of a roof of a high building. He heaved a sigh, and looked towards the setting sun and closed his eyes, thinking and contemplating how and why his life came to be this way. Thinking to himself, Izuku Midoriya asked, "Why am I the only one living so miserably? Will anything for once go the right way for me? Why am I the only one always getting short end of the stick?" Reminiscing about his life, Izuku remembered his childhood when he was 5 years old. He was a good kid with a kind heart. He had many friends. The teachers always praised him for being quick to answer the questions. But all that changed the moment he was told he lacked a mutation that 95% of the population had. From there everything went downhill for him. He lost all of his friends. Even his best friend Katsuki Bakugo left him, and moreover started to treat him like he was a speck of dirt. His peers started bullying him after he lost Katsuki's friendship. When he went to the teachers in search of help, he received none. So, he never got the help he needed in his school. So naturally, as a kid, he went to his father next, only to watch him leave their house the moment he came back from the school. He saw his father angrily shouting at his mother and storming out of the house cursing him. He stood there and watched as his mother sobbed for a long time before glaring at him and leaving to our room. That was the last time he saw his father and the last time his mother acted like a mother to him. As a child he did not understand many things, but he understood that day that his family was never going to be same hereafter. So the next 12-13 years of his life passed like a living hell. Everything in his life changed except the constant suffering. He was forced to go through many things that no child should ever suffer. He was treated like a plague everywhere he went. He was called names and got beaten up all the time. If he ever stood up for himself, the punishment would only increase. He was forced to give up fighting for himself and accept that was his life at the young age of 9. He had given up on everything and everyone, but one thing pushed him forward. His dream. That could have been a thread he kept holding on to because he was afraid to die. But that was the thing that gave him will to live. The huge smile and the hands that saved anyone no matter what. "It's fine now. Why? Because I am here." Those words gave him the hope good heart still existed in the world. So he dreamed of that every day. He wanted to be like that. He wanted to save everyone. He wanted to be someone's hope. He wanted to make sure that no one suffered in the world like he did. He wanted to save the world because it was cruel, just like All Might's smile was saving him. So he worked towards his dream. Worked hard. Even though he gave up everything because it was denied to him, he did not give up his dream no matter what. He will become a hero one day. Those were the thoughts that kept him running. Today's morning, as he walked to the hellhole known as school, his thoughts revolved around the wait was only a year from UA University entrance exam. "I've got to work harder if I want to be able to get into UA, as it is my only choice being quirkless." Izuku thought with a slight grimace at the lack of options. As his thoughts played in his mind, he reached his school before hearing a voice filled with hatred. "Hey Deku." Everything from there was a blur to Izuku. He did not remember anything that happened at his school today except the last words that haunted him. "If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Pray to get a quirk in your next life so that you can be somewhat useful and take a swan dive off the roof." He did not expect Bakugo to say those words no matter what. He did not expect Bakugo to have a cruel smile on his face when he said those words. Izuku did not expect this was how his day was going to end. Izuku walked towards a tunnel with an emotionless face. His mind was a mess, not even registering that he was not alone in the tunnel. A sludge was rising through a manhole near it, forcing its way out. Izuku heard the noise of metal slamming in the floor that brought him out of his thoughts and turned back to check the source of the noise, only to see a huge sludge raising and forming a shape of a human. A villain. Izuku's eyes widened seeing the villain, and subconsciously his legs turned around even though he was trembling. He tried to run from there, escape from the villain. But his poor attempt was stopped the next moment, as many slime tendrils rushed him and enveloped his limbs, stopping him from escaping. He heard the villain speak with a deep voice and an ugly smile on his face. "You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid." As he was talking, the slime tendrils snaked around his body and restraining him. One even entered his mouth, which blocked his airway, which made his struggle less efficient. "I am going to die," Izuku thought in panic as his consciousness started to fade due to lack of oxygen. At that moment, a blue streak appeared from the same manhole with much greater force. The blue streak gained a solid human of a bulking man, known as the greatest #1 hero, All Might. The villain's eyes widened in fear, and Izuku lastly saw a blue streak and a huge fist coming towards him blurrily before his vision faded. Which brought them to the very old roof he was standing and reminiscing all this moments that took place in his life. All Might turned around and crouched down as he prepared to jump and launch himself again. Izuku, though mesmerized in the presence of his idol, hero and savior, did not fail to use the opportunity. He wanted to ask the thing that has been weighing on his mind all these years. He needed to hear the words to continue further. He was tired from all the things he faced, and he just wanted some kind words to continue forward. "Wait, All Might. I have a question before you leave," he shouted loud enough to catch the attention of the #1 hero, holding onto the hem of his jacket nervously. All Might sighed in exasperation, but he stayed in the roof. He turned around and spoke. "Well then, ask away, young man. If it is within my knowledge, I will answer it gladly," All Might said with his evergreen wide smile. Izuku nodded happily, before asking, Is it possible for?" he muttered. The words lumped up in his throat and he swallowed hard, trying to force it back down. Was he going to cry again? He hoped not. Wait. Why was he even nervous? It was All Might, his hero. He was definitely going to say yes and encourage him. "Can you ask soon, young man? I don't have much time to waste," All Might said as he looked at his watch. "Is it possible for someone without a quirk to be a hero? Someone like me?" Izuku asked desperately. "I have no powers, but could I ever hope to be someone like you?" All Might's eyes widened minutely, which Izuku missed. But his surprised face soon turned to a stoic face. He breathed deeply like he was thinking what to answer. After few excruciating seconds of waiting, Izuku got his answer. But it was not the one he hoped for. "Young man, I don't think a quirkless person can be a hero. It is a dangerous world out there. You should know that now better after the villain attack. You would have died if I had arrived few seconds late, and there are much more dangerous villains there that won't hesitate to kill you, or do much worse. You cannot fight them with a massive disadvantage such as lack of a quirk. You will just be a liability in that fight even if you fight with other heroes. So, if you have the dream of becoming a hero, drop that and dream about something that is achievable," All Might said in an apologetic tone before turning around ready to jump. But before he jumped, he said one final thing. "It's not wrong to have dreams, young man. But you also have to consider what's realistic," and he jumped from the rood, causing winds to blow back from the force. Izuku's eyes shrunk like pinpricks as tears welled up in his eyes. His whole body trembled as his knee gave out and he fell down. His heart continued to sinking down. He lost the final and only reason that helped him to hold on to life after everything. Was he really that useless that even All Might did not believe in him? So he really cannot do anything in the cruel world after all? It was not his fault that he was born like this. Why can't he live his life like he wanted? What can he even do to escape from all this? Pray to get a quirk in your next life so that you can be somewhat useful. Then take a swan dive off the roof of the building. Bakugo's words rang in Izuku's ear, and before he knew what he was doing, Izuku had his shoes kicked off sloppily and he was now standing on the edge of the roof. The years of unhappiness, loneliness had brought this. All Might breaking his dreams was just the final nail in the coffin. It was just an outlet. His state of mind and everyone around him would have made him give up sooner or later. He just did not have anything to live after this, because even if back off and go back, what's there to do for him? His life was not going to change no matter what he does. His mother is going to hate him. His father was not going to return. He wouldn't gain any friends for here on out. Everywhere he go, he was going to become the laughing stock. That was not going to change. He cannot enter any university because they all hated quirkless except Ua, but even his idol said to consider realistic. So what's the use of entering a hero university if he was not going to become one anyways? The only realistic option this cruel world gave him is die on his own. So, Izuku wiped off the tears from his cheek and looked down at the bustling street down the roof. His breath became shaky. He really was going to die. That thought was unsettling, scary, but that was the only choice he had left. There was no point in delaying the inevitable. So one last time, Izuku gazed at the setting sun as a distraction to avoid his fear. Ah, what a beautiful last sight it is. Izuku shifted his weight forward and felt his toes leave the edge of the roof and then his heels. His body descended from the rooftop, the wind rushing past him faster than ever. It almost felt like he was flying. A small smile spread across his lips. Flying. That would be a fun. Maybe he will gain a quirk to fly in his next life. With that thought he hit the ground and his vision faded. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. His senses reeled from the sudden awakening, and he instinctively shot up into a sitting position, his senses quickly assaulted by brightness. He had to blink a few times to readjust to his new surroundings, and as his vision cleared, his widened eyes beheld a sight that left him utterly bewildered. He found himself in a vast expanse, a realm bathed in an otherworldly radiance. He found himself in a place that was bathed in intense, radiant light, its brilliance resembling the scorching surface of the sun. The sheer intensity of the light made him initially unable to look, and terrifying, as if he was staring into the heart of an inferno. The landscape stretched out before him, an expanse of golden hues and swirling embers. The ground beneath his feet appeared as if it were made of molten lava, like it was liquid fire snaking through the terrain. He slowly stood up and started to walk in his mesmerized state. Each step he took sent ripples of heat through his body, and yet, to his astonishment, he felt no heat nor pain like he was burning. It was as if he was granted an immunity from the scorching heat. Above him, the sky shimmered with a magnificent display of cascading colors from fiery red to brilliant orange and vibrant yellow that seemed to dance and intertwine like a breathtaking natural ballet. Rays of light pierced through the atmosphere, creating an ethereal glow that illuminated everything in sight. Despite the initial terror of the intense light and the formidable surroundings, Izuku soon found himself relaxed and a feeling of comfort washed through him. The overwhelming heat embraced felt like a warm embrace from Mother, soothing his fears and instilling a sense of calmness within his core. The environment, although inspiring and surreal, seemed to radiate a strange kind of solace that felt like it was talking to his soul. As he took in the scenery, Izuku noticed a delicate balance within the realm. The intense flames that licked the landscape with their ferocity somehow coexisted with an air of gentleness and harmony. The flickering embers seemed to whisper tales of resilience and rebirth, casting a mesmerizing play of light and heat. It seemed as though he had been transported to a place that defied all logic and belonged to a realm beyond his wildest imagination. He slowly looked down and realized he was wearing nothing like he was just born, not even his school uniform that he was wearing as he jumped from the building. But his body was perfectly all right. In fact, he felt better than before a few moments. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the last moments of his life was played in his mind again. His skull crashed the cold pavement from the fall and he felt his eye socket empty, as his eyesight blacked out. He finally remembered seeing a red figure running towards to him shouting something. A wave of sadness washed over him as he smiled sadly, reminiscing his last few moments. His attention was suddenly drawn to a distant rumbling sound that grew steadily louder. He squinted his eyes and scanned the horizon, trying to discern the source of the approaching commotion. And then, emerging from the depths of the vibrant sky, a magnificent creature revealed itself. A bird, with wings spanning wider than his eye could see, soared through the air with grace and power. Its body blazed with an intense radiance, as if it were a living embodiment of the sun itself. Feathers of pure gold, infused with fiery reds and oranges, shimmered and flickered as they caught the light, creating a mesmerizing display of ever-changing hues. Each beat of the bird's colossal wings stirred the air, sending gentle ripples of warmth and embers of flames cascading through the surrounding landscape. The sheer force of its flight caused the very ground beneath Izuku's feet to quiver in awe. As the colossal bird drew nearer, Izuku's perspective shifted, and he realized just how small he was in comparison. He felt like a mere speck in the presence of the magnificent creature, dwarfed by its majestic size. The feathers that adorned the bird's mighty wings were larger than Izuku himself, their edges adorned with flames that flickered the air. The bird's beak, sharp and resplendent, glowed with an inner fire, radiating both strength and wisdom. Its eyes were like twin suns, fierce and blazing with an intensity that held both warmth and a hint of knowledge and wisdom. Those pair of eyes soon landed on him, and it seemed to peer into Izuku's very soul, acknowledging his presence and his connection to the power that coursed through this ethereal realm. The bird then descended, its movements slow and deliberate, the air crackled with anticipation. Its landing was graceful, the ground beneath trembling slightly at its touch. The bird folded its colossal wings against its sides, its feathers cascading like molten streams of sunlight. Izuku, awestruck by the spectacle before him, couldn't help but be captivated by the bird's presence. He could feel the immense power emanating from the creature, its energy enveloping him in a comforting warmth that seeped into his very being. The radiant creature regarded him with its fiery eyes, a sense of ancient wisdom emanating from its gaze. The bird's voice, when it finally spoke, carried a weight that resonated through the very fabric of the realm. Child of mortality, the bird's voice resonated like a harmonious symphony, gentle yet powerful. But amidst his awe and wonder, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait a minute, Izuku exclaimed, his voice a mix of shock and disbelief. You spoke. You can speak. The bird inclined its regal head, a gentle look passed through its eyes. Its voice, resonating with both power and serenity, filled the air once again. Indeed, young one, in this realm, where the boundaries between mortal and ethereal blur, communication transcends the limitations of mere words. We can understand and connect with one another on a deeper level. Izuku blinked in astonishment, his eyes wide with surprise. The concept of conversing with a mythical creature was beyond anything he had ever imagined. His voice quivered with a mix of curiosity and excitement as he asked, What are you? A phoenix, young one. The bird now identified as Phoenix spoke with a tone filled with a melodious blend of soothing tones and flickering flames. Izuku stood in awe, his eyes widening as the words washed over him. The colossal bird that had captured his attention, soaring through the sky with majestic grace, was none other than a phoenix, the legendary creature of myth and legend. Disbelief and amazement mingled within him as he absorbed this incredible revelation. He took a step forward, his voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and astonishment. You're a phoenix, Izuku uttered again, his words barely a whisper in the vastness of the sunlit realm. The phoenix turned its radiant gaze towards Izuku, her fiery eyes brimming with wisdom and ancient knowledge. A sense of calm authority emanated from its presence, as if it carried the weight of countless ages upon its ethereal wings. Yes, young one, the phoenix replied, I am Phoenix Elysia, the harbinger of dawn. Izuku's mind spun with a torrent of emotions. To be standing before a mythical being, a creature of legend, was a surreal experience that defied logic. Yet, the undeniable majesty of the phoenix and the resonance of her words left him with no choice but to accept the truth before him. Elysia, the name of the phoenix, echoed in his mind, its resonance carrying a weight that reverberated through his very soul. With a mix of curiosity and reverence, he posed another question to the magnificent creature before him. What place is this? Izuku asked, his voice filled with wonder and a hint of curiousness. Elysia's fiery eyes shimmered as it contemplated Izuku's inquiry. After a brief moment, it spoke, its voice carrying an air of mystique and wisdom. This realm, young one, is known as the Celestial Nexus, a place that exists between the realms of life and death, where the ethereal and the mortal realm intertwine. The name resonated with Izuku. It perfectly captured the essence of the enigmatic realm in which they now stood. The Celestial Nexus, Izuku whispered, the words carrying a weight of profound significance. A place where the boundaries between life and death blur. I haven't heard this name anywhere. It's unlike anything I have ever seen before. Elysia nodded her head, acknowledging Izuku's observation. Indeed, young one, within this realm, the energy of creation and rebirth flow freely. It is here that I, Elysia of the Dawn, find solace. Izuku absorbed the information, his mind spinning with the implications of his surroundings. But something bugged him. Why was he here, in this sacred place of convergence, and with no one else by his side? With a mixture of curiosity and concern, Izuku again asked a question. Why am I here? Why is there no one else with me in this sacred realm? You stand here, alone, for a purpose, the Sun Phoenix, spoke, her voice imbued with a gentle warmth. I have watched over countless beings, searching for a strong one whose heart burns with purity and courage. And it is you, young one, who have caught my eyes. A wave of sadness washed over Izuku's eyes as he heard the words spoken by Elysia. You wanted a strong one and you chose me. I am not strong, I can't even fight for my dream. Elysia's eyes seemed to intensify, resonating with a resolute assurance. Strength is not measured solely by power, but by the purity of one's heart and the unwavering will to protect. A flicker of uncertainty danced in Izuku's eyes, as he thought of a pure heart. Pure of heart, huh? I am not one of them. Izuku's mind drifted back to a time during his middle school, a bad memory that plagued his thoughts during countless moments of solitude. As he sat alone at his desk, hunched over his books, the weight of his classmates' words bore heavily on his young shoulders. Their taunts and jeers had etched deep scars that still throbbed freshly. He remembered the way their eyes glinted with malice, how their words sliced through his soul like sharpened daggers. Each whispered insult and derisive comment swirled through his mind, replaying like a never-ending cycle of torment. Shut up. If I am not human enough, then what are you guys? You guys think it is humane to do something like this. I hate you. I hate every single one of you. Izuku knew all the thoughts he had during those times. That was not something a pure-hearted person would think. Those thoughts won't make someone with purity in their heart feel normal. Elysia tilted her majestic head, her voice soothing and compassionate. Pure hearts are not devoid of flaws or doubts, young one. They are forged through the journey of self-discovery, through the resilience to rise above adversities, and through the capacity to believe in the inherent goodness that resides within oneself and others. Izuku found himself captivated by the Phoenix's words, his doubts momentarily suspended in the presence of such grace and wisdom. You possess a rare quality, young one, Elysia continued. Despite the challenges you have faced, your heart remains untainted by bitterness or malice. Your compassion for others, your unwavering determination to protect and uplift those around you, it is through these virtues that your purity shines. Izuku's gaze dropped to the ground, overwhelmed by the weight of the Phoenix's words. Tears welled up in Izuku's eyes, glistening with a mixture of disbelief, joy, and overwhelming emotions. The weight of Elysia's words, affirming the purity of his heart, washed over him, breaking down the walls that he had unknowingly built around his own insecurities. A single tear traced a path down Izuku's cheek, mirroring the shimmering radiance of the celestial nexus. Elysia's voice grew softer, yet the power remained unwavering. Do not underestimate the radiance of your own heart, young one. Your actions and intentions have not gone unnoticed. It is your inner light that has drawn you to this sacred realm, and it is that light that will guide you on your journey as my successor. Izuku's brows furrowed in contemplation as he sought clarification. What exactly do you mean by successor? What role am I meant to fulfill? Elysia, the queen of the phoenixes and the harbinger of the dawn, regarded him with a serene gaze. Her voice carried the weight of ages past, resonating with profound purpose. As my successor, you are chosen to become a sun guardian. It is a sacred duty bestowed upon to the one with pure heart and indomitable spirit. Curiosity and determination burned in Izuku's eyes as he listened intently, eager to understand the depth of his newfound responsibility. A sun guardian, what does that mean? What am I meant to do? Elysia's form shimmered with a radiant brilliance as she began to explain. A sun guardian is tasked with protecting the people of Earthland, the mortal realm. As the guardian of the sun's divine light, you will be bestowed with extraordinary abilities and powers. It is your duty to defend those in need, to be a beacon of hope in times of darkness. Izuku's heart swelled with a mixture of awe and determination. Images of heroism and selflessness flickered through his mind, fueling his resolve to fulfill this sacred role. Protecting others, that's what I've always wanted to do. To be a hero. Elysia's feathers rustling softly as if she agreed with his words. Indeed, young one, as a sun guardian, you will be a hero in the truest sense. Your powers will manifest through the embodiment of the sun itself, granting you unparalleled strength, resilience, and the ability to wield the mighty sun. While Izuku was happy to hear those words, he was also left with a mix of confusion and disbelief as he contemplated the weight of his current situation. But, I am dead. What can I possibly do with these powers if I no longer exist? Elysia's gaze held a profound understanding, her eyes filled with ancient wisdom. She unfurled her majestic wings, casting a warm glow upon Izuku, like a gentle caress from the sun itself, and spoke with a gentle, reassuring tone. Dear child, death is not the end of your journey. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, you shall be reborn and granted a second chance. A spark of hope ignited within Izuku's heart as he absorbed Elysia's words. Reborn? But how? Elysia's radiant form seemed to glow even brighter, filling the celestial nexus with a warm, comforting light. The power of the phoenix will flow through your veins if you accept your destiny, young one. It will grant you the ability to transcend death, to rise again when the time is right. Your rebirth shall be a transformative process, a shedding of old limitations and blossoming into a new existence. Izuku's eyes widened in awe and realization. The idea of being reborn, of embracing a fresh start with the phoenix's power coursing through him, brought both excitement and a renewed sense of purpose. So, I will have another chance to live, to save others. Elysia's voice carried a gentle affirmation. Yes, with your rebirth, you will be given a new opportunity to fulfill your destiny as the Sun Guardian. Your previous life's experiences, your resilience, and the purity of your heart will continue to shape your path, guiding you towards the fulfillment of your purpose. A mixture of emotions swirled within Izuku's heart: hope, determination, and a touch of fear. The concept of being reborn carried with it both excitement and uncertainty, but it was accompanied by a newfound sense of purpose. Thank you, Izuku whispered, his voice filled with reverence. I will do my best to honor this opportunity, to become the person that you see in me. The phoenix's eyes shined in a manner that encouraged him. Believe in yourself, young one, as I believe in you. Embrace the power that dwells within and let it be a beacon of hope to those who need it. Your journey begins now, and I shall guide you along the path. As soon as those words were uttered, a surge of energy coursed through his veins, a tingling warmth spreading from the core of his being. His body began to radiate a soft golden glow, bathing the surrounding landscape in a mesmerizing light. Suddenly, an intense heat enveloped Izuku, shocking him. But to his surprise, he felt no pain nor any feeling like he was burning. Waves of energy pulsed through him, reshaping and remolding his form as flames started to dance on his skin, slowly engulfing his form. Fear and confusion gripped Izuku as he witnessed his body engulf in golden flames, burning away his skin slowly. His ears ringed and his eyesight blurred and his mouth burning like he drank a glass of fire. In his panicked state, Izuku turned to the Sun Phoenix, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and confusion. What's happening to me? Why am I burning? Why do I feel no pain? Elysia's eyes glowed as flames intensified on her feathers, but she spoke in voice that carried both reassurance and guidance. Fear not, young one, for this is the sacred process of rebirth, the birthing of a new form befitting the power you shall inherit. Embrace the transformation, for it is through this rebirth that you shall become one with the essence of the phoenix. As the phoenix's words washed over him, Izuku took a deep breath, his fear gradually giving way to a profound sense of purpose. He surrendered himself to the transformative process, embracing the blinding light that surrounded him. With each passing moment, the glow intensified, blurring the boundaries between Izuku and the realm itself. It was a dark and stormy night in the cheerful town of Magnolia. Street lamps were lit around the town, giving it a warm glow in the rain. Despite the dull weather, large groups of people were moving around, going on about their business with the usual cheer and merriment. Children stood in the streets with their heads turned up and mouths open, trying to catch some raindrops, laughing the whole time. People sat under the tables of cafes, enjoying pastries and hot cups of coffee as they gossiped about the usual happenings in and around the beautiful town and its inhabitants. Fairy tale is at it again, today, a male said exasperatedly, although with a hint of fondness in their voice in a table. Haha, I wouldn't pounce on those kids, mate. We're lucky to have them, you know. They keep this place safe and lively. Sure, they are destructive, but it's all in good fun, Someone at the same table commented. At that others around him chuckled and nodded in agreement fondly. What about their ace? Is he back yet? I don't remember seeing him around for few months, a lady that was at an adjacent table asked. I think you missed him. He was here a little while back, but I think he just recently left again to go on another mission. You know him. He can't stay in one place too long or he'll get bored. I suppose it's all as well, though. Whenever he comes around, I have to worry about my daughter, an old man said with a sigh. At that some men groaned along with few others laughing. Natsu is going to follow in his footsteps, mark my words. Maybe except the pervert part. Nobody can keep that kid down. He's burned down my shop at least 6 times by now. Master always pays for it in the end, though, a shopkeeper exclaimed the final part that gained laughs around him again. But you have to admit, he's pretty cute. Him and the ice wizard that's always around. Gray, a young girl commented from the next table of the adults. The other teens surrounding her murmured their agreement, much to the chagrin of the boys at the table. Leave the boys, we all know who the most beautiful girl in Fairy Tail is. A boy yelled excitedly, pumping his hand in the air. He was met with a single name. Mirajan. The other boys yelled, name of the resident model of the guild. Some girls pouted but few even blushed at her name being mentioned. Mirajan was popular with the boys and even among some girls. Even Urza. But she's kind of scary, another boy said, looking around to make sure that she wasn't there. A few shivered, but the girls giggled at the scared looks on the boys. Can I get you anything more, sir? A waitress asked a cloaked figure sitting alone at a corner table of the cafe. The figure was hidden mostly in the dark with a dark green dripping wet hood covering their eyes, with an empty coffee cup in their hands. The figure looked up and all the waitress could see was a small smile on the face. Most of their face was hidden in the lack of light in the corner. Nothing in particular, but perhaps you could tell me a bit about the guild everyone's talking about. They asked the waitress keeping the empty coffee in the table. The voice sounded soft and soothing to the waitress who nearly cooed just hearing the voice. Oh, Fairy Tail, it's a famous guild in Fury. Among the best ones I would say. Even their guild hall is quite close by, just half a mile up the main road, she told the hooded person as they nodded. The figure nodded as they stood up to leave, but they reached into their cloak and pulled out a small pouch. With a graceful motion, they placed it on the table before the waitress. Consider this a token of gratitude for answering my questions. Oh, and the coffee was delicious. Thank you. The waitress' eyes widened in surprise as she realized the pouch was filled with a generous amount of jewels. She looked up, but the figure had already begun to walk away, their steps light and graceful. Thank you so much. The waitress shouted in awe, catching the attention of others in the cafe. But the hooded figure did not stop and just waved back to the waitress as they began to make his way out of the cafe. Fairy Tail, Loud noise was coming from one building that was heard throughout the Magnolia. The building was extremely bright in comparison to the other buildings around it. It stood at the end of the central pathway of the town, perched on the coast in front of a river. It was a 3-story building with a beautiful work of architecture. The exterior of the guild building featured a mix of traditional and whimsical elements, such as the large golden dome at the very top of the building. The floor below it held a banner, a flag of red with a golden border, with a white symbol in the middle, followed by 2 more floors with wooden windows and more banners in various colors, all bearing the same emblem. The main entrance of the guild was guarded by a large red wooden door, carved with symbols of magic, and the name Fairy Tail was etched into a huge metal sign board above the door to identify the building to the people. Inside the building, it was a spacious and lively interior, bustling with activity and the echoes of laughter as drinks were passed around and groups of people were seated in various tables bickering, laughing, and generally enjoying themselves. The source of the noise that filled the entire town appeared to be a party from the building. An extremely short, old man can be seen smiling warmly, looking down at the people in the building from a wooden ledge of the upper floor of the building. He had black eyes and was wearing an orange and blue striped jester hat with only the outer rims of his head containing white hair showing his old age. He also had a thick white mustache. He was dressed casually, with attire consisting of a white shirt with a black-colored fairy tale symbol printed in the middle, under an orange coat. He was Makarov Drayar, the master of the famous guild, Fairy Tail. Ah, these children, Master Makarov happily sighed as he sipped his beer from a wooden mug that was held in his hand. But his peaceful drinking session was interrupted, as a loud crash followed by a bang echoed throughout the large building, even in the loud noises of multiple people. He sighed tiredly, but there was a hint of fondness in his face, as he looked down towards the source of the crash and immediately identified the person behind the noises. Looks like Gray and Natsu are at it again. Meanwhile, down at the main hall of the guild, a boy who appeared to be in his teens, most likely 15 years old, yelled from a corner standing on broken pieces of a wooden table. "You want to go, Flamebrain?" The boy closed his finger in his right hand and made a fist and simultaneously opened his palm of his left, bringing the right hand to his left side as frost seemed to form on his hands as he was encircled in frosting ice. The said boy's appearance striking among the crowd. He had spiky black-colored hair with dark blue eyes. He had a well-toned body for a teenager of his age, as it was sculpted with lean muscle. The symbol of Fairy Tail was inked in dark blue that matched with his eyes, on his left pectoral muscle proudly displayed to the world alongside a steel chain that held a pendant in the shape of a cross. However, the most eye-catching, weird thing was, he stood with only his boxers on. He was Gray Fullbuster, a 15-year-old, ice make mage of guild, Fairy Tail. "Let's go, Ice Stripper." A voice ringed back as we can see another boy appearing to be of the same age. He appeared to be in a fighting stance considering the fire that was dancing on his fists as he reared his fists with a wide smile showing fangs in the place of teeth like a wild animal. The boy appeared to be lean, muscular and stood at an average height, with a slightly tanned skin tone, black eyes, and spiky salmon-colored hair. He was wearing a sleeveless, gold-trimmed, black waistcoat that was left open and untucked, exposing his bare chest that was well built, and a gold-trimmed, black cloth around his waist that reached his knees, held by a leather brown belt with an oval-shaped silver buckle. His right upper hand had the symbol of Fairy Tail inked in a shade of red. He had white knee-length trousers with black ribbon ties at the end, and thick black wristband on his left wrist and black open-toed sandals. His attire was completed by a strange scale-patterned white scarf that was wrapped around his neck. He was Natsu Dragneel, a 15-year-old, fire dragon slayer of guild, Fairy Tail. "Ice Strio, for the love of God." Gray sighed as he looked down and noticed that all he had was his boxers, his clothes gone. He loosened his stance as the frost disappeared and he scrambled to collect his missing clothes, while the members in the surrounding tables snickered and laughed looking at the small rivalry of the boys. "Oh, boys will be boys, after all," chirped a young woman who was standing behind a large wooden bar. She had long, lustrous silver hair that cascaded down in waves, reaching below her waist, which was styled with a hint of volume and loose curls, with two bangs framing her face and reaching down to her chest. Her hairstyle's most distinctive trait was a short, upward ponytail covering her forehead. Her eyes were of a mesmerizing shade of blue that shined with a gentle sparkle. She stood at an average height, with a well-proportioned body and large breasts. Her physique was curvaceous, with gentle curves accentuating her feminine allure. Though not overly muscular, she possessed a toned and athletic build. Her attire was a simple sleeveless, ankle-length maroon dress with a pleated skirt that emphasized her graceful appearance and her slender figure. She was Mirajan Strauss, a mage of guild, Fairy Tail, and a famous model, who constantly appeared in weekly magazines of Sorcerer's Weekly. She was cleaning the glasses and various bottles that was filled with variety of wine standing behind the bar, as she watched her other guild members enjoying, with a gentle smile on her face. This day is good so far. Meanwhile, the boys seemed to again begin the brawl between them, as they clashed in a different corner, beginning to roll around the floor, kicking down mugs filled with beers and knocking down the person standing there. The hooded figure was walking down the center road, scanning and observing their surroundings calmly, as he approached the Fairy Tail Guild. The road was mostly empty except for the noises of children playing that were coming from the buildings in the sideways and the sound of rain hitting the cold pavement. Nobody seemed to notice the presence of the hooded figure that was walking down the road in the middle of a heavy pour of rain. Suddenly a soft noise of rumbling heard as the figure rubbed under the cloak softly. It seemed the stomach of the figure grumbled loudly. "The coffee is not enough to quell my hunger. But currently all the jewels I had with me are spent on food and these clothes. Not to mention the huge tip," the hooded figure thought with a sigh as they continued walking. As the figure neared closer to the guild hall, the sound of laughter and shouting of different voices can be more clearly heard even with the rain. The building radiated a gentle and warm atmosphere that invited the figure. When the figure finally reached the main entrance of the guild hall, and stood before the large doorway, The figure paused as if remembering something or thinking about something. Izuku, the time has come for you to spread your wings and fly. Listen well, you will encounter people of all kinds, some who may dislike you, others who may treat you unkindly, and a few who will shower you with kindness and even love. But amidst it all, you will also find friends who will stand beside you through thick and thin. So go forth and live your new life with a smile that radiates like the sun. May your journey be filled with joy, growth, and countless unforgettable moments. I will always be watching over you. He smiled as he remembered the words of his mother. I am finally here, Mom. Something tells me that this guild will be the one. I hope I make you proud. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the atmosphere transformed suddenly. The raindrops began to fade as the dark, heavy clouds parted, revealing a beautiful sky above. Sunlight, warm and gentle, pierced through the dissipating clouds, casting a golden hue upon the figure. As if celebrating his arrival, rainbows stretched across the sky, their vibrant arches displaying a natural art show. Birds started to chirp with newfound glee, their melodies filling the air. The figure smiled as he felt warmth spread throughout his body like an embrace as the hood moved back slightly, displaying a wide but gently smile and a set of 4 freckles adorning each side of his cheeks. The figure took a deep breath, steadying his nerves as he entered the bustling guild hall. The energetic atmosphere enveloped him, accompanied by the melodies of laughter, lively conversations, and the clinking of glasses. The party in full swing seemed to have captured the attention of everyone present, causing them to be engrossed in their own revelry. The figure felt a sense of relief wash over him as he realized that his arrival had gone unnoticed. The bustling crowd seemed too preoccupied to spare him more than a passing glance. It provided him with a momentary reprieve, allowing him to gather his thoughts and adjust to the vibrant energy surrounding him. His eyes darted around the hall, taking in the lively scene. Guild members danced, laughed, and shared stories, creating an atmosphere of celebration and camaraderie. The figure's heart swelled with a mix of excitement and nervousness, knowing that this place could become his new home if all went well. Gathering his courage, the figure took a step forward, making his way through the crowd with a cautious yet determined stride. As the figure stepped further into the guild hall, the vibrant atmosphere engulfed him. It had been a while since he had been in the presence of such a bustling crowd, and it felt slightly overwhelming yet oddly comforting. His gaze wandered across the diverse array of people, each with a unique style and personality. There were mages of all shapes and sizes, and an assortment of colorful outfits. Some were engaged in friendly banter, their voices filled with warmth and affection, while others showcased their magical abilities, casting spells that dazzled and mesmerized. While Izuku mostly observed from a distance, a few individuals caught his attention, drawing him into their individual stories. He couldn't help but be captivated by the interactions unfolding before his eyes, such as the sight of a peculiar trio. His gaze was drawn to the brunette with glasses, engrossed in a book, seemingly lost in her own world. She exuded an air of intellect and curiosity. Surrounding her were 2 teens who seemed older, their contrasting appearances and body language suggesting a subtle tension between them. The first boy, with vibrant orange hair partially concealed by a brown top hat, projected an aura of mischief. His brown suspenders and purple shirt accentuated his unique style. Opposite him stood the other teen, his hair tied up at the top of his head, giving him a distinct and somewhat eccentric appearance. His white button-up shirt, coupled with 2 vibrant yellow suspenders. The figure's gaze lingered on the trio, observing the dynamics between them. The way they peered over the brunette's shoulder and exchanged glances, it seemed as though there was more to their connection than meets the eye. Next his gaze fell upon a man standing before a bulletin board adorned with numerous flyers, each displaying a number. He appeared focused, scanning the details meticulously. The board seemed to hold important information or perhaps requests for various missions and tasks. His attention then shifted to a commotion nearby, where 2 guys were engaged in a lively altercation. One had striking pine or salmon-colored hair that stood out in the crowd, while the other possessed jet-black locks that accentuated his intense demeanor. Their clash seemed to ignite a wave of excitement among the onlookers, who cheered and jeered, fully engrossed in the spectacle. However, what captured the figure's attention the most was the sight of a small, blue, cat-like creature with wings adorning its back. It fluttered through the air, balancing gracefully, and held a piece of fish in its tiny hands. As he observed the creature, his mind raced with questions. The sight of these unusual beings defied logic, and for a brief moment, he found himself questioning their existence. What are those things? Are those flying cats? Really? How do they even fly? However, just as quickly as the questions arose, the figure dismissed them with a gentle shake of his head. After all, he himself had experienced a handful of extraordinary phenomena and unique individuals in his journey so far. The world of magic was filled with endless possibilities, and peculiar creatures seemed to be one of them. As the figure approached the bar, he noticed the bar was empty save for a white-haired maiden. He couldn't help but be taken aback by the presence of the white-haired maiden attending to it. His steps faltered momentarily as he caught sight of her, his gaze instinctively drawn to her captivating beauty. The way her hair cascaded like snow, framing her delicate features, left him momentarily spellbound. Years of solitude had left him unaccustomed to such encounters, especially with someone as enchanting as the maiden before him. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his heart pounding in his chest as a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. Internally, he chided himself for his lack of social interaction in recent years. He just hoped that his cloak would conceal the telltale signs of his blushing. Taking a deep breath, he mustered his courage by reminding his mother's words. He approached the bar, his voice as smooth as he could manage. Myra's surprise was evident in her eyes as she observed a newcomer taking a seat at the bar. It was unusual to see someone enter the guild unnoticed, especially during such weather conditions. Determined to extend a warm welcome, Mira flashed a friendly smile as she introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Mira Jane Strauss. I don't think I've ever seen you around Fairy Tale before," she greeted the guest, her voice filled with genuine warmth. As she spoke, Myra's observant nature kicked in, keen to pick up on any subtle cues or details that might offer insight into the newcomer's identity. She couldn't help but notice the figure's fully covered attire, a cloak and hood obscuring their features from view, which piqued her interest more so. Behind her amiable demeanor, Myra's magical senses remained heightened, attuned to any potential fluctuations in the atmosphere. As Myra's gaze fell upon the guest's attire, her eyes keenly observed the details that revealed themselves beneath the black cloak. A black vest that matched the cloak and pants. The vest hugged the guest's form, emphasizing their silhouette, while the black pants conveyed a sense of practicality and ease of movement. Myra's observant eyes continued to take in the details of the guest's appearance, noting his tall and muscular stature. The drenched cloak clung to his figure, emphasizing his physique. It became evident to Mira that the guest was indeed a male, given his strong and well-defined muscles that were visible even through the damp fabric. Her gaze then shifted towards his hands, which rested on the table. The small scars that adorned his palms intrigued her, telling a silent tale of battles fought and challenges overcome. Yet, what struck Mira the most was the guest's demeanor. Despite being soaked to the bone, there was no visible concern or shivering from the cold. It was as if he possessed an inner warmth that shielded him from the cold rain, a remarkable quality that sparked a sense of intrigue within her. Furthermore, the wet cloak seemed to dry faster than normal, as if it was under the hot rays of sun. As the guest reached up to remove his hood, Myra's gaze sharpened. The moment the fabric fell away, revealing his face, her curiosity intensified. Before her stood a young man with mess of dark green hair that defied gravity, like fresh leaves in the sunlight. His hair framed his face, complementing his expressive eyes that held a certain fire within them, as if reflecting the warmth and radiance of the sun. Mira found herself momentarily lost in the depths of those vibrant, sun-like eyes. Her gaze trailed along his features, taking in the gentle contours of his face. A playful touch of charm adorned his face in the form of 4 symmetrical freckles, arranged in diamond formations, gracing each of his cheeks, and the faint blush on his cheeks betraying his earlier nervousness. Yet, his smile, like the sun breaking through the clouds after a storm, showcased a sincerity and warmth. Mira felt a genuine sense of comfort wash over her. Myra's initial thought of his handsome appearance flitted through her mind, a passing acknowledgement of his striking features. However, she swiftly reminded herself of the need to remain cautious. As a member of Fairy Tale, she had encountered various individuals, both friends and foes, and she understood the importance of assessing the intentions of those she met. Though her instincts told her that the young man before her emanated a warm and genuine aura, Mira couldn't afford to let her guard down. Suppressing any assumptions or preconceived notions, Mira donned her professional demeanor, ready to engage in a conversation. Izuku noticed the subtle tension in Mira's posture, a telltale sign that she was on guard in his presence. It didn't escape his keen senses, honed through intense training. He understood her cautious approach though, given the unexpected nature of his arrival in the guild. Respecting her vigilance, Izuku took a moment to gather his thoughts before initiating a conversation. He wanted to assure her that his intentions were far from harmful and that he meant no disruption to the guild's peace. With a calm and gentle tone, he began to speak. "Sorry for intruding at such a late hour, Ms. Strauss," he said with a warm smile on his face, his voice gentle and soothing to her ears. Mira appreciated his polite manner and responded, "Please, call me Mira. I don't like formalities. So, what brings you here, if you don't mind me asking?" Izuku felt a sense of relief at her invitation to use her first name. He took a moment to compose himself, hoping he wouldn't start blushing or stuttering. "No problem at all, Mira. I am a traveler, and I've been journeying for quite some time now. This is actually my first visit to Magnolia," he explained, looking at her with a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, wondering how she would respond. "That sounds exciting. Well, allow me to welcome you to Magnolia and the Fairy Tale Guild. Which reminds me, what is your name? And is there anything that we can help you with?" Mira questioned, her curiosity piqued. A radiant smile illuminated the boy's face, accompanied by a gentle breeze that swept through the bar, causing his dark green hair to sway in its wake. His emerald eyes glimmered under the warm glow of the lights, reflecting his enthusiasm and gratitude. "My name is Izuku Blazeheart. I've been searching for a place to settle for some time and I've heard remarkable tales about the renowned fairy tale. So, I would like to join your guild." Mira's eyes widened with a mix of astonishment and excitement as she processed the request of the new boy sitting in the bar. "Oh, you're interested in joining our guild?" she exclaimed, unable to contain her enthusiasm for gaining a new member. Izuku, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, continued his inquiry, seeking clarification. "Well, yes, I would like to join. Is there a specific process or test I need to undergo? Are there any requirements?" Before Mira could respond, a seasoned voice resonated through the room, catching Izuku's attention. He turned to find Master Makarov making his way towards the bar, a mug of beer in hand. Surprised by the sudden presence of the guild master, Mira greeted him cheerfully. "Oh, hello, Master, I didn't notice you there." Master Makarov took a sip from his mug before addressing Izuku's desire to join. With a discerning gaze, he asked, "So, you wish to become a member of our guild, eh?" As Izuku observed the old man's appearance, a peculiar feeling tingled within him. Despite the outward appearance of a jolly old man, he couldn't be fooled. There was an unmistakable aura of immense magical power emanating from the elderly figure. It was a power that far surpassed Izuku's current capabilities, expertly concealed and restrained. With his curiosity piqued, Izuku voiced his desire to join the guild while also seeking to expand his knowledge. "Yes, I'm eager to join your guild. However, I must admit that I lack a comprehensive understanding of guilds. Could you enlighten me further? I'd like to learn more about guilds before I join in one." Master Makarov, with his wisdom and experience, nodded in response to Izuku's request. "Of course, my boy. A guild is an organization composed of members, much like the one you see before you. Its primary purpose is to undertake various job requests and earn jewels as compensation. But beyond that, a guild is a cohesive unit, akin to one large family." A genuine smile spread across Makarov's face, mirrored by Izuku's own as he absorbed the guild master's words. The idea of a guild being more than just a professional entity resonated deeply with Izuku, igniting a sense of warmth and belonging within him. The concept of family had always been foreign to Izuku. While he had a biological father and mother, they had never truly been present in his life. They were mere figures who had brought him into existence, but the connection he yearned for was absent. The only semblance of family he had was his bond with his mentor and mother of sorts, Elysia, whom he had asked to provide him a new name. 1. As Izuku contemplated Makarov's words, a flicker of hope sparked within him. The idea of finding another family, one that would accept and support him, resonated deeply within his heart. It seemed like a chance to experience the warmth and unity he had always longed for. Makarov's smile widened as he began to enlighten Izuku about the other guilds in Fury. He acknowledged that Izuku likely had some knowledge about Fairy Tail already, given his interest in joining. Nevertheless, Makarov deemed it necessary to provide additional information. Indeed, Fairy Tail stands proudly as one of the top guilds in all of Fury, Makarov exclaimed, his voice laced with a mix of pride and confidence. He gestured towards the bustling guild hall, brimming with members. The atmosphere was alive with laughter and celebration. We've earned our reputation through the exceptional strength and talent of our mages, Makarov continued, his eyes gleaming with admiration for his guild members. Take Mira here, for example. She is a formidable mage in her own right. Mira blushed modestly at the praise, acknowledging Makarov's words with humility. Though Mira smiled, Izuku's perceptive nature allowed him to notice the underlying strain behind her expression. The slight falter in her smile did not escape his attention, even though Makarov seemed oblivious to it or chose not to acknowledge it. Izuku guessed it was probably the latter. Some of our members are on missions, no doubt you'll meet them soon, though. Finally, I'm Makarov Drayar, the master of this guild, Makarov said, with a proud smile on his face. Izuku nodded his head noting the information. Now, there are several other guilds just like us, Blue Pegasus, Lamia Scale and many more that I can't name them all. But, there is no guild better than Fairy Tail. And that's not just favoritism. We're a family here. We take care of our own. I believe that's what sets Fairy Tail apart from the rest, Makarov said, his kind smile radiating warmth. Izuku could see the passion in his eyes, reminiscent of a certain hero who had shattered his dreams. He quickly shook off those memories, not wanting to dwell on them at this moment. That's enough for now, I think. So, I'd like to join your guild. If you'll have me, that is, Izuku said politely, his determination shining through his words. Of course, we'll have you, my boy, Makarov exclaimed with a warm smile. He turned to Mira, instructing her to fetch the stamp while he engaged in a conversation with Izuku. However, just as Mira was about to move, a loud rumbling sound erupted from Izuku's stomach, causing him to blush in embarrassment. Makarov's expression shifted to one of concern as he regarded Izuku's hungry stomach. Without missing a beat, Mira chuckled and said, "Looks like someone's hungry." "Don't worry, we've got plenty of food here at Fairy Tail." Relieved, Izuku smiled sheepishly and nodded silently thanking her. Mira turned around and went into the kitchen to prepare a meal for him. Makarov turned his attention back to Izuku and asked with genuine curiosity, "So, Izuku, my boy, what type of magic do you specialize in? It's crucial to know when joining a mage's guild. Don't worry if you're still in the early stages of developing your abilities. We are here to help you grow and hone your skills." He tore his gaze away from the door where Mira had disappeared, focusing solely on Izuku and his response. Izuku couldn't help but smile, his heart warming at the kind words from Makarov. It was a novel experience for him, as he had rarely heard such supportive and encouraging words from anyone other than Elysia. The genuine care in Makarov's voice almost brought tears to Izuku's eyes. Throughout his childhood, he yearned to hear these comforting words, to have someone reassure him that they would be there for him, even when he felt weak or uncertain. "My boy," startled by Makarov's voice, Izuku snapped out of his introspective thoughts. He quickly refocused his attention on the present conversation, determined to leave behind the weight of his past and seize the fresh opportunity that lay before him. "I apologize, Master Makarov," Izuku said. "I was momentarily lost in thought. My magic, right. Well, I believe it's important to mention that I've devoted a considerable amount of time in training and honing my abilities," Izuku explained, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Opening up about his proficiency in magic was a new experience for him since he hadn't discussed it with others since arriving in this world. It felt like stepping into unfamiliar territory. Although it wasn't a lie, Izuku's words held truth in them. He had indeed dedicated himself to intense training under Elysia's guidance for 3 years, even if time didn't flow the same way in his the Nexus realm. It was something Elysia had assured him of, but Izuku couldn't be certain. "And my magic is," Izuku began, but his words were cut off by Myra's arrival, bearing a plate of food along with the guild stamp. Master Makarov's attention shifted to the enticing aroma wafting from the plate, and he decided to postpone the conversation for now. "First, my boy, you should nourish yourself. We can continue our discussion later, Makarov suggested, his gaze fixed on the delicious meal before Izuku. I'll go ahead and make the announcement that we have a new recruit. Just let me know when you're finished, Mira. With that, Makarov excused himself, carrying his mug of beer as he made his way towards the rest of the guild members. Izuku nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the master's consideration, and turned his attention to the enticing food before him. Here we go. This is the stamp of our guild. What color do you want and where would you like it? Mira asked Izuku sweetly. Izuku considered Mira's question for a moment, contemplating the color and placement of the guild stamp. After a brief reflection, he made up his mind. Green would be perfect, he replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. With a determined gesture, he pointed to the spot just below his right shoulder, rolling up his sleeves and moving his cloak in anticipation. Mira smiled warmly, appreciating Izuku's decision. She dipped the stamp into a small vial containing green ink, ensuring that the color would be just as he desired. Mira's gaze briefly lingered on Izuku's well-built bicep muscles as she pressed the stamp against his skin. As she carefully removed the stamp, an intricate green symbol imprinted on his arm, mirroring the familiar shape of the Fairy Tail Guild emblem he had seen on their flag. Izuku's eyes widened in awe and appreciation as he took in the sight of the beautifully crafted symbol. "Thank you, Mira," Izuku said gratefully, his voice filled with sincerity. "I will wear this emblem proudly and do my best to live up to the ideals of Fairy Tail." Mira beamed at him, pleased with his response. She had a feeling that Izuku would be a valuable addition to their guild, and she couldn't wait to get to know about their new member. With the stamp applied, she offered him a warm smile. "Welcome to Fairy Tail, Izuku," she said, her voice brimming with genuine excitement. "I have a feeling you're going to fit right in. Ah, and here is your meal." "Sorry for the wait," Mira said with a hint of apology in her voice as she placed a steaming bowl of authentic Japanese ramen in front of Izuku. Izuku's eyes widened with excitement as he took in the sight of the piping hot ramen. The bowl was filled to the brim with a rich and fragrant broth, swirling with strands of perfectly cooked noodles. The surface of the broth glistened with the essence of carefully simmered ingredients, and he could spot slices of succulent roasted pork floating atop the noodles. The bowl was adorned with a medley of garnishes, including vibrant green scallions, and a perfectly cooked soft-boiled egg with a gloriously runny yolk. "Thank you, Mira, it looks amazing," Izuku expressed his gratitude with a wide grin, his stomach rumbling in anticipation of the flavors awaiting him. Mira beamed at his reaction, pleased to see his enthusiasm. "I'm glad you like it. This is our special house-made ramen. Enjoy, Izuku. Once you're done, we can continue our conversation." Izuku nodded eagerly, picking up his chopsticks and taking a moment to inhale the fragrant steam wafting from the bowl. Izuku eagerly delved into the plate of food placed before him. Each bite was a revelation to his taste buds, a reminder of the simple pleasure he had long missed. "You must have been really hungry," Mira chuckled, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she observed him devouring the meal. Izuku paused for a moment, his cheeks turning a faint shade of pink. "To apologize if I appear to be lacking table manners. It's been a while since I've had such a satisfying meal." Mira's laughter was warm and melodious. "No need to apologize, Izuku. We understand the joy of good food here. Besides, you've come to the right place if you're looking for delicious meals." Izuku smiled gratefully, feeling at ease in Mira's presence. As he savored the flavors of the ramen, he couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort and contentment washing over him. Each spoonful brought a delightful combination of savory broth, tender slices of pork, and perfectly cooked noodles. It was a taste that spoke of home and belonging. With a satisfied sigh, Izuku wiped his mouth with a napkin and looked up at Mira. "Thank you, Mira. This meal was incredible. It's been a while since I've had something so delicious." Mira beamed at him, her eyes shining with genuine delight. "I'm glad you enjoyed it, Izuku. We're ready here, master," Mira called out to Makarov just as Izuku finished gulping down his drink. "Attention everyone," Makarov's voice boomed, commanding the attention of everyone in the bustling guild hall. A wave of silence washed over the room as all conversations ceased and curious gazes turned toward their master. Izuku couldn't help but be amused by the sudden shift in atmosphere, witnessing the power and authority Makarov held over the members. "Good. Now listen up, everyone. Makarov's voice boomed. Izuku turned to face the crowd, feeling the weight of their curious gazes upon him. I'd like to introduce someone to you all. Makarov continued, pointing a finger at Izuku. This here is Izuku Blazeheart. As Makarov's words echoed through the hall, Izuku's nervousness was momentarily overshadowed by the warmth emanating from the guild members. Their eyes fixed on him, some waving and grinning, others nodding in acknowledgement. Izuku couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation and acceptance. He is a new member of our guild, Makarov announced, his voice filled with pride. I expect everyone to make him feel right at home. The guild erupted into cheers and applause once again, the sound resonating with a sense of excitement. Izuku couldn't help but smile, his heart swelling with gratitude for the warm welcome. Master turned to Izuku, his voice serious and unwavering as he imparted the guild's rules. Now, Izuku, since you've joined Fairy Tail, there are 3 important rules that you must abide by, Makarov stated, his gaze locked with Izuku's. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Izuku nodded, fully prepared to uphold the values of his new guild. 1. You must never reveal sensitive information about Fairy Tail to others for as long as you live, Makarov began, emphasizing the need for secrecy and protecting the guild's integrity. 2. You must never use former contacts met through your affiliation with the guild for personal gain, he continued, highlighting the importance of maintaining integrity and not exploiting relationships for selfish purposes. And 3. Though our paths may diverge, you must continue to live your life to the fullest, never considering it insignificant, and never forgetting about your friends for as long as you may live, Makarov proclaimed, his voice brimming with passion. He raised his right hand, forming the guild's symbol, the index finger pointing towards the sky, with the rest of his fingers curled into a fist. These rules must be followed, even if you leave Fairy Tail in the future. Do you understand? Makarov concluded, his unwavering commitment to the guild shining through his words. Izuku couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and admiration as he listened to Master Makarov's words. It was as if he was watching an intense scene from one of his favorite anime, where the protagonist's determination shone through in every word and gesture. Izuku looked into Makarov's determined eyes, his resolve firm. He clenched his fist and raised it, mirroring the guild master's gesture. I understand, Master Makarov, Izuku affirmed, his voice filled with determination. I will uphold these rules and honor Fairy Tail, no matter where my journey takes me. Good. And now, the most important part of welcoming our newest member. Let's party. Makarov's declaration boomed, his hands raised high as he brandished a mug of beer. The guild erupted into a chorus of cheers, the joyful sound echoing off the walls. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into one of celebration. Members of Fairy Tail began rushing toward Izuku, their faces beaming with anticipation and genuine warmth. Natsu, with his fiery spirit, led the charge, reaching Izuku first. A wide grin stretched across his face. But as Natsu neared him, both of them suddenly halted, feeling a clash of their auras. In that moment, it was as if a powerful energy surged between them, their eyes locking in a tense gaze. One's eyes blazed with the intensity of dragon flames, while the other radiated the fiery might of the sun. Their connection was inexplicable, something beyond words. Izuku caught a whiff of an unusual scent emanating from Natsu, different from anyone else he had encountered. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it for now, keeping his focus on the situation at hand. Natsu was the first to break the silence, extending his hand and introducing himself. Izuku, my name is Natsu. Come on, let's fight. The pink-haired boy yelled enthusiastically, flashing a toothy grin. Izuku couldn't help but be amused by his request and boundless enthusiasm. Unlike an explosive blonde he knew, who often sought fights to prove his superiority, Natsu seemed to genuinely enjoy the thrill of battle. There was no trace of malice in his intentions, aside from the peculiar aura Izuku sensed. Despite that, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity with Natsu, someone who shared his passion for testing their abilities. Natsu, he's new, he doesn't want to fight you just yet, exclaimed the blue cat, clearly exasperated with Natsu's good-natured aggression. Izuku's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the cat speak. First, it had wings, and now it could talk. Everything he had experienced since his encounter with Elysia and now this talking cat seemed like something out of an isekai anime. Wait a minute, he was into something like isekai anime, right? Asterisk holy stinking super crap. Mira chuckled, noticing Izuku's reaction, and was pleased to see him happy. Not everyone had the opportunity to encounter a flying, talking cat. However, before she could explain about happy to him, she was interrupted by the eager voices of others. So what kind of magic do you use, Izuku-san? Levi asked, her eyes filled with curiosity, while others gathered around, bombarding him with questions. Now, settle down a bit. Mira interjected, her concern evident. Let's give him some space to breathe. Izuku has probably had a long journey, and I'm sure he could use some rest before answering all of our questions. The guild members reluctantly backed away, their enthusiasm temporarily restrained by Mira's reminder. They understood the importance of giving their new member some time to settle in and recover from his journey. It's all right, Mira. I don't mind, Izuku replied with a warm smile. Natsu, was it? I'm afraid I can't engage in a fight tonight. However, I'd be more than happy to have a friendly spar with you tomorrow. Izuku's suggestion was met with Natsu's face lighting up, his enthusiasm undeterred. The thought of a future sparring session seemed to excite him. You're on. Natsu agreed eagerly, punching the air. Happy circled his head with a similar amount of glee. Izuku returned the enthusiasm with a nod, pleased that he had made a connection with someone. This spar would provide him with an opportunity to gauge his own strength and skills among fellow mages. To answer your question, Miss Levy, I actually use lost magic, Izuku replied, his voice filled with a mix of humility and pride. His words resonated throughout the guild, capturing the attention of everyone present. The varying expressions on their faces ranged from stunned disbelief to admiration. It was evident that not everyone could wield lost magic due to its rarity and the immense power it held. Even Makarov, the guild master himself, looked at Izuku with surprise. He hadn't expected the newest member to possess such a unique and coveted form of magic. Lost magic users were few and far between in the guild. Wow, Levi whispered in awe, her eyes widening with fascination. The two guys standing beside her couldn't hide their jealousy, their glares directed at Izuku. Noticing their reactions, Izuku couldn't help but sweatdrop, feeling a tad uncomfortable with the attention. That is awesome. Not many can use lost magic nowadays. What type of lost magic do you use? And by the way, it's nice to have you as our new member. I am Levi, Levi asked curiously, her pen ready to take notes about his magic. Izuku appreciated Levi's curiosity and warm welcome. He was about to answer her question when Master Makarov interjected with a suggestion, his smile radiant. Why don't you show us your magic instead of simply telling us, Izuku? Since you've already agreed to spar with Natsu, let's use this opportunity to witness your magic firsthand, Makarov proposed, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Both Izuku and Levi looked at him, slightly surprised yet intrigued by the idea. Levi pouted slightly, disappointed that she didn't get to learn about Izuku's magic right away. However, she couldn't deny the appeal of seeing his magic in action during a spar. She nodded in agreement, ready to witness Izuku's prowess firsthand. Izuku acknowledged Levi's understanding with a grateful smile, appreciating her patience. He then turned his attention to Natsu, who was practically trembling with excitement. The cheers from the guild members only fueled Natsu's eagerness for the upcoming fight. Meanwhile, Gray observed the scene with a mix of wonder and anticipation. He couldn't help but be intrigued by Izuku's strength and skill. Although he kept his thoughts to himself, Gray couldn't help but think that he might have a chance to prove his own abilities against Izuku. With a competitive spark ignited in his eyes, he silently made a personal vow to outshine Natsu in the upcoming battle. Why did you suddenly decide to join a guild? Jet, the orange-haired boy who was with Levi, asked curiously, but his question was met with a disapproving glare from Levi. Izuku's expression turned sheepish as he realized the unintended effect of his question. He understood that it might have been a sensitive topic for someone new to the guild. Well, I've always had a strong desire to help people, Izuku replied, his voice tinged with determination. When I learned about guilds and heard the stories surrounding Fairy Tail, I felt that this was the place where I could truly make a difference. It seemed like a bunch of individuals dedicated to protecting and supporting others, and that suited me. As Izuku spoke, a smile crept across Master Makarov's face, and the older members of the guild nodded in agreement. They recognized the sincerity and nobility in Izuku's reason for joining Fairy Tail. The guild had always welcomed those with kind hearts and a sense of justice, and Izuku's aspirations aligned perfectly with their values. "You have a commendable goal, Izuku," Master Makarov praised, his voice filled with warmth. "Fairy Tail is a place for those who wish to make a positive impact on the world. I'm delighted that you chose to become a part of our family." Izuku's face lit up with gratitude. "How manly are you?" A large, muscular boy roared coming front of the crowd surrounding Izuku. Before Izuku stood a towering figure with tan-colored skin, his physique exuding raw strength. His most striking feature was his long, flowing white hair, styled into wavy spikes that reached towards the sky. Dark eyes, devoid of visible eyebrows, gazed intently at Izuku, adding an air of mystery to his appearance. A stitched scar ran across his right eye, accentuating his rectangular, elongated face. As Izuku took in the boy's unique appearance, he couldn't help but notice the resemblance between his white hair and Myra's own locks. The boy's choice of attire added to his distinct aura. He sported a Japanese high school hooligan's outfit, a dark blue jacket with purplish-blue inner linings. The jacket was held closed by a row of large buttons, giving him an edgy and rebellious look. Izuku blinked in surprise at the unexpected question, his gaze shifting towards Mira for guidance. Sensing his confusion, Mira let out a sigh and facepalmed, leaning closer to him to whisper in his ear. "Sorry about him, that's my younger brother. He's always fixated on proving his manliness," Mira explained, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. But despite her exasperation, there was a fondness in her tone that Izuku couldn't help but notice. Izuku blinked a couple of times, chuckling softly as he shifted his attention back to Elfman. Unbeknownst to him, his close proximity and the brief intimacy of their conversation had caused a subtle reaction in Mira. Mira felt a shiver up her spine, feeling his breath in her bare neck. She straightened up to her full height, but she couldn't help feel a faint warmth creeping up her cheeks. She discreetly tried to regain her composure, hoping that no one had noticed her momentary lapse. But a brunette who took her seat at the bar did and smirked. Her eyes remained fixated on Izuku, her gaze filled with curiosity and intrigue. She couldn't deny the fact that he was attractive, and the sight of Myra's fleeting blush only heightened her interest. "I'm not sure how to respond to that, but you definitely exude a sense of manliness. It seems like you put in a lot of effort into your physical fitness," Izuku commented, observing Elfman's imposing stature. Elfman, the white-haired takeover mage, beamed with pride, placing his hands on his hips and striking a confident pose. He began proclaiming loudly about his own manliness. Izuku couldn't help but notice the resemblance between Elfman's robust physique and that of the blonde oaf. It was clear that Elfman possessed considerable strength, and Izuku made the assumption that he must be quite powerful. "Enough with the questions for now. Perhaps all of you should introduce yourselves as well," Makarov suggested. "I'm happy. Nice to meet you," the blue cat that accompanied Natsu chimed in, flying around Izuku's head. Izuku couldn't help but find it incredibly adorable. "I'm Elfman, the epitome of manliness," Elfman proclaimed proudly, flexing his muscles to the amusement and mild disgust of those around him. "I'm Gray Fullbuster," Gray introduced himself, extending his hand to shake Izuku's. However, the moment their hands made contact, Gray sensed something unusual. Typically, due to his ice magic, his body was always cold, and whenever he touched a person, they would either recoil from the coldness or display discomfort. But with Izuku, Gray didn't sense any of those reactions. Instead, he felt a warm sensation spreading through his body from the contact, a stark contrast to his icy nature. "You don't have to call me Miss, just Levi, and this is Jed and Droy," Levi replied with a smile, gesturing towards her teammates, Jed and Droy, who returned the smile but exchanged subtle glares in the process. Izuku returned the smile to Levi before his gaze shifted to the rest of the guild members, who were still introducing themselves. However, his eyes eventually fell upon the brunette sitting at the bar, who met his gaze with a friendly smile. She stood out with her tall and slender figure, her sun-kissed tan skin accentuating her features. Her brown hair flowed gracefully down to her mid-back, framing her face with two shoulder-length strands. Notably, a distinct fringe adorned her forehead, adding a touch of allure to her appearance. Her eyes, adorned with long lashes, sparkled with curiosity. Her captivating figure boasted ample curves, with well-endowed breasts and shapely hips that accentuated her femininity. On her lower left abdomen, just above her hips, proudly rested the black fairy tale emblem. Her choice of attire certainly caught Izuku's attention, causing a slight blush to rise to his cheeks. However, he quickly composed himself before anyone could take notice. She sported a light blue bikini top that accentuated her curves, revealing a hint of allure. Her capri pants added a touch to her theme. Around her waist, a light belt loosely hugged her figure, completing her unique and eye-catching outfit. Kana Alberona, she introduced herself with a cheerful tone, raising her mug and swiftly downing its contents. Izuku couldn't help but smile in response. He had learned during his travels that drinking was a common and accepted practice here, even from a young age, so it was no surprise to see Kana indulging in a drink. Mira spoke up once more. Her words carried a hint of concern for Izuku's well-being. Now, he must have had a long journey, everyone. Let's save the rest of our questions for tomorrow, all right? Mira's sweet smile graced her face, but there was a glint in her eyes that caught the attention of everyone present. Sensing the sudden shift in Mira's demeanor, the guild members quickly stepped back, a mixture of amusement and caution evident on their faces. It seemed as though beneath Mira's beautiful exterior, there lay a hidden intensity, like a dormant demon ready to awaken. "See you tomorrow, man," Gray exclaimed, giving a friendly wave to Izuku before he swiftly plunged back into the fray, landing a powerful punch on Natsu and sending him soaring to a distant corner of the guild. The familiar sight of guild members engaging in lively brawls and laughter resumed, creating an atmosphere of home. The guild gradually emptied out as members went their separate ways for the night. Only a few individuals remained, either engrossed in their tasks or enjoying a meal. Izuku sat quietly, lost in his thoughts. Mira, busy cleaning plates behind the bar, noticed Izuku's pensive expression and approached him. "So Izuku, do you have a place to stay for the night?" she asked gently. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized he hadn't made any arrangements. He mentally berated himself for overlooking such an important detail. He glanced down at his attire, realizing he didn't have enough jewels to rent a room. His mind raced for a solution. He considered the option of finding a spot in the forest to set up a makeshift camp like usual. He did that before arriving here and having gained few jewels. Mira noticed Izuku's actions and concluded that he didn't have a place to stay for the night. Concerned for his well-being, she made a decision to provide him with a room within the guild. "Don't worry, Izuku, we have a few spare rooms upstairs. You can stay here until you find a place of your own," Mira offered, her voice filled with warmth and kindness. She smiled at him, assuring him that he was welcome. A genuine sense of gratitude washed over Izuku as he expressed his heartfelt thanks. "Thank you very much, Mira. I truly appreciate your help." Feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards Mira for her generosity, Izuku nodded appreciatively. He was genuinely thankful for all that she had done for him, from cooking meals to providing him with a place to sleep. Mira waved off his gratitude, her smile widening. "No need to thank me, Izuku. It's my pleasure to help. Now, come on, I'll show you to your room." Izuku followed Mira down the corridor, his curiosity piqued as they made their way to his temporary abode for the night. After a brief walk, they reached a corner of the guild where Mira stopped, indicating that they had arrived. "Here we are," Mira exclaimed with a warm smile, opening the door to the room and inviting Izuku inside. As he stepped into the room, Izuku's eyes quickly took in the simple yet cozy space. It was a modest room, designed to accommodate a single person. A comfortable bed occupied one corner, neatly made with fresh sheets and pillows. Across from the bed, there was a small table and a chair, creating a peaceful spot for reflection or study. The room was softly lit by gentle lamps, creating a pleasant ambiance. Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards Mira for providing him with such a comfortable and inviting space. It was a room where he could rest after his long journey. "Thank you, Mira. This room is perfect," Izuku expressed his appreciation sincerely, his eyes shining with gratitude. Myra's smile widened as she nodded in response. I'm glad you like it, Izuku. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. Make yourself at home. Mira waited patiently until Izuku settled into the bed, her sense of duty as a barmaid prompting her to ensure his comfort. Though Izuku assured her it wasn't necessary, she insisted, wanting to fulfill her responsibilities towards the guild and its members. Izuku couldn't help but feel a slight curiosity about Myra's role within the guild. After all, Master had mentioned that she was one of the strongest members. It seemed intriguing that someone with such power would choose to work as a barmaid. However, exhaustion soon overtook him, and he decided to set aside his ponderings for later. Right now, he needed rest. Good night, Mira, Izuku uttered softly as she prepared to leave the room, gratitude lacing his words. Mira turned to him with a warm smile before stepping out. Good night, Izuku. I'll see you tomorrow, she replied, her voice gentle and soothing. As she closed the door behind her, she whispered, sweet dreams. The room embraced Izuku with its peaceful atmosphere, and a content smile formed on his lips. He nestled his head on the cool pillow, feeling the weight of the day's events slowly melt away. With a sense of belonging and gratitude filling his heart, he closed his eyes, surrendering to the embrace of a serene and restful slumber. Izuku slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shifting upward to meet the warm, wooden ceiling of his room. The soft morning light filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow upon him. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, a smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he gradually recognized his surroundings, a warm room that had replaced the familiar forest. Throwing off the blanket, Izuku sat up, his senses coming alive as he took in the room. Hope everything goes good today. Standing on his feet, he stretched, relishing the satisfying pops and cracks that echoed through the room. The mirror in a corner of the room caught his eye, and he couldn't resist stealing a glance at his reflection. Shirtless, he observed the changes that his time with Elysia had brought about. His physique had transformed, his body now taller and more muscular, a testament to the growth he had undergone. Chuckling to himself at the sight, Izuku ran a hand through his unruly hair before letting out a contented sigh. Today was a special day, a new chapter in his life awaited him. It was his first day in the new guild, and the excitement coursing through his veins was palpable. Izuku's eyes flickered to the clock, its hands pointing to 6:30 a.m. The day was only just beginning, and a glance outside revealed a clear sky, promising a sunny day, a weather he cherished. After a refreshing cold shower, Izuku dressed in the clothes he had worn the night before, opting to forego the cloak this time. By 7 a.m., he made his way down to the bustling main guild hall. The enticing aroma of breakfast filled the air, teasing his senses. Curiosity piqued, Izuku pondered aloud, who else could be here this early? Following his nose, he ventured toward the source of the mouthwatering scent, leading him to the bar area. Hello. A gentle rustling sound revealed the appearance of a familiar silver-haired mage, emerging from the kitchen. A bright smile lit up Mirajan's face as she spotted Izuku. Oh, Izuku, you're awake, she greeted him warmly. Yeah, good morning, Mira, Izuku replied, his smile carrying a hint of awkwardness. Conversing with girls, especially one-on-one, was still an area where he felt uncertain and inexperienced. If you don't mind me asking, what are you up to this early in the morning? Izuku inquired, hoping to strike up a conversation. Mirajan's smile remained undiminished as she reassured him, oh, nothing like that. I was just making some coffee and breakfast. Would you like some? Sure, Izuku replied. He walked over to her side, joining her in the kitchen. Upon entering, Izuku's eyes widened at the sight before him, the spread of delectable breakfast options that adorned the kitchen. The tantalizing aroma filled the room, making his stomach growl in anticipation. His eyes widened with delight at the sight that greeted him, a traditional Japanese breakfast spread laid out on the counter. A steaming bowl of miso soup, its aroma wafting through the air. Beside it rested a small plate of pickled vegetables. A delicate serving of grilled fish, perfectly seasoned, graced another plate. And to complete the breakfast, a bowl of fluffy white rice sat patiently, waiting to be savored. Izuku's mouth watered at the sight, his excitement growing with each passing moment. Wow, this looks amazing, Izuku exclaimed, a mix of gratitude and enthusiasm coloring his words. Miragen's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded in response. "You're very welcome, Izuku. I'm glad you like it. Now, wait just a moment. I will prepare another plate for you." As Miragen busied herself preparing another plate for Izuku, he took a seat at the table and patiently awaited for her return. In the comfortable atmosphere of the kitchen, he couldn't help but feel a sense of peace wash over him. The alluring aroma of coffee mingled with the comforting sounds of Miragen's culinary expertise enveloped the space. It felt like home. Lost in his thoughts, Izuku found himself transported back to his childhood days. Memories of sitting at the table with his parents, sharing meals filled with laughter and joy, flooded his mind. Those were better times, and soon everything changed and that simple happiness was plucked out from his life. Unbeknownst to him, Miragen returned with a new plate, setting it down in front of him. Taking her place opposite him, she noticed his introspective state and playfully waved her hand in front of his face. "You there, Izuku?" Miragen's voice rang out, her smile accompanied by a subtle tilt of her head. Startled from his musings, Izuku blinked and refocused his attention. "Oh, sorry, I was just lost in thought. This smells amazing, Mira," he praised the food, offering his apologies. "Well, thank you for the compliment. Now, let's eat," Miragen replied, her voice warm and inviting. With a shared understanding, they both bowed their heads, uttering a heartfelt "Itadakimasu," before delving into the feast before them. "So, did you get a good sleep last night?" Mira initiated the conversation, curiosity evident in her voice. "I did," Izuku replied, savoring the taste of his food before continuing. "It's been a while since I've slept so comfortably, so I fell asleep pretty quickly." "A while? Where did you sleep before?" Mira's forehead wrinkled with concern as she took a bite from her plate. Izuku paused for a moment, contemplating his response, before answering, "Well, mostly in trees and sometimes caves. I didn't have enough jewels to afford proper accommodations few times. But camping out never bothered me. I actually enjoy it." Mira's expression softened as she listened to his explanation. "Well, now you have a room here. So, sleep well from now on." "Thank you, Mira," Izuku expressed his gratitude with a warm smile, taking a sip of his coffee. So what's your first impression of Fairy Tail?" Mira inquired, her eyes sparkling with the same curiosity. Izuku appeared briefly surprised by the question before he immersed himself in thought. While he didn't yet know everyone in the guild well, he couldn't deny the genuine care and kindness he had felt from those he had encountered the previous day. It certainly had left a lasting impression on him. With a gentle smile, he opened his eyes and replied. "It feels like home." Izuku's voice carried a note of tranquility and fondness. In that moment, he realized that Fairy Tail had already begun to weave its magic around him, offering a sense of belonging and acceptance he had longed for. Mira's own smile widened at his response, mirroring the sentiment. However, a mischievous glimmer danced in her eyes. "That's good to hear," she replied, her tone laced with playfulness. Then, Mira's devilish smile deepened as she posed her next question. Then what would you say about the girls?" Izuku's reaction was immediate, causing him to choke on his eggs. His eyes widened, his face turning a shade of crimson, and he quickly averted his gaze, attempting to hide his flustered state. Mira couldn't help but giggle at his reaction, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Wait, what?" Izuku stammered, his voice betraying his embarrassment. He turned his head to the side, hoping to conceal the blush that had spread across his cheeks. Yet, Mira persisted, her mischievous smile undeterred. Izuku's mind raced, his heart pounding in his chest. The sudden topic had caught him off guard, leaving him fumbling for words. Before Izuku could respond to Mira's persistence, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a loud crash and bang that echoed through the guild hall. Both of them turned their attention towards the source of the commotion, their senses on high alert. Izuku honed his hearing, picking up a bunch of voices amidst the loud noise. Some were familiar, belonging to the guild members he had encountered the previous day, while others were new to his ears. Laughter and the shuffling of objects filled the air, indicating the boisterous nature of the gathering. Mira let out a weary sigh, her exasperation evident. "That's probably someone from our guild. They must have started a guild brawl again. They do that often. Izuku nodded in understanding, his senses still attuned to the sounds resonating throughout the guild hall. As he finished the last bites of his food and took a final sip of his coffee, he silently expressed gratitude that Mira had momentarily forgotten about her earlier question. Finishing his breakfast alongside Mira, Izuku made his way out of the kitchen and into the bustling guild hall, only to be greeted by a scene that mirrored Mira's earlier prediction. As he stepped into the midst of the guild, his eyes widened at the chaotic spectacle unfolding before him. Natsu and Gray seemed to be engaged in a heated battle, exchanging blows and sending guild members tumbling in their wake. The scattered bodies of unconscious individuals served as a testament to their clash. In another corner, Jet and Droy locked horns, their head-on collision echoing through the hall, while Levi desperately attempted to intervene. Not far from them, Mikao and Wakaba threw punches with fervor, their disagreement escalating into a full-blown fistfight. A myriad of other guild members, each with their own disputes or displays of strength, scattered across the hall, creating a commotion. Some members sat at their tables, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around them, carrying on with their daily routines as if this were a normal morning occurrence. With a sweat drop, Izuku couldn't help but marvel at the unconventional normalcy within Fairy Tail. It seemed that nobody attempted to halt the brawls or even batted an eye at the ongoing madness. Instead, it was embraced as part of the guild's spirited nature. Shaking his head in a mixture of disbelief and amusement, Izuku navigated through the chaos, determined to find a place to sit peacefully in this lively guild. As the guild hall reverberated with the chaotic brawl and the lively atmosphere, a sudden crashing sound shattered the commotion. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where a purple-haired girl burst into the guild, breathless and frantic. It was Lackey, if Izuku remembered her name correctly. Urza's back. The words hung in the air, instantly seizing the attention of every guild member. A hushed silence descended upon the hall, so profound that Izuku was able to hear the faint heartbeats of few members near him, with his enhanced hearing. However, the stillness was again abruptly shattered as the guild erupted into a frenzy of activity. Expressions of shock and panic swept across the faces of the guild members, their voices filled with a mixture of fear and urgency. "Oh, shit, Urza is coming. Everybody run. Save yourselves." Caught in the whirlwind of confusion, Izuku couldn't help but be bemused by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Questions flooded his mind as he observed the frenzy unfolding before him. Who was this Urza, and why did her return evoke such fear and urgency among the guild members? It was baffling to witness the guild members, who had been unaffected by the earlier brawls, now scrambling to restore order and flee. Amusement and curiosity mingled within Izuku as he stood at the middle of it, trying to make sense of the situation. As the guild members dashed about in a frantic frenzy, Izuku's attention was suddenly drawn to the boot sound that was marching towards the guild, and the large shadow stretching across the floor. He turned his head, following the elongated silhouette until his gaze settled on the entrance of the guild. The moment the door swung open, the guild fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the soft gasps of anticipation. There she stood, bathed in the warm sunlight that filtered through the entrance, a young woman of captivating beauty. Long strands of scarlet hair cascaded down her back, dancing in the gentle breeze, while her chocolate brown eyes shimmered with an intense determination. Diamond-shaped earrings adorned her ears, adding a touch of elegance to her fierce countenance. Her form exuded confidence, her well-toned and athletic physique yet voluptuous figure adorned in a resplendent steel armor, with a prominent cross symbol across the breastplate. A flowing blue skirt graced her mid-thighs, revealing the length of her long, slender legs, which were gracefully encased in black boots. As Urza Scarlet made her grand entrance into the guild hall, a wave of awe washed over Izuku, leaving him entranced by her mesmerizing beauty. Time seemed to stand still as he beheld her with wide eyes, his heart quickening in response to the sight before him. It was as if she had stepped straight out of a dream, an angel incarnate. Her ethereal beauty, enhanced by the rays of sunlight that danced upon her scarlet hair, left him momentarily speechless. Scarlet hair, the same color of Elsaia's eyes. It reminded him of the warmth and affection that filled those magical scarlet eyes. It was as if she possessed an otherworldly charm that captivated him. Her chocolate brown eyes, filled with determination, held a magnetic power, drawing him deeper into their depths. "I have returned," spoke the Scarlet Beauty, her voice resonating with a commanding presence that could send shivers down anyone's spine. The sound of her voice snapped Izuku out of his trance, and his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He hastily averted his gaze, hoping that no one had noticed his prolonged stare. The last thing he wanted was to be labeled as a creep by his new guild members. "Welcome back, Urza," Mira exclaimed, her voice devoid of the apprehension that others often displayed. "How did the mission go?" "Easily, Mira. The villagers even presented me with this horn as a token of their gratitude for completing the mission. It's not disturbing anyone, is it?" Urza responded, her tone implying that she expected no objections. She cast a discerning gaze around the guild hall, as if daring anyone to oppose her. Without missing a beat, the entire guild responded in unison, their voices resolute and synchronized. "No, ma'am. I see. Anyway, I have heard rumors during my absence about how Fairy Tail has been causing trouble. While Master might forgive you all, I will not." Urza's intense glare swept across the entire guild, causing Izuku to catch a glimpse of Natsu momentarily squeaking like happy. With her stern expression firmly in place, Urza began her scolding, addressing each member's misbehavior in turn. "Elfman, how could you attack your own client? That goes against everything we stand for. Wakaba, your careless habit of dropping ashes everywhere is not only disrespectful but also hazardous. Nab, quit wasting time staring at the request board and start taking on a job already. We have a responsibility to fulfill." Her admonishment continued, each reprimand delivered with a sternness that left no room for excuses. Izuku observed with a mixture of amusement and alarm, thankful that he had managed to avoid her burning glare for now. Mira, too, seemed to have escaped the brunt of her scolding. "You are all so troublesome." Urza's exasperation was visible as she pinched the bridge of her nose, her voice laced with a tinge of resignation. "Anyway, I will refrain from further lectures for today." Izuku couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her statement. Despite claiming she wouldn't say anything more, he couldn't shake the feeling that her scolding had been more than enough to address their wayward behavior. Urza sighed, feeling the need to change her mood after the chaotic scene in the guild. She decided to indulge in her favorite treat, the world's best dessert, strawberry cake. Making her way towards the bar, she couldn't help but notice Izuku standing there, his gaze fixed upon her. It was clear to Urza that he was a new face in the guild, and she felt compelled to approach him first. Unbeknownst to Izuku, Natsu and Gray, with visible worry on their faces, positioned themselves behind Urza, shaking their heads vigorously. Izuku couldn't comprehend their strange behavior until he realized that Urza had appeared in front of him, prompting him to snap out of his confusion. Izuku's nerves tingled as he met Urza's gaze, realizing that he was slightly taller than her. He couldn't help but look down at her face, his heart beating faster. "I don't think I have seen you here before. Who are you?" Urza asked him in a curious tone. I'm a new member of Fairy Tail. I actually joined just yesterday," Izuku replied, his voice betraying his nervousness as he attempted a smile. Urza took a moment to process his answer, her eyes showing a flicker of curiosity. Then, she recalled that she hadn't properly introduced herself. "Ah, how thoughtless of me. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Urza Scarlet," she said, extending her hand toward him, accompanied by a warm smile. Her smile looks so precious, Izuku's mind screamed. As Urza's gaze met Izuku's, he felt a surge of comfort wash over him. Her smile had a calming effect, dissolving his nervousness and allowing him to reciprocate the gesture with a smile of his own. Their hands met in a firm yet friendly handshake, solidifying their introduction. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Urza. I'm Izuku Blazeheart," he said with a hint of enthusiasm in his voice. Urza's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she repeated his name under her breath. "Izuku Blazeheart, what a peculiar name," she mused. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. Breaking the momentary silence, Urza resumed her confident stride towards the bar. "In any case, as a new member, feel free to come to me if you have any questions or need assistance. I'll be glad to help," she offered graciously. Izuku nodded gratefully, appreciating the support and guidance. "Thank you, Urza. I'll keep that in mind. Your help is greatly appreciated." With their brief exchange concluded, Urza continued on her way to her soulmate strawberry cake. Izuku's gaze shifted from the bustling guildhall to his table, deep in thought about what he should do next. Izuku glanced around the guildhall, noticing that Master was still sequestered in his office on the first floor, and Mira was occupied tending to the bar. He sighed, realizing that he couldn't seek their guidance or assistance at the moment. Feeling a bit at a loss, he leaned back in his chair and took a moment to gather his thoughts. A sigh escaped Izuku's lips as he pondered his options. Well, at least it's lively here, he murmured to himself. But I hope something interesting comes up soon. His musings were abruptly interrupted by a sudden bang on the table, causing him to jolt in surprise. Looking up, he was met with the sight of Natsu and Happy, the latter perched on Natsu's shoulder, both wearing eager grins. Izuku, I've been searching for you everywhere. It's time for our fight, Natsu declared enthusiastically, pointing directly at him. Izuku blinked, realizing that he had completely forgotten about the fight he had promised Natsu. Ah, right, I completely forgot about our fight, he admitted, a tinge of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He mentally scolded himself for the oversight but quickly realized that this could be a good opportunity to bond with his fellow guild member and alleviate his boredom. Besides, declining the offer didn't seem like an option, given Natsu's enthusiastic demeanor. Sure, Natsu, I did promise you yesterday that we could have a fight. However, Izuku paused and scanned the guild, searching for a suitable location to spar without causing any damage. I don't want our fight to disrupt or destroy anything here. Do you happen to know a place where we can have our battle safely? Izuku was about to finish his question when Urza's voice interrupted their conversation. Natsu, did I overhear talk of a fight? Urza inquired, her gaze fixed on Natsu, who visibly trembled in fear. Izuku couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and caution toward Urza, first-hand seeing her formidable reputation within the guild. With her attention now directed at them, he knew it was important to address her inquiry respectfully and honestly. Yes, Urza, Natsu and I were indeed planning to engage in a friendly spar, Izuku replied, trying his best to maintain a composed demeanor in the presence of the renowned redhead. Urza's gaze shifted between Natsu and Izuku, her expression stern. Master stepped out of his office just as she voiced her concern. Don't worry, Urza, it's just a friendly spar between them. There's no need for alarm, he reassured her with a warm smile, his experienced eyes filled with trust. Urza's stern expression softened as she absorbed Makarov's words, and she nodded in acknowledgement. She trusted Master Makarov's judgment and knew that he wouldn't allow any unnecessary harm within the guild. Master Makarov then turned his attention to the two eager fighters before him. Why don't you boys have your match in the training grounds? It offers ample space for your battle, and you won't have to worry about causing any damage to the guild. Izuku looked at Natsu, seeking confirmation and guidance. Being new to the guild, he wasn't aware of all the facilities available. Natsu's enthusiastic nod assured him that the training grounds were indeed a suitable location. Training field behind the guild. Come and place your bets. It's Natsu versus the new member Izuku. WHO will emerge victorious. Kaina's voice boomed throughout the training grounds, drawing the attention of the guild members. She energetically placed a large basket in front of her to collect the bets, while a prominently displayed board showcased the names of the contenders. Izuku was seen doing small jumps, his limbs stretching and joints flexing in a series of fluid motions, loosening his muscles and warming up his body for the upcoming fight. Don't disappoint us, Natsu. I've got my money riding on you. Makao's voice boomed, his excitement echoing through the crowd of older members who had confidently bet in favor of Natsu. Confusion tugged at Izuku as he observed the enthusiastic atmosphere. He approached Kaina, his curiosity getting the better of him. Wait, what's all this about betting? He inquired, genuinely intrigued. Kaina flashed him a mischievous grin, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Ah, Izuku, it's a guild tradition. We love a good friendly competition, and what better way to amp up the stakes than with some good-natured betting? It adds an extra layer of excitement and anticipation to the fight. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. He hadn't realized that friendly spars were accompanied by wagers. Glancing at the board, he couldn't help but notice the lack of bets placed in his favor, which elicited a small sweat drop from him. Levi, known for her sensible nature, stepped forward with hands on her hips, disapproval evident in her voice. Kana, that's not something to boast about. Gambling shouldn't be encouraged. Kana tilted her head slightly, seemingly undeterred by Levi's comment. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she replied, but Levi, you can't deny that it's become a part of our guild's vibrant spirit. It's all in good fun, and even Urza herself has been known to join in the betting from time to time. That still doesn't make it right, Levi argued back, her voice filled with resignation. Anyways, Levi, who are you betting on? Kana asked, moving the basket closer to Levi. Levi sighed, before finally settling on a decision. My bet is on Izuku, Levi declared, confidently dropping her wad of cash into the basket. Her unexpected choice surprised everyone present, including Izuku and Natsu. Izuku's face gained a comical smile upon hearing Levi's words. It was a small gesture, but it meant a lot to him. Kana shrugged nonchalantly as she collected Levi's bet. That's fine. As long as you're sure about this. Levi, really, not that I'm saying the newbie is weak, but Natsu is crazy strong for his age. He can fight on par with Gray, remember? Wakaba expressed his disbelief, clarifying immediately that he didn't mean to imply Izuku was weak. It was simply that Natsu's strength was remarkable for someone his age. Levi nodded in acknowledgement of Natsu's strength. I know Natsu is strong, but we don't know much about the Izuku nor what he is capable of. Not to mention he mentioned he was lost magic user yesterday, and I want to take a chance on him. Besides, I have enough money for the month, even if I lose this bet, she replied, shrugging nonchalantly. Wakaba raised an eyebrow, seemingly convinced by Levi's explanation. Well, if you're that confident, then I won't argue with you. Just don't come crying to me when Natsu beats Izuku, he said with a playful smirk. Levi chuckled. I won't. I believe in Izuku, and I think he'll give Natsu a run for his money. With their friendly banter and differing opinions, the excitement in the Guildhall grew. With the bets closed and the anticipation in the air, the majority of the bets leaned in favor of Natsu, leaving only Levi to bet on Izuku's victory. The crowd gathered around, their eyes fixed on the two participants. Master Makarov cleared his throat, capturing everyone's attention. He made sure his voice carried the weight of authority as he addressed the fighters. I want you both to understand clearly that killing blows are strictly prohibited, he stated firmly, his gaze piercing. The fight will end if one of you admits defeat or is unable to continue. Is that clear? Natsu and Izuku nodded in unison, acknowledging the rules set by their guild master. They took their respective stances, facing each other with determination and focus. Then, fight, Master Makarov declared, swiftly bringing his arm down to signal the start of their duel. The atmosphere crackled with excitement as the clash between Natsu and Izuku began. Izuku and Natsu stood face to face, their eyes locked in determination. While Natsu exuded an exhilarating enthusiasm for the impending battle, Izuku approached the confrontation with a calculated focus, carefully analyzing his opponent. I still don't know about Natsu's magic. Judging by the substantial bets placed on him and the aura I sensed, he must possess a form of potent magic. I must maintain a defensive stance until he reveals his magical abilities, allowing me to strategize a suitable counterattack. From the very first lesson bestowed upon Izuku by Elysia, he learned that recklessly diving headfirst into combat often resulted in defeat. True victory required more than mere brute strength and raw power. The tension in the air reached its zenith as their master announced the commencement of the fight. Then, fight, the commanding voice boomed. In perfect synchrony, both combatants surged forward, their fists colliding with a force that unleashed to great impact. The ground quivered beneath them, cracking slightly under the immense pressure, even eliciting tremors around them. The impact of their collision sent both Izuku and Natsu reeling backward, momentarily staggered by the sheer force. However, before Izuku could even mount a counterattack, Natsu materialized in front of him in a blur of blinding speed, his leg poised to strike with ferocity, only to find empty air as Izuku swiftly evaded the incoming kick. Ducking under Natsu's attack, Izuku seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful uppercut that propelled Natsu skyward. With unwavering determination, Izuku leapt into the air, his gaze fixed on Natsu's ascending form. As he reached his airborne adversary, Izuku expertly seized Natsu's leg and executed a spin, adding rotational momentum before hurtling him away with controlled force. Natsu gracefully somersaulted in midair, landing on the ground with a controlled roll. Unyielding in his resolve, he charged once again, this time with even greater swiftness, his clenched fist aimed to strike Izuku square in the ribs. Yet, Izuku's defensive prowess shone through as he swiftly intercepted Natsu's punch, using his open palm to halt the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku swiftly twisted Natsu's hand, immobilizing him for a moment, before launching his own retaliatory punch. However, Natsu's instinctive reflexes kicked in just in time. He agilely sidestepped Izuku's incoming blow, gracefully evading his hold and creating some distance between them. With a newfound breather, Natsu assessed the situation, contemplating his next move. Without wasting a moment, Izuku propelled himself forward, taking the initiative this time. He surged ahead, aiming to strike Natsu with a powerful elbow thrust. Natsu met the challenge head-on, countering with his own formidable elbow strike, their combined strengths engaged in a struggle of raw power, neither willing to concede an inch. Breaking free from their intense struggle, Natsu initiated a swift spin kick aimed at Izuku, who swiftly ducked beneath the attack. Capitalizing on the opening, Izuku retaliated with a forceful knee strike to Natsu's gut, swiftly followed by a thunderous punch to his chest. Staggering backward, Natsu coughed slightly, the impact of the strikes resonating through his body. However, a glimmer of excitement flickered across his face, undeterred by the pain he felt. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself forward once again, aiming a punch directly at Izuku, who managed to evade the blow with nimble footwork. But Natsu anticipated this move, halting his punch midway and seamlessly transitioning into a swift leg swipe, catching Izuku off guard. As Natsu's leg connected with Izuku's, it swept the ground from beneath him, sending him sprawling down because of the sudden off-balance. Natsu used that opportunity as he added additional force to the fall by a strong punch. The force of Natsu's subsequent punch struck Izuku's stomach with a bone-jarring impact, driving him further into the ground and causing it to crack beneath the sheer force. Gasping for breath, Izuku found himself sprawled on his back, saliva escaping his lips. But his instincts kicked in as he quickly rolled to his side, evading another one of Natsu's incoming punch aimed at his face. Rising swiftly to his feet, a determined smile graced Izuku's features. Locked in a fierce gaze, Izuku and Natsu sized each other up, silence punctuating the air between them. In unison, they launched themselves forward, unleashing a barrage of fast punches. The sheer intensity of their blows created violent gusts of wind, the impact of each strike resonating through their bodies. Each punch connecting with a resounding thud. Engulfed in their furious exchange, their punches reverberated through the battlefield, mercilessly pounding the ground beneath them into a shattered mess, testament to the raw power each possessed. Amidst the chaotic dance of fists, Natsu's punch finally found its mark, striking Izuku's abdomen with an impactful blow that sent him staggering backward. Seizing the split-second advantage, Natsu swiftly launched a powerful roundhouse kick, aimed to bring Izuku crashing down. Yet, displaying his remarkable agility and quick thinking, Izuku swiftly crouched, evading the kick with a hair's breadth. Sensing an opportunity, he capitalized on Natsu's exposed knee, delivering a swift and precise jab that targeted the vulnerable joint. With every intention to exploit his advantage, Izuku followed up with a relentless barrage of jabs to Natsu's gut and chest, each blow infused with controlled strength. The culmination of the assault ended with a formidable uppercut, propelling Natsu skyward. As Natsu soared through the air, seemingly weightless for a fleeting moment, Izuku summoned his acrobatic prowess and unleashed a high, sweeping kick that found its mark squarely on Natsu's chin. The impact was palpable, causing Natsu to spit blood as his body hurtled backward, caught in a spiraling descent that brought him rolling across the ground. Natsu's grin persisted, even amidst the blood on his lips, as he rose to his feet. "You're good, man," he acknowledged, his words laced with admiration for his worthy opponent. Izuku's smile mirrored Natsu's, but his expression turned serious as a sudden blast of heat emanated from Natsu's body. The temperature in their vicinity soared abruptly, an indication of the imminent display of Natsu's magic. Wow, so this is his magic. Given the rapid increase in temperature, it must be some form of fire magic. Izuku's mind raced with analysis as he assumed a more focused stance, his countenance brimming with determination. In a blink of an eye, Natsu materialized before Izuku, catching him off guard and causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Quickly, Natsu launched his attack, thrusting his palm forward, aimed directly at Izuku's chest. Reacting with swiftness born from his training, Izuku swiftly brought his arms up, forming a defensive barrier to block Natsu's powerful strike. Still, the impact sent Izuku skidding back, his feet grinding against the ground, traversing a distance of 5 feet. As Izuku examined his hand, he noticed a tinge of purple discoloration spreading across his skin, a testament to Natsu's strength. Impressed yet undeterred, Izuku prepared to retaliate. Izuku propelled himself into the air, descending upon Natsu with a swift and forceful swing of his leg, attempting to deliver an axe kick. Natsu promptly raised both forearms, forming a defensive stance, successfully intercepting Izuku's descending strike. The impact reverberated through their bodies, causing the ground beneath them to shatter under the sheer force of their clash. As Natsu surged forward to counter, Izuku swiftly leapt back, putting some distance between them. However, there was no respite as Natsu continued his relentless assault, launching a furious flurry of punches and kicks toward Izuku. Each strike came with blistering speed, but Izuku's honed reflexes allowed him to parry or evade every incoming attack with calculated precision. Seizing an opportunity to counter, Izuku launched a swift and powerful kick aimed at Natsu. Yet, to his surprise, Natsu displayed exceptional agility and caught Izuku's leg mid-air, firmly gripping it within his grasp. Amidst the intense clash between Izuku and Natsu, the spectators in the stands were enthralled by the spectacle unfolding before them. Mako's eyes widened in awe as he exclaimed, "Holy crap, they're both going at it." Joining in the excitement, the crowd erupted in cheers, captivated by the display of power and skill. Wakaba, with a knowing smirk, acknowledged Izuku's impressive performance. The newbie seems strong. To fight on equal terms with Natsu is truly amazing, he remarked, his words laced with admiration. Meanwhile, a random member chimed in, observing, "But Natsu seems to have the upper hand." Engaged in lively discussion, the spectators fervently debated the outcome of the battle, each person offering their own perspective. Yet, it was the more experienced and perceptive individuals who discerned the subtle nuances and shifts within the fight. Master, Mira, Urza, Gray, and Levi, among others, honed their gaze on the combatants, their keen eyes capturing every detail. The rise in magicules and the heat emanating from Natsu's body did not go unnoticed. It was a telltale sign that Natsu had begun to tap into his magical prowess. On the other hand, Izuku lacked to show any signs of using his magic, which just cemented the fact that he is relying solely on his physical strength, a remarkable feat in itself to keep up with Natsu's magical abilities. The discerning observers recognized the distinction, realizing that this battle went beyond mere brute force, with Natsu employing his formidable fire magic while Izuku relied on his remarkable endurance and skill. With a quick punch, Natsu managed to send Izuku back, creating a brief distance between them. However, Izuku swiftly regained his composure. Like a rocket, he propelled himself forward once more, closing the gap between them. As Natsu lunged forward, aiming to strike Izuku with an dropkick kick aimed at his head, Izuku displayed his agility and evasive prowess. Springing into action, he executed a gravity-defying maneuver, leaping backward and twisting his body mid-air. The graceful twist allowed him to avoid Natsu's descending kick, leaving Natsu momentarily off balance as he landed. Capitalizing on the opening, Izuku's leg swept Natsu's. His foot connected with precision, crashing into Natsu's form, causing the fire mage's eyes to widen in surprise. The impact disrupted Natsu's balance, causing him to stumble and lose his footing. Sensing an opportunity, Izuku seized the moment, his instincts guiding him. He swiftly hunched himself, gathering force for his next move. With explosive power, he launched himself into the air, his body spinning to generate even more momentum. As he descended, his knees surged forward, his right knee striking Natsu's gut first, swiftly followed by his left knee. The weight of Izuku's descent added an extra surge of force to the blow, intensifying the impact. Natsu crashed hard into the ground, a spray of blood and saliva accompanying his descent. A cloud of dust billowed around them. Izuku's relentless assault continued as he pressed forward to unleash a punch to his opponent's face. However, to his astonishment, Natsu countered with a sudden burst of scorching fire, erupting from his mouth with a fierce roar that reverberated through the air. Fire Dragon's Roar. Caught off guard by the sudden eruption of flames, Izuku's eyes widened with a mixture of surprise and realization. As the searing flames of Natsu's breath attack surged towards him, Izuku's quick reflexes kicked into overdrive. With a nimble backflip, he contorted his body, narrowly evading the engulfing inferno. His eyes widened in astonishment at the immense power and ferocity of Natsu's attack. Fire Dragon's Roar. The words echoed in Izuku's mind, leaving him in a state of both shock and awe. As the fight between Izuku and Natsu raged on, the ever-cheerful Happy, perched atop a vantage point, observed the unfolding spectacle. With a playful grin and a fish clasped in his paw, he exclaimed, Natsu started to use his magic. Meanwhile, Levi, her anticipation reaching its peak, grew increasingly frustrated. She couldn't contain her impatience, her curiosity piqued by the absence of Izuku's magic. But why isn't Izuku using his magic? She whined, her voice tinged with irritation. Levi had eagerly anticipated witnessing Izuku's magical abilities, having eagerly awaited their unveiling since the previous day. In fact, she had even placed her bets on him, adding an additional layer of investment in seeing his powers firsthand. Levi's desire to witness Izuku's magic was shared by others in the crowd, as whispers and murmurs circulated among the spectators. A dirty blonde-haired man, his face contorted with an ugly smirk, couldn't resist taking a jab at Izuku's apparent lack of magic. What do you mean? He surely seems to be using that already. He seems like the type to use some kind of C-grade strength magic and boast to everyone about lost magic, he sneered. His words elicited a range of reactions from the crowd: frowns, irritation, and even looks of disgust directed at him. Even the esteemed master of the guild narrowed his eyes in disapproval at his second grandson. Mira, the one who knew Izuku the most, glared fiercely at the blonde who dared to label Izuku as a loser. Hyuya, how many times have I told you not to insult other mages? Do you require punishment? Urza's voice rang out, laced with anger and a commanding presence that made those near her instinctively take a step back. Yeah, that's not manly at all. Elfman chimed in with an unexpectedly high-pitched voice, expressing his dissatisfaction with the blonde's disrespectful comment. Fine, Urza, sorry, Hyuya grumbled, his annoyance evident as he was called out for his inappropriate behavior. While some spectators entertained the idea that the blonde might be onto something, Makarov, the wise and experienced guild master, knew better. He could sense the absence of mana from Izuku, indicating that the young man had yet to tap into his magical potential. However, this realization only deepened Makarov's admiration for Izuku's incredible strength. To keep up with Natsu without relying on any magic was a testament to Izuku's extraordinary abilities. Makarov couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer determination and prowess displayed by the young mage. I just hope he isn't as destructive as some of the others, Makarov thought, a touch of comedic tears welling up in his eyes as he imagined the countless instances of destruction caused by his mages and the subsequent financial losses incurred to the guild. As Natsu rose to his feet, his body engulfed in vibrant orange flames, he couldn't help but admire Izuku's strength. A wide grin stretched across his face, his eyes shining with excitement. Man, you're one tough guy. It's been a while since I've been this fired up, Natsu exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, the flames dancing around him in a mesmerizing display. Meanwhile, Izuku's mind raced with thoughts, trying to make sense of Natsu's incredible abilities. Fire Dragon Roar. Could he be using a Slayer magic too? Izuku's thoughts swirled, his curiosity and astonishment growing with each passing moment. Without wasting a second, Natsu lunged forward once more, his speed now amplified to an even greater level. His fist was primed and ready to deliver a devastating blow. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, Natsu bellowed, propelling himself towards Izuku with unmatched force. Reacting with lightning-fast reflexes, Izuku managed to evade the punch, narrowly rolling out of harm's way. As he glanced back at the spot where he had previously stood, his eyes widened in astonishment. The dust settled, revealing a small crater left in the ground displaying the sheer power behind Natsu's attack. Izuku's gaze locked onto Natsu, a mix of amazement and shock painted across his face. "Oh my god," he shouted. "Fire dragon, again. That means he must be a dragon slayer. His magic must possess even greater strength at its core." As Natsu charged forward, his right arm pulled back, ready to unleash his devastating, fire dragon's wing attack. Izuku's keen observation skills came into play. Anticipating Natsu's move, he leapt into the air, executing a graceful flip that propelled him above Natsu's attack. Landing behind his fiery opponent, Izuku swiftly twirled, preparing to strike with a powerful right hook. However, Natsu proved to be as agile as he was formidable. With a quick sidestep, he evaded Izuku's punch, leaving him momentarily open to attack. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Natsu swiftly extended his leg, delivering a forceful kick to Izuku's gut. The impact sent Izuku sprawling several yards away, his feet scraping against the ground as he coughed, trying to regain his breath. His heightened senses allow him to react with fast reflexes, and his speed and strength have increased significantly since the beginning of the fight. But there's something unique about his fire magic, different from other mages, just like Elysia mentioned. But still, Izuku's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, his analytical nature kicking into overdrive. Without wasting a moment, Natsu pursued Izuku, his fiery aura intensifying. He launched himself into the air, his kick infused with the power of flames. With a resounding roar, he declared, "Fire Dragon's Claw." The scorching strike aimed to deliver a fierce blow to Izuku, who had just managed to regain his footing. As Natsu's fiery kick approached with formidable speed, Izuku's instinctual reflexes kicked in. With a swift motion, he crossed his arms in front of him, preparing to block the incoming strike. However, in a sudden twist of events, the air surrounding Izuku underwent a dramatic transformation as a small grin etched onto his face. In an instant, the temperature around him skyrocketed to scorching heights, creating an intense wave of heat that engulfed the area. The perspective shifted to the stands, where onlookers witnessed Natsu hurtling towards Izuku, his leg engulfed in swirling flames. Izuku valiantly attempted to block the attack, but the sheer force of Natsu's kick shattered his defense. In that moment, a startling turn of events unfolded, the kick triggering a colossal explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the area. The resulting smoke shrouded the scene, obscuring the aftermath from view. What happened? Happy's expression mirrored his perplexed thoughts as he gnawed on his fish, his eyes scanning the billowing smoke just as Natsu got launched back to a decent distance before skidding to a stop with a shocked and confused expression. Why did it suddenly erupt like that? And where did Izuku go? Jet's voice brimmed with concern as he strained to locate any sign of Izuku amidst the dense cloud of dust. Could it be that he got blown away by such a feeble kick? The dirty blonde's disdainful remark reflected his disbelief, as he casted a carefree glance at the lingering dust cloud. "Wait, look there." Max's voice echoed through the tense atmosphere as he pointed towards an empty space near Natsu. Everyone's attention shifted as they witnessed a peculiar phenomenon. The air in that area shimmered and distorted, creating a ripple-like effect. Before their eyes, the scene transformed as Izuku emerged from the shimmering layer of heated air, stepping into view looking completely unscathed. Natsu blinked, a mix of confusion and shock evident on his face, as Izuku seemingly materialized out of thin air. However, before he could fully process what had just happened, Izuku wasted no time in seizing the opportunity. As Natsu focused his gaze on Izuku's determined approach, a surge of anticipation coursed through his veins. Instinctively, he fortified his defenses, intertwining his arms in an X-shaped formation, prepared to shield himself from the impending attack. In a breathtaking display, Izuku's clenched fist radiated an intense heat, casting a luminous golden glow and golden flames that seemed to flicker and dance with unrestrained power. With flawless precision and impeccable technique, he unleashed a devastating right-hand cross. A crackling energy filled the air, electrifying the atmosphere as Izuku's fist collided with Natsu's forearm. Natsu's grin momentarily widened, as his defense was not broken. But that changed as a cataclysmic shockwave erupted suddenly, unleashing ripples that reverberated through his arms and the surrounding space. The sheer force behind the shockwave sent Natsu hurtling backward, suspended in midair. But still, fire is nothing compared to the might of the sun. Yet, Izuku's relentless assault showed no signs of stopping. His body moved with unparalleled speed, appearing to warp and materialize beside Natsu in the blink of an eye. Each new position he assumed marked the commencement of a barrage of blows, executed with unwavering accuracy. The impact of Izuku's strikes generated explosive shockwaves, propelling Natsu through the air around the training field, as if he were a mere ragdoll. The power behind every punch emanated a scorching heat, akin to the unbridled fury of the sun. The sheer intensity caused searing waves of heat to radiate outward, scorching marks seeping into the ground, a testament to the sudden appearance of shockwaves that materialized with each of Izuku's relentless strikes. "Holy, what in the world is happening?" Kana exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she watched the battle unfold. It didn't even look like a fight now, just a one-sided domination by Izuku over Natsu. "I can barely see anything," Elfman exclaimed, his voice filled with awe and shock as he watched the intense battle unfold before his eyes. The sheer power and speed displayed by Izuku had left him astounded, struggling to keep up with the lightning-fast movements. Gray, his jaw slightly agape, tried to process the incredible speed of Izuku's movements. He had always prided himself on his own speed and agility, but what he was witnessing now seems to be on a whole new level. He couldn't help but feel a mixture of admiration and a tinge of envy at the sight before him. Max couldn't hide his astonishment. "Natsu, he's being completely overwhelmed. And those shockwaves, they're so intense. How is Izuku producing them?" Wakaba, usually composed, found himself at a loss for words. "I've never seen anyone overpower Natsu like this. Izuku must be on an entirely different level." Levi furrowed her brow, deep in thought. "It's like Izuku is teleporting, but it's not conventional magic. There's something else at play here. And those explosions, could they be connected to the golden glow he had earlier? This is unlike any magic I've ever encountered." Urza's sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, searching for answers. She noticed the small energy blasts accompanying Izuku's apparent teleportation. It couldn't be pure teleportation magic. There was something more to it. And those explosions, they seemed to be tied to Izuku's movements. But her mind wasn't able to come up with a suitable answer that explained the questions she had. Mirajan wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling the intense heat radiating from the battle. She looked up at the sun, puzzled by the disparity between its normal warmth and the scorching heat surrounding them. There was an unseen source of heat, and it seemed to be connected to Izuku. The guild members exchanged bewildered glances, their minds grappling with the sheer magnitude and complexity of Izuku's magic. The battlefield was filled with confusion and wonder, mirroring their own astonishment. The dirty blonde stood there silently, his eyes a swirling mix of shock, distaste, and disdain. His lips curled into a sneer, the corners of his mouth twisting with a hint of contempt. He couldn't hide his disapproval and disbelief at the overwhelming display of power and speed demonstrated by Izuku. Master stood there in contemplation, his eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. The distortion of air by Izuku, the mysterious explosions. There was more to this fight than met the eye. The young mage possessed a multitude of powers, each more intriguing than the last. "Interesting," Master mused, his curiosity piqued as he witnessed the extraordinary display of magic and its enigmatic nature. Natsu felt his strength waning as he struggled to defend against Izuku's relentless assault. With each strike, he was blasted back, his body buckling under the sheer force of Izuku's punches and explosions. The ground trembled and cracked beneath them, unable to withstand the power unleashed in the impact of the punches. But then, something changed. Izuku gathered an immense amount of magical energy, his fist radiating the same dazzling golden glow but much brighter than before. The air crackled with anticipation as he positioned himself below Natsu, who was descending from the air. It was clear that Izuku was preparing for something extraordinary. And it was right. As Izuku's right fist connected with Natsu's gut the next moment, a resounding impact reverberated through the battlefield. The golden aura around his fist pulsed, and in a thunderous roar, he called out the name of his spell. Big bang! A surge of stored energy erupted from Izuku's punch, propelling Natsu into the air with incredible force. The laws of gravity seemed to defy themselves as Natsu soared, tearing through the air. The sheer power behind the blow left everyone in awe, their eyes widening at the sight before them. A series of shockwaves reverberated through the air, striking Natsu's body with unfathomable speed and power. The impact was like a relentless barrage, inflicting further damage upon his already battered form. Helpless against the force unleashed by Izuku, Natsu was sent hurtling through the training field, his body becoming a blur as he soared into the dense forest beyond. The sheer velocity of his flight caused the surrounding trees to tremble and snap like twigs in his wake. The once sturdy trunks groaned and cracked under the tremendous force of Natsu's collision, their branches trembling and leaves scattering in all directions. The forest bore witness to the destructive aftermath of the clash, as Natsu's body plowed through the dense vegetation, leaving a trail of destruction in his path. Gasps of astonishment escaped the onlookers as they watched the spectacle unfold. The sight of Natsu's unstoppable trajectory and the devastation he left in his wake left them in a state of disbelief. "He's a monster." Gray's words escaped his lips in a hushed tone, his voice filled with a mix of awe and disbelief. Sweat trickled down his forehead, a testament to the intensity of the battle unfolding before his eyes. The sheer magnitude of power displayed by Izuku left him with a sense of both admiration and unease. Levi, despite her shock, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement coursing through her veins. The discovery of a new type of magic, one that intrigued her curiosity, had ignited a spark of fascination within her. She yearned to delve deeper into its secrets, to understand its origins and capabilities. Mira stood frozen in place, her body covered in a thin sheen of sweat. Conflicting emotions surged within her as she watched the carnage unfold. On one hand, she couldn't deny the shiver that ran down her spine witnessing the sheer devastation. But on the other hand, an inappropriate and unwelcome sensation gripped her, leaving her grappling with a primal desire that she struggled to suppress. Urza's widened eyes betrayed a rare moment of concern as she witnessed the devastating punch that Natsu had endured. Though she knew Natsu's durability was unmatched, a flicker of worry for his well-being flickered within her heart. However, she quickly pushed aside those thoughts, reminding herself of Natsu's spirit. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but acknowledge the impressive display of power exhibited by Izuku, all while sensing that he still had more to unleash. Master's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the events unfolding on the battlefield. His keen perception allowed him to discern the multiple mini-explosions that erupted upon Natsu's body, a testament to the immense magical power wielded by Izuku. Such strength at such a young age surpassed mere respectability and entered the realm of sheer awe. In that moment, Master couldn't help but draw a comparison between Izuku and his own elder grandson, Laxus, recognizing that the young mage's raw power rivaled or perhaps even exceeded that of the lightning dragon slayer. Though he was impressed from the magnificent display of power, he also had a job to do. So he braced himself to address the conclusion of the battle. The sheer impact of Izuku's devastating blow left little doubt in his mind that Natsu was temporarily incapacitated. With a heavy heart, he prepared to make the official announcement, acknowledging the overwhelming power and skill displayed by Izuku, the victor of this fierce clash. Izuku's gaze remained fixated on the spot where his devastating punch had launched Natsu into the air. The weight of his actions bore down on him, evident in the furrowed brows and the tiny bead of sweat forming on his forehead. His eyes mirrored a complex mix of emotions, a swirling storm of concern and worry. He questioned the consequences of his unrestrained power. Had he gone too far? Had his excitement in fighting someone stronger for the first time since arriving to Earthland blinded him to the potential harm he could inflict? The fear of causing irreversible damage gnawed at his heart. He knew the intensity of their battle had escalated beyond his initial expectations, driven by a desire to prove himself and the intoxicating rush of adrenaline. But now, as the dust settled and the reality of the situation sank in, Izuku grappled with the consequences of his actions. His mind raced with thoughts of Natsu's well-being, the image of his opponent's burnt, bruised and battered body haunting his thoughts. The notion that he may have crossed a line, jeopardizing their mutual respect, weighed heavily on his conscience. His inner turmoil was interrupted by the voice of Master. "The battle is over. Izuku Blazeheart is the win." In the midst of Master's announcement, Izuku's sharp ears caught the sound of branches snapping and the faint rustle of movement. His eyes darted towards the source, and relief washed over him as he spotted Natsu emerging from the wreckage, albeit with a noticeable limp and bruises adorning his face and body. Natsu appeared to be standing, even if barely. His salmon hair disheveled with dirt appearing to be a brown color, his face stuck with small leaves from the bushes and tress, and his waistcoat burnt and torn, with his torso bruised, visibly containing black burnt spots result of the explosions. His iconic scarf was the only thing that appeared to be unscathed from the attack. The sight of his opponent's injuries struck a chord within Izuku, his heart heavy with guilt and remorse. He had unleashed his power without restraint, oblivious to the potential harm it could cause. Natsu's determined expression, despite his obvious pain, did little to ease Izuku's troubled conscience. The Dragon Slayer's eyes locked with Izuku's, revealing a mix of exhaustion and determination. It was a silent acknowledgement, a recognition of strength between the two warriors. Without hesitation, Izuku started to approach Natsu, his concern etched across his features. "Natsu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go so far," he said earnestly, his voice filled with genuine remorse. "I let my excitement get the best of me. Are you okay?" Natsu didn't respond to that. Instead he started accumulating his flames into his mouth, leaning back in preparation for a final attack. Natsu's determination burned brightly in his eyes as he ignored the pain and injuries that marred his body. He could feel the heat building up within him, a familiar energy coursing through his veins. Flames danced around his mouth, growing in intensity as he channeled his magic into his mouth, gathering the fiery power for one last, desperate assault. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Natsu's unwavering determination to continue their fight. His gaze shifted to Master, silently pleading for him to intervene and bring an end to their intense spar. However, Master's sigh and disapproving shake of the head conveyed that this clash would continue. A surge of magicules filled the air, signaling Natsu's preparation for a powerful roar attack. Izuku's heart raced, realizing the impending danger. He could finish this pointless battle now, by knocking out Natsu, which would be a good call since it would not damage Natsu any further. But he could not just ignore the fighting spirit of Natsu like that. He was still standing and giving his best. So he steeled his mind, choosing to honor his opponent's fighting spirit. He acknowledged Natsu as a truly formidable dragon slayer, worthy of his respect. With resolve burning in his own eyes, Izuku gathered Ethernano within his mouth, charging his own devastating counter-breath attack. The air crackled with anticipation as both fighters readied themselves for a climactic clash. In a final thunderous roar, Crimson Lotus, Fire Dragon's roar, Natsu unleashed a massive, destructive blast of scorching fire towards Izuku. The sheer heat of the flames caused the ground beneath them to melt, leaving a trail of molten destruction in its wake. Not one to back down, Izuku's mouth opened wide, radiating the same golden glow that had marked his previous attacks. With an unrestrained scream, he launched his own fierce assault, unleashing a concentrated burst of fiery energy of heat and light towards Natsu. Sun Phoenix's scream. The collision of their powers created a dazzling display of flames, engulfing the battlefield in a tempest of heat and power and blinding everyone present in the stands. As the explosion erupted in a blinding display of light, the guild members instinctively shielded their eyes, their bodies trembling from the sheer force that radiated from the clash. The impact of the explosion caused them to stagger backward, struggling to maintain their balance amidst the chaos. A wave of heat washed over them, causing the water from their skins and atmosphere to evaporate. The atmosphere appeared to be a heat haze, leaving them in awe of the immense power unleashed in the battlefield. Urza and Mira strained their eyes, desperately trying to catch glimpses of the unfolding events amidst the blinding aftermath of smoke and dust. Through their trained eyes, they managed to make out fragments of the scene, their hearts pounding with anticipation. But it was Master who held the clearest view, his experienced eyes piercing through the chaos. He witnessed the clash of elements, one overwhelming the other with remarkable ease. Izuku's breath surged forward, tearing through Natsu's fiery roar and making direct contact with its intended target. A moment of silence fell over the battlefield as the dust settled and the echoes of the clash faded away. The guild members held their breath, their eyes locked on the scene before them, waiting for the outcome of this monumental clash between the two. The dust cleared and the clear view of Natsu's body falling forward limply with burns all over his body was visible to everyone. As Natsu's body grew limp and his consciousness started to fade, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. I gave it my all," Natsu's inner voice whispered, a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction coloring his fading consciousness. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe for the power he had just witnessed, even in defeat. "Izuku, you're something else," Natsu acknowledged, a hint of admiration lacing his final thoughts. Despite the pain and defeat, he found solace in knowing that he had faced an opponent who pushed him to his limits. With a final exhale, Natsu's mind grew hazy, the world around him fading into darkness as he surrendered to the embrace of unconsciousness and fell forward with a resounding thud. All the guild members were silent, shock evident on their faces, not able to believe the sight they were witnessing. Makarov's voice reverberated through the air, dissipating the lingering tension. The guild members turned their attention to the battlefield, where Izuku stood amidst a shattered and burnt ground, a wave of heat and light surrounding him. "The fight is over, and the victor is Izuku Blazeheart," Makarov declared, his words resonating with a mix of admiration and astonishment. After the fight, inside the guild hall, medical bay. After gently placing Natsu on the medical bed, Izuku turned to the guild nurse, Shizune, with a flicker of worry and concern in his eyes. "Shizune-san, may I request permission to offer some assistance to Natsu?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of worry. Shizune hesitated, her confusion evident, but ultimately gave a hesitant nod, unsure of what Izuku had in mind. Approaching Natsu's side, Izuku positioned his hands just above the wounds, his gaze fixed on the injured body. Sensing Shizune's lingering concern, he softly requested, "Shizune-san, would you mind drawing back the curtain, allowing sunlight to enter the room?" Perplexed but willing to comply, Shizune slowly pulled back the curtain, allowing a gentle stream of sunlight to filter into the space. As the golden rays danced across the room, Izuku nodded his head and began his work. Closing his eyes and whispering something under his breath, Izuku's hand became enveloped in the same luminous golden glow. The ethereal light emanating from his hand flowed with a serene grace, delicately caressing Natsu's wounds. Shizune stood in awe, captivated by the enchanting spectacle unfolding before her. She watched, her concerns momentarily overshadowed by a sense of wonder, as the golden energy continued to weave its way towards Natsu, bestowing a soothing warmth upon his injured body. As Shizune observed in astonishment, the burn wounds on Natsu's body started to undergo a remarkable transformation, gradually healing before her very eyes. She stood there, utterly shocked by the incredible display of Izuku's magical healing abilities. As he completed the mending process, Izuku turned around to face Shizune, a warm smile gracing his features as he gently patted Natsu's head. To his surprise, Izuku found himself met with the expression of a bewildered and impressed nurse. Shizune couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and bombarded him with a series of questions. "What just happened? How did you heal Natsu? And why did you ask me to move the curtain?" Caught off guard and feeling a bit flustered by the close proximity to a woman, Izuku let out a nervous laugh before gathering his thoughts to respond. "Well, you see, it's my magic. How do I explain this? I used the sunlight to enhance his immune function. Sunlight already grants everyone an enhanced immune function. I just used my magic to boost the effects of his immune system, stimulating the activity of immune cells such as macrophages and lymphocytes. Since these cells play a crucial role in identifying and eliminating damaged cells, a faster healing process is possible. I am not capable of healing others to your extent, of course. But I thought I can try to help this since it was my carelessness that harmed him this much," he explained, his voice carrying a mixture of pride and shyness. Shizune's eyes widened in amazement, her astonishment evident. She couldn't help but admire Izuku's remarkable abilities and the way he utilized sunlight for healing. "That's truly incredible," she exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine admiration. "I wouldn't believe the phenomenon you just explained if not for witnessing that through my own eyes, Izuku-san. But thank you for healing Natsu." Izuku nodded, a humble expression on his face. "It's the least I could do for a friend," he replied softly, appreciating Shizune's gratitude. "If there's anything else I can assist with, please don't hesitate to ask." With a newfound respect for Izuku's magical prowess, Shizune nodded and thanked him once again before turning her attention back to Natsu, who now lay peacefully, his injuries no longer a cause for concern. Curiosity getting the better of her, Shizune couldn't help but ask one more question, her voice laced with intrigue. "And what about you, Izuku-san? Can you heal yourself as well?" Izuku, still wearing his gentle smile, simply nodded in response. He didn't mention the extent of his regenerative skills though. With a wave of his hand as a silent farewell, Izuku gracefully exited the medical bay, the wooden doors swinging shut behind him. Shizune shook her head, muttering about the peculiar and unpredictable nature of the mages at Fairy Tail, before refocusing on her tasks at hand. The bustling atmosphere of the Guildhall beckoned, and she returned to her duties, carrying on with her work as she watched Natsu with a mix of relief and admiration. Natsu slept soundly in the comfort of the medical bed, basking in the gentle touch of sunlight that graced his features. A serene expression crossed his face, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if he was immersed in pleasant dreams. The room was filled with a calm ambiance, the golden hues of sunlight casting a warm glow that seemed to lend an air of healing and peace to the slumbering fire mage. Stepping out of the medical bay, Izuku couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling of being watched. A tinge of nervousness crept over him, urging him to keep moving without stopping. With a determined stride, he made his way directly to the guild's bustling bar. Taking a seat, Izuku beckoned a barmaid and ordered a drink, non-alcoholic, to quell his growing unease. Just as he settled in, Shizune emerged, announcing that Natsu was doing well and would likely awaken within a few minutes. Her words ignited a wave of joyous cheers that reverberated through the guild, reigniting the party atmosphere. Izuku couldn't help but sweat drop at their readiness to celebrate any occasion. However, his acute hearing caught fragments of conversations, some praising his strength, causing a slight blush to tint his cheeks. Being lauded by others, aside from Elysia, was still a relatively new experience for him. Yet, he also overheard some individuals expressing discontent over their lost bets, reminding him that not everyone found the situation amusing. As his drink arrived, Izuku paused his thoughts, opting to peacefully savor his beverage. However, he was abruptly interrupted. Crash! The sound of a falling chair pierced through the boisterous guild hall, cutting through the noise of the ongoing celebration. The resounding crash of a fallen chair echoed through the jubilant guild hall, momentarily silencing the revelry. All eyes turned towards the source of the disturbance, where a young man clad in an ornate suit of blue and gold armor stood, his disheveled blonde hair crowned by a golden tiara-like headpiece. His piercing blue eyes shimmered with a peculiar blend of astonishment and simmering resentment. What the hell? The newbie comes in and inflicts such severe harm on Natsu, all on his first day. And yet, you all have the audacity to cheer him on. Are we really going to accept such reckless behavior in our guild? He exclaimed, his voice tinged with an undercurrent of envy that he subtly masked. He could have easily ended the fight after beating Natsu, but no, he had to show off by rag-dolling Natsu's body and not to mention that unnecessary final attack, not caring about the consequences. Is that something we want to entertain here? The guild members exchanged uncertain glances, their previous merriment dampened by the master's younger grandson pointed words. Izuku felt his smile slowly fade as the weight of the blonde man's accusations settled upon him. He didn't want to be the object of hatred and disdain once again, especially not on his first day in a new guild. Memories of being ostracized in Aldera and the pain of being left alone resurfaced, causing his thoughts to spiral. Did I really make these people hate me so quickly? I don't want to go through that again. I don't want to be abandoned once more. I don't want. His racing thoughts abruptly halted as Gray's voice boomed above the noise of the crowd, interjecting into the heated discussion. I don't know where you've been, but Natsu was the one who initiated the challenge against Izuku. And let's not forget that Izuku stopped fighting as soon as he saw Natsu's condition. It was Natsu who refused to back down and insisted on continuing, Gray interjected, his voice filled with conviction. Gray's words hung in the air, resonating with the guild members who were witnessing the tense exchange. Some nodded in agreement, realizing the truth behind his words, while others mulled over the sequence of events that led to this moment. Kana chimed in, her voice cutting through the tension after downing a barrel full of beer. What Gray said is true, Kiyoya. And looks like you've forgotten your clothes again, Gray. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Gray's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily retrieved his fallen shorts from the ground and hastily pulled them back on. The brief interruption provided a momentary reprieve from the heated atmosphere. However, Kiyoya remained unmoved, his anger evident as he maintained his accusatory stare at Izuku. The tension in the guild hall remained palpable. But Kana, Gray, did you both take a look at Natsu's condition? He's badly beaten. Far beyond what one would expect from a friendly spar between guildmates. He's lying unconscious in the infirmary, and let's not forget about the burns he sustained. And all of this happened because of this guy? Kyuya's voice reverberated with anger, his finger thrusting accusatorily towards Izuku. The intensity of his gaze, coupled with the severity of his words, caused Izuku to teeter on the edge of a panic attack, his body trembling with overwhelming anxiety. The weight of the accusation pressed heavily upon him, amplifying the fear of once again being rejected and ostracized. Despite feeling more confident and stronger than before, interacting with people was still a relatively new experience for Izuku, and the fear of being disliked or expelled from the guild weighed heavily on his mind. He didn't want to be the target of hate once again. "Kyoya, that's an unnecessary thing to say," Kana interjected, her voice firm yet diplomatic. It was a duel, and both parties were well aware of the rules. No rules were violated during their fight. In fact, Izuku even gave Natsu an opportunity to back down, but Natsu chose to proceed. So let's not blow this out of proportion and create unnecessary drama. Kana's words were an attempt to defuse the tense situation and bring about a resolution. She disliked how Kyoya seemed determined to cast Izuku as the villain over a relatively minor incident. The master had found no fault with it, nor had anyone else in the guild, except for Kyoya. Before Kyoya could argue further, his voice was cut off by the commanding tone of Urza, who had been observing the unfolding scene. "Stop it, Kyoya. Didn't I warn you about this? Do not tarnish the guild's reputation in front of our new members. It was a fair duel. The master and I were present the entire time, and we saw no issues with it. So why are you trying to create problems where there are none? Do you want me to come and discipline you?" Urza's cold stare sent shivers down the spines of most guild members, causing some to gulp nervously and a few to seek refuge under their tables in fear. Kyoya's frown deepened as he heard Urza's words. He resented the fact that Izuku had become the center of attention in the guild, stealing his thunder. He was the grandson of Master, he was meant to be the hero, the renowned figure, not some unknown grade C mage who had suddenly appeared. He yearned to confront Izuku and put him in his place, but the fear of facing Urza's wrath deterred him. With a huff and a lingering glare directed at Izuku, Kyoya stormed out of the guild, followed by two girls in revealing dresses who appeared to be his companions. Even those girls cast spiteful glances at Izuku before reluctantly trailing after their leader. As the scene unfolded before his eyes, Izuku sat in stunned silence, tears welling up in his eyes. It was an overwhelming experience for him to witness people defending and taking his side for the first time. He had never felt such genuine support before, and it touched him deeply. Gratitude swelled within him, and he silently made a mental note to express his heartfelt thanks to those who had stood up for him when he felt so vulnerable. Observing the conversation and the impact it had on Izuku, Myra's frown deepened. She couldn't help but feel her anger rise at the baseless accusations thrown at Izuku. If Urza hadn't intervened, she would have stepped in herself. But for now, she had a different task at hand. Approaching Izuku with a determined stride, Mira spoke softly but with conviction. "Izuku, you did nothing wrong. You won the duel fair and square. There's no need to worry about unnecessary things. Besides, we're talking about Natsu here. He'll be up in a few minutes, ready to challenge you to another duel." Myra's smile radiated warmth and reassurance, causing Izuku's wavering smile to grow stronger. "Thank you, Mira," Izuku replied, his voice filled with gratitude as he took a deep breath, finding solace in her comforting words. "It's nothing. Also, don't take that guy seriously. He's just obsessed with becoming a self-proclaimed hero of the guild and building his harem, so he'll grasp at any opportunity to belittle others and feel superior. He's only even in the guild because of his connection to the master and his father," Mira remarked with an eye roll, conveying her disdain for Kyoya, before she walked away. Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of the word, hero. It had been a while since he had heard that term, and it stirred up some painful memories that he didn't want to dwell on and dampen his spirits. Determined to shake off the negativity, he cleared his mind and focused on savoring his drink finally. However, it was again interrupted by a voice from behind. Turning around, Izuku saw Levi approaching him, a satisfied expression on her face as she counted the huge amount of jewels she had won from the bet. He couldn't help but sweat drop at the sight of the considerable sum. Just how much money do these spend of bets? Izuku pondered, bemused by the sheer amount of jewels Levi carried. "Thank you so much, Izuku. I won a huge amount because of you." Levi expressed her gratitude as she took a seat next to him, clutching a bundle of jewels in her hand. You don't have anything to thank me for, Levi-san. I didn't even do anything to earn it, Izuku replied awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Nonsense, it's because you won that I earned this much. So, as a token of my appreciation, please accept this, Levi insisted, extending half of the jewels she had collected toward Izuku, who stared at them with wide eyes. What? I can't take that. It's yours, Levi-san, Izuku protested, shaking his head and declining the generous gesture. First, take this because I won't leave until you do, and second, just call me Levi. No need for formalities, Levi asserted with a stern expression and a hand on her hip. Izuku hesitated for a moment before finally accepting the money. Thank you so much, Levi-san. You're such a kind person, he expressed his gratitude as he gratefully received the jewels. Truthfully, he was in need of money as he didn't have a place to stay or enough funds to find one outside the guild. He had been considering asking the guild master for a job today to earn some money, so this unexpected gift would be a tremendous help. One Levi grinned excitedly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Oh, you don't have to thank me for that. Instead, can you tell me about your magic now? She opened a notebook and held a pen, ready to jot down the details. Izuku smiled warmly at Levi and nodded. Sure, Levi, ask me anything. Levi began with her first question, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Okay, first. Yesterday, you mentioned using lost magic, and today, during the fight, you displayed a breath attack that typically requires a counter spell on the user's body. Such spells are usually associated with slayers. Does that mean you use slayer magic? Izuku blinked in surprise, impressed by Levi's keen observations. She's quite perceptive. And was this how I liked back then? He nodded affirmatively and took a sip from his drink before responding. Yes, Levi, you're right. I do use slayer magic. Levi's eyes widened with excitement. That is awesome. That means you must be incredibly strong, exclaimed a slim young man with beige hair styled in a bowl undercut. Two large, straight bangs framed his face, partially covering it. He had dark eyes and thin eyebrows. It was Max Allure, who couldn't help but join the conversation. Nab chimed in, his excitement evident in his voice. You idiot, of course, he's strong. He defeated Natsu easily. But I thought so too. That's pretty neat. Thank you, Izuku replied, his smile warm and appreciative, before refocusing his attention on Levi. Levi continued with her next question, her curiosity piqued. That brings me to the next question. Which generation Dragon Slayer are you? Izuku chuckled, causing Levi to narrow her eyes in response. Care to tell me what's so funny? She asked, her tone sharp and slightly irritated. She didn't appreciate being laughed at regarding her notes. Oh, sorry Levi, Izuku quickly apologized, still chuckling. It's just, you think I'm a Dragon Slayer? His amusement was evident in his voice. Levi's expression turned questioning, her curiosity growing stronger. I do. Is there a problem with that? Izuku shook his head, his smile now mixed with a sense of pride. No, not like that, I promise. It's just, I don't use Dragon Slayer magic. I am not a Dragon Slayer. This revelation caught the attention of the entire guild, and even the master, who had entered the guild hall due to the sudden silence, a rare occurrence in itself. Levi looked at Izuku with curiosity, her eyes wide. Then what magic do you use? She asked, her voice filled with anticipation. Izuku met her gaze confidently, taking a moment to savor the attention in the room. I use Phoenix Slayer magic, he declared proudly, his words resonating throughout the guild hall. Izuku had taken Elysia's teachings to heart, embracing his own magic with unwavering pride. Levi asked, confused and shocked. Levi's question reverberated through the guild hall, causing a collective gasp of disbelief. All eyes were fixed on Izuku, filled with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. Even Urza, known for her composed demeanor, couldn't hide her shock as her spoon clattered against her plate, forgotten for the moment. The entire atmosphere had become charged with anticipation. The reason for their reaction was simple. While Slayer magic itself was considered extremely rare, Dragon Slayer magic was the only known variant. A select few had heard rumors of God Slayer magic, but Phoenix Slayer magic was entirely unheard of. What? That's impossible, exclaimed Alzak, his voice laced with disbelief. Vegeta shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. You don't have to lie to impress us. We already know you're strong. Elfman's booming voice joined the chorus of skepticism. That's not manly at all. Numerous protests and dismissive comments erupted from the guild members, much to the irritation of the older, wiser individuals who understood the value of listening before judging. Enough. Levy's voice sliced through the commotion, her anger temporarily overriding her typically soft-spoken nature. The room fell silent, everyone turning their attention towards her. The guild hall fell into a stunned silence as Levy's outburst quelled the protests and judgmental comments. All eyes were now on her, awaiting her next words. We didn't even hear him fully. So can you guys stop being fools and listen fully before you people begin to judge him? Levy's voice resonated with a mix of anger and frustration. She then turned her attention towards Izuku, a look of genuine apology in her eyes. I am really sorry, they all are idiots. Forgive them, and please explain whatever you meant. As the guild members fell into a hushed silence, Izuku sighed. He understood their skepticism and the rarity of his magic, but it still stung to be met with disbelief and accusations of falsehood. The weight of Elysia's words resonated within him. He was the first Phoenix Slayer in many generations, and that made his magic unfamiliar to most. Thank you, Levy. And I understand that it's hard to believe, Izuku began, his voice calm but firm. Phoenix Slayer magic is indeed rare and not widely known, much like Dragon Slayer magic. Heck, more so than Dragon Slayer magic. But I assure you, I speak the truth. He paused, searching the eyes of those gathered for any signs of understanding or acceptance. I know it might be difficult to accept something that goes against what you've known, but I stand before you as a living testament to the existence of Phoenix Slayer magic. I'm willing to answer the questions if it will help convince you. As Izuku spoke, the room remained silent, the skeptical expressions gradually giving way to curiosity and interest. The notion of a lesser-known Slayer magic intrigued them, and they began to consider the possibility of its existence. Levy, still by his side, gave him an encouraging nod, silently urging him to continue. Master, observing the situation with a thoughtful expression, finally spoke up. You are correct, Levy and Izuku. How many times have I reminded you all to exercise patience and listen fully before passing judgment? What he said is true. Phoenix magic does exist. Now, it's time to show some maturity and apologize to Izuku. Master's stern reprimand carried a touch of disappointment, resembling a parent scolding their children. The members stood there, feeling the weight of their hasty judgments and realizing the need for accountability. Elfman, his head hanging low, was the first to step forward and speak. I'm sorry, Izuku. I should have given you the benefit of the doubt. Please accept my sincere apology. His words were laced with genuine regret, and the other guild members soon followed suit, expressing their remorse and seeking forgiveness from Izuku. Izuku, appreciative of their humility, smiled warmly. Thank you all for your apologies. I understand that misunderstandings happen. So anyways, could you explain how it works, Izuku? Levy asked curiously. Sure. So, Phoenix magic is a caster-type lost magic and is considered one of the strongest styles of magic, although it isn't as potent as Dragon Slayer magic. My physiology underwent a remarkable change, aligning with the essence of a phoenix and granting me the status of a phoenix born. With this metamorphosis, my innate healing abilities were heightened to extraordinary levels, enabling swift regeneration and recovery from even the gravest of injuries. This does consume my mana greatly though. Izuku explained to Levy, who listened in awe. Levy's eyes widened with fascination. That's incredible, it also sounds interesting. Gray chimed in, impressed by the description. Being able to attack and heal yourself, that's a formidable combination. Urza, intrigued by the nature of Izuku's magic, posed her question from her spot at the bar. Can your magic be used to heal others as well? Izuku nodded his head to the question as he sipped his drink before answering. Yeah. But my healing abilities are limited compared to my self-healing abilities. And I need certain factors for healing others. Kana, with a curious expression, raised her own doubt. But if Phoenix magic is considered weaker than Dragon Slayer magic, how were you able to defeat Natsu? Makarov assumed the role of elucidating the matter at hand. With a calm yet authoritative voice, he addressed the members and shed light on the disparity between dragons and phoenixes. Dragons were widely regarded as more powerful beings, thanks to the impregnable defense provided by their formidable scales. Only Dragon Slayer magic and an ancient, forgotten magic had the potential to penetrate these scales. It was due to the inherent strength of dragons that their magic surpassed Phoenix Slayer magic in terms of raw power. As Makarov continued, he emphasized an important point: magical prowess and overall strength are different. Despite the might of one's magic, it does not necessarily equate to being the stronger individual. This statement puzzled some of the newer members, yet the majority of the guild's experienced mages comprehended the underlying truth. The guild hall buzzed with a mixture of understanding, contemplation, and further inquiries. Levy's curiosity sparked a string of questions, her voice filled with intrigue and a hint of disbelief. As she glanced at her notebook, she fired away with her inquiries, eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding Izuku's unique abilities. Next, what type of element do you even use? We can all see that ethereal golden glow emanating from you. One moment you're on one side, and the next moment you're suddenly teleported to the other side of the field. And those explosions, they were unlike anything I've ever witnessed in Natsu's fights. What kind of sorcery is Phoenix Slayer magic? How does it grant you such incredible capabilities? And the fact that you were able to burn Natsu, a fire dragon slayer mage himself. It's mind-boggling, considering he's supposedly immune to burn and fire attacks. Levy's words tumbled out in rapid succession, her genuine curiosity driving her quest for understanding. Izuku listened intently to Levy's barrage of questions, recognizing her genuine curiosity. With a calm and collected demeanor, he began addressing each inquiry one by one, shedding light on the mysteries of his Sun Phoenix Slayer magic. Firstly, the element I use is Sun Phoenix Slayer magic. That ethereal golden glow you saw emanating from me is the manifestation of solar energy harnessed through my magic. It grants me the power to compress and infuse this energy within my body. As for those teleportation, when I activate this ability, the solar energies surge through me, propelling me at an incredible velocity. It appears as though I teleport from one place to another due to the sheer speed involved. However, it's more like a rapid burst of movement rather than actual teleportation. The burst of noise and air disturbances you observe at the starting point of my movement is a result of the sudden release of solar energy. He paused briefly to ensure everyone was following along before continuing, addressing the topic of the explosive displays witnessed during his battles with Natsu. As for the explosions, they occurred because of the intense heat generated by my Phoenix Slayer magic combined with Natsu's fire magic and reacted. The solar particles within the heated environment underwent a rapid and explosive reaction, resulting in those magnificent displays of explosions. It's a combination of both our flames that creates such a formidable force. As Izuku concluded his detailed explanation of his Sun Phoenix Slayer magic, a mixture of shock and awe painted the faces of Levy, Urza, Master Makarov, Mirajan, and Gray. Their eyes widened with newfound understanding, as the magnitude of Izuku's abilities sank in. Levy's expression mirrored a blend of astonishment and admiration, realizing the true extent of Izuku's powers. Urza, known for her stoic composure, couldn't hide her surprise as a flicker of amazement crossed her features. Mirajan's eyes shimmered with a blend of astonishment and surprise hearing about the unique magic. Gray, usually nonchalant, found himself genuinely impressed, his eyebrows raised in recognition of the AWE-inspiring capabilities Izuku possessed. Amidst this group, however, there were some guild members who wore expressions of confusion, their brows furrowed as they struggled to grasp the complexities of Izuku's explanation, the concepts of solar energy manipulation and explosive reactions eluding their comprehension. Mira, intrigued by Izuku's explanation of his Sun Phoenix Slayer magic, persisted with her questions. Izuku, you explained the teleportation-like movement and those explosions, but what about the fact that you were able to burn Natsu, a fire dragon slayer himself? She inquired, her curiosity still lingering. The other guild members also looked on, eager to hear Izuku's response, as they too were intrigued by these extraordinary feats. Izuku took a moment to collect his thoughts, savoring his drink before continuing. Burning Natsu, it wasn't my intention to cause him such severe burns. It happened due to a combination of factors, including the intense atmosphere and Natsu's own fiery spirit, he explained. As for how, well, Sun Phoenix Slayer magic is not just about harnessing stronger flames. The sun encompasses more than mere fire, such as photons, heat, and numerous other components. You mentioned that Natsu is immune to fire attacks, but what I utilize is not solely fire-based. Izuku's response piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, who leaned in, eager to hear more. Levy's eyes widened with astonishment as the realization dawned upon her. "Wait, I think I understand now," she exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. "The sun isn't just about fire. It's a complex celestial body with various reactions taking place within it. So, it wasn't the fire from your attack that burned Natsu, but rather the UV radiation emitted by the sun magic, am I right?" Levy's explanation showcased her astute observations, linking Izuku's Sun Phoenix Slayer magic to the intricate workings of the actual sun. Izuku nodded in confirmation, impressed by Levy's understanding. Levy's scientific explanation created a stir among the guild members. Some were still scratching their heads, struggling to comprehend the intricacies of her words, while others who grasped the concept were left in awe. The notion of a magical power being connected to the phenomenon of UV radiation and the complex workings of the sun was mind-boggling to them. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as the guild members exchanged bewildered glances, their curiosity piqued by the unexpected intersection of science and magic. It was a moment of fascination and wonderment that lingered in the guild hall. Levy, captivated by the revelations, found herself utterly fascinated. The concept of harnessing the boundless power of the sun struck her imagination, and she couldn't help but envision the limitless potential that lay within Izuku's grasp. If he truly possessed the ability to wield such celestial might, he would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with, a monster in his own right. The mere thought of the extraordinary possibilities sent shivers down her spine, leaving her both exhilarated and awestruck. A loud noise reverberated through the guild hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Their gazes turned towards the source of the disturbance, only to witness a blazing ball of fire hurtling through the air and landing near Izuku and Levy. The fiery display marked the arrival of none other than Natsu, his fists engulfed in flames and his bandages ignited. "Let's go, Izuku. Fight me." Master couldn't help but facepalm at the sight, anticipating the chaos that was about to unfold. Izuku, unfazed by Natsu's fiery declaration, simply blinked and turned his attention towards the others. Miragen, wearing a knowing smile, silently mouthed the words, "I told you so," a testament to her previous insights. "Oh, Flamebrain, you just got your ass handed to you. So, don't even think about fighting him again. I will be the next one to fight him," Gray said as he marched towards Natsu. "Oh, Ice Princess, you can't even beat me, then how are you going to beat him?" Natsu said as he butted heads with Gray. "What did you say? I can kick your ass anytime, Ash Breath," Gray replied. "Natsu, you have to eat before you fight again. So come here," the barmaid called out to Natsu, holding a mug filled with fire. "Oh, food d. Natsu exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he sprinted towards the barmaid, leaving Gray to comically fall to the floor. "Stupid Flamebrain," Gray muttered under his breath as he picked himself up. The moment Natsu reached the bar, he opened his mouth wide, creating a vacuum-like effect as he greedily sucked the flames into his mouth. This spectacle left Izuku utterly dumbfounded, his jaw dropping to the floor in sheer astonishment. "How can you do that?" Izuku asked Natsu in shock, unable to comprehend his ability to eat fire. What do you mean? I am a fire dragon slayer. Of course, I can eat fire," Natsu nonchalantly replied as he continued to devour the flames from the mug. "Wait, you can't do that. I thought every slayer had to absorb magic from outside sources to replenish their own magic," Levy interjected, observing Izuku's reaction. "Yes, I do absorb magic from outside, but not by eating it," Izuku explained, still taken aback by Natsu's unusual method. "Oh, then how do you absorb magic?" Urza inquired, her curiosity piqued. In response, Izuku lifted his right hand and revealed an intricate seal engraved on his palm. A diamond-shaped symbol rested at the center, flanked by two crescent-shaped marks below it. Two curving lines extended from his wrist and converged towards the center of the seal. "What is that?" Levy asked, her curiosity piqued as she took Izuku's hand and observed the intricate seal. Izuku felt a slight blush creep onto his cheeks from the unexpected contact. "This is a magic seal. It serves as a focal point through which I can absorb magic to replenish my own magical reserves," Izuku explained, his voice tinged with a hint of excitement, knowing he could share his knowledge with his guildmates. The others listened intently, intrigued by the revelation. Natsu, still munching on the flames, watched the exchange with a puzzled expression, clearly unaware of the conversation before. Levi released Izuku's hand. "So, is there more questions you want me to answer, Levi?" Izuku asked her. "Oh, no, this is enough. Thanks for answering all my questions, Izuku." Levi thanked him before moving to her own table with the notes she just collected. Most of the guild members were in a brawl, again. Meanwhile, we see our boy Izuku walking towards Master, who sat at a table engrossed in a thick book. Sensing Izuku's presence, Master looked up, raising an intrigued eyebrow. "Is something on your mind, Izuku?" Master inquired, his voice calm amidst the chaos. Izuku scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, his eyes darting to the ongoing brawl before settling back on Master. "Well, I was actually hoping you could explain to me about how the jobs here in the guild work." Master leaned back in his chair, closing the book and gesturing for Izuku to take a seat beside him. With a thoughtful expression, he surveyed the commotion unfolding in the background. "Ah, jobs," Master began, his voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. "They are the lifeblood of our guild, my boy. When clients come seeking assistance with quests, we take on those jobs to fulfill their requests and earn rewards in return. These jobs can range from simple errands to dangerous missions involving powerful adversaries. All those missions you see posted on the board are requests from the general public. To take on a job, you simply select one that interests you and seek approval from either Mira or myself. The jobs are categorized into different ranks based on their difficulty levels." Master gestured towards the request board, his eyes scanning the myriad of missions displayed. "We have crank jobs, which are usually smaller tasks like escorting or running errands. They typically offer rewards of up to 75,000 J. As you move up the ranks, the pay increases along with the risks involved." He continued, "Brank jobs offer more substantial challenges, such as battling monsters or dealing with bandits. The rewards for these can range up to 300,000 J, providing a significant boost to your earnings." Master's gaze turned more intense as he delved into the higher rank missions. "Then there are rank jobs, reserved for mages with considerable strength. These missions offer rewards of up to 800,000 J and require a skilled and experienced wizard to complete. And finally," Master continued, his voice filled with a sense of awe, "we have the prestigious S rank to SS rank missions. These are the pinnacle of difficulty and danger, and the rewards can reach staggering amounts, ranging from 1 million J to 3 million J. However, these missions are typically reserved for our S-class wizards, those who have proven themselves to be the strongest among us." "Oh, S-class mages, huh. That's interesting. However, I find myself in need of some funds to secure a good home," Izuku remarked, his tone contemplative. "The amount Levi gave me will certainly help with my immediate needs, but considering the prices Mira mentioned for houses in this area, I still require additional funds. Are there any jobs available in lower ranks that I can undertake?" Master's gaze softened as he understood Izuku's predicament. "Certainly, Izuku," he replied, his voice reassuring. "While Shrank missions offer substantial rewards, there are plenty of opportunities in lower ranks to earn the money you need." Master smiled. "Go ahead and choose one," Master said as he pointed towards the board. Izuku walked to the board. Scanning the job board, Izuku's eyes darted from one request to another, assessing the available options. Many of them fell into the category of low risk, low reward assignments, which he knew he could handle effortlessly. However, he yearned for a challenge that would test his abilities and offer a more substantial reward. His persistence paid off as he stumbled upon a particular job that caught his attention. Wizards required to save girls. Rank: B class. Requirements: 2 or more mages or a single mage approved by the guild master. Type of mission: rescue and combat. Some goblins has been terrorizing our town for the past month. It's damaged livestock, crops, and now started to attack the townsfolk and kidnap the girls and women of our town. Please get rid of those creatures and save our girls. Location: Taroa, Southern Forest of Fury. Reward: 250,000 jewels. Izuku's frown deepened as he read the distressing words about the kidnapped girls. The urgency to rescue them stirred a determination within him. As Izuku read the distressing words about the kidnapped girls, a deep frown etched across his face. Determination flickered in his eyes, solidifying his resolve to undertake this mission. The decent reward only further solidified his resolve. With a purposeful stride, he returned to Master, clutching the request in his hand. Confidently, he presented it, seeking the approval. Ah, a B-class quest, Master mused as he read the flyer. Recognizing the situation and after confirming Izuku will be able to handle it, he swiftly approved the mission. Izuku expressed his gratitude and carefully pocketed the flyer, ready to do his job. As he headed towards the exit, Mira, busy collecting empty mugs, called out to him. Izuku, where are you going? Mission. It seems some girls have gone missing lately. I'm going to save them, Izuku replied, glancing back only to give her a reassuring smile before he walked out of the door. He had people to save and a job to do after all. Izuku arrived at Magnolia Station, his eyes widening in disbelief as he took in the sight before him. A magnificent steam engine stood proudly on the tracks, its polished metallic surface reflecting the sunlight. Thick clouds of steam billowed out from the trains. What is this? Izuku's voice trembled with astonishment, his gaze darting from the steam engine to the bustling station around him. This was unlike anything he had ever encountered in his world. He was accustomed to sleek, modern electric trains, propelled by quirks and operated with advanced technology. The concept of steam-powered transports seemed entirely new to him. Izuku watched station staff manually shoveling coal into the engine curiously. The rhythmic chugging and hissing sounds echoed through the air. Izuku's gaze shifted from the magnificent steam engine to his surroundings, taking in the solid structure of the train and each compartment. So this is how a train looks here, huh? Izuku remarked, his voice filled with wonder. Opening the crumpled piece of paper he had received from the old man outside the station, Izuku reminded himself of the instructions for boarding the train and the details of his stop near Toroa. His eyes scanned the handwritten notes, absorbing the information that would guide him through this unfamiliar journey. All right, I've got it, Izuku affirmed. The train before him was the one he needed to board, and it would transport him to the stop closest to Toroa. From there, a short walk awaited him before he reached the city itself. Finding his designated seat, Izuku settled in, making himself comfortable for the journey ahead. As the train began to move, Izuku felt a gentle sway beneath him. The rhythmic clattering of the wheels against the tracks soothed his nerves, and he allowed himself to relax, preparing both mentally and physically. As the train came to a halt, Izuku stepped off and embarked on his journey towards the town of Toroa. The pathway unfolded before him, a gravel road flanked by a breathtaking expanse of lush, green trees and rolling hills that stretched as far as his eyes could reach. Gradually, the gravel road led Izuku to the entrance of the town of Toroa. The unmistakable scent of melting metal wafted through the air, drawing his keen sense of smell. The town revealed its rustic charm, with numerous buildings crafted from weathered wood. As Izuku walked through the bustling streets, he couldn't help but be captivated by the vibrant energy that permeated the town. People hurriedly went about their business, their footsteps echoing against the worn pathways. Eyes of the townsfolk were drawn to him, filled with curiosity and interest, as his presence in this unfamiliar setting piqued their intrigue. His gaze caught sight of carts laden with precious metal ores being transported through the streets. As Izuku continued to take in the sights and sounds of the bustling town, the distinct clang of metal hitting metal reached his ears, indicating the presence of a nearby forge. It became clear to him that this town's primary industry revolved around mining and the craftsmanship associated with it. Amidst the mining activities, his attention was captured by a prominent building situated in the heart of the town. Its significance suggested that it might be the place that had offered him the job in the first place. Izuku made his way towards the building. Stepping through its entrance, he was met with a tall, slender man whose black, wavy hair cascaded over one side of his face. The man sported short sideburns on both sides, adding to his distinctive appearance. His initial skepticism, evident in his scrutinizing gaze, quickly transformed into a warm, welcoming smile. "May I ask who you are, kind sir?" the man inquired, his tone laced with doubt. Izuku understood his skepticism, realizing that his face was still concealed beneath the hood. Consequently, his voice became the only means through which he could be identified, accompanied by the glimmer of his green eyes peering out from the shadows. Aware of the importance of maintaining his anonymity and avoiding unnecessary attention, Izuku had chosen to hide his face, emulating the masked heroes of his world. He didn't blame the man for his cautious approach. With a slight nod, Izuku responded while presenting the flyer to the man. "I am a mage from the Fairy Tail Guild." As the man's eyes widened momentarily, he swiftly regained his composure. "Please wait a moment. I will go and inform the mayor about your arrival. He will want to speak with you." Izuku patiently awaited the reappearance of the man he had spoken with earlier and the mayor of this town. Soon, the man emerged with another person following him. He was a lanky, middle-aged figure with chin-length, messy beige hair. The man's unassuming attire, a modest brown robe, blended seamlessly with the townsfolk. "Greetings, wizard," the man introduced himself, his voice resonating with a warm authority. "I am the mayor of this lovely town, Woodslap. Please, come inside, and we can discuss the matter further." Izuku followed Woodslap into the mayor's room, taking in the surroundings as he entered. The room was adorned with simple yet tasteful decor. As they settled in, Woodslap gestured for Izuku to take a seat, a small smile adorning his face. "Please, take a seat," Woodslap invited, his tone hospitable. "We are grateful to receive assistance from a renowned guild such as Fairy Tail. With your presence, I am confident that the problem plaguing our town can be resolved soon." Izuku directed his attention towards Mayor Woodslap, directly going to the topic. "Could you please provide me with a briefing about the situation here?" Woodslap let out a weary sigh, his gaze reflecting the weight of the challenges they faced. "As you might have noticed on your way here, our town is nestled near a chasm, and mining serves as our primary occupation. Due to the nature of mining, encounters with various creatures are not uncommon. Typically, these creatures are of a smaller scale, easily managed by our skilled miners. However, a few months ago, goblins emerged from one of the mines." The fatigue in Woodslap's voice was understandable to Izuku. Goblins were a tough bunch to handle. Realizing the inherent danger that goblins posed, we swiftly took action, closing off the affected mine with the assistance of our locals. We wanted to prevent any potential disaster from occurring. But, to our dismay, the goblins began to surface through different mines, plunging us into a state of perpetual chaos, Woodslap continued, his tone tinged with frustration. "Initially, these vile creatures restricted their acts of terror to the cover of night, stealing food, damaging crops, and harming our livestock. We implemented arrangements, appointing locals to patrol during the night, serving as guardians for our town. Thankfully, this measure brought a temporary respite." The mayor's weariness became palpable as he sighed deeply, his concern shifting to a more pressing matter. "Unfortunately, a new wave of trouble has attacked us. This time, it's not our food or crops at stake. Our town's women and girls have gone missing, and the goblins are undoubtedly to blame. I beg you, please save them with utmost urgency. I fear to imagine what they might be enduring even as we speak," Woodslap pleaded, bowing his head in a mix of desperation and hope. "I'm here to help, Mr. Woodslap. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to save everyone. However, before we proceed, may I ask you a couple of questions?" Izuku inquired, his tone filled with determination. "Please, feel free to ask anything. I will provide you with all the information I can," Woodslap replied earnestly, his voice tinged with desperation. "Thank you. Firstly, could you please inform me of the number of people who have gone missing and how long they have been missing?" Izuku asked. "Certainly. A total of 8 individuals have gone missing, 6 young girls and 2 middle-aged women. Regarding the duration, the first girl was kidnapped 10 days ago, and subsequent incidents have occurred since then. Each person vanished on different days, except for the most recent incident where 2 women and 1 girl went missing together," Woodslap provided the requested information. "I see. Were there people patrolling the streets as usual on the nights they went missing?" Woodslap's expression turned somber as he responded, "Not during the first incident, unfortunately. We had discontinued the patrols when the goblin appearances ceased. However, we reinstated them after that initial incident. Also, the abductions didn't occur at night. They all happened during the daytime." A hint of suspicion crept into Izuku's mind. Daytime. That's peculiar. Goblins typically retreat to their caves in sunlight. Something doesn't quite add up. With a furrowed brow hidden beneath his hood, Izuku mulled over the information. It seemed there was more to this situation than met the eye. He knew he needed to dig deeper and uncover the truth behind these unconventional goblin activities. I see. So, none of the girls were working in the mines during the incidents, right? Then where did they happen? Woodslap nodded in confirmation. None of them were involved in mining operations. Their disappearances occurred within the forest. Thank you for providing me with this information, Mr. Woodslap. I will begin my investigation promptly, Izuku said, rising from his seat and making his way toward the exit. As he reached the doorway, Izuku turned back to face the mayor. Rest assured, Mr. Woodslap, I will bring everyone back safely. The mayor nodded, his expression filled with concern. We place our hopes in you, young wizard. May you succeed in rescuing our missing townspeople. With those parting words, Izuku left the building, his mind already racing with thoughts and the inconsistencies surrounding the goblin incidents. The forest is located in the opposite direction of the mines. Logically, the town should have been their primary target, not the forest. And the fact that the goblins are emerging during daylight to kidnap girls. It doesn't add up, Izuku pondered, his analytical mind at work. Anyways, first, I need to gather more clues and insights from the townspeople. By understanding this matter more, I can devise a solid plan to address it effectively. It's time to take the first step, Izuku affirmed. Izuku had been tirelessly wandering through the town, seeking any clues or information regarding the recent kidnappings. Despite his attempts to gather details from the villagers, their accounts were inconsistent and puzzling. He couldn't rely solely on his senses either, as the overpowering scent of metal filled the air, masking other smells. For now, he had to rely solely on his own skills and instincts, putting his magical abilities aside. Lost in thought, Izuku found himself near a small shop situated at the town's outskirts, close to the edge of the forest. Hoping to gain some insight, he decided to stop and speak with the shop owner, a young woman who seemed taken aback by his sudden presence. Understanding her unease, he couldn't help but acknowledge the intimidating nature of his attire. The dark cape and hood he had acquired from defeating a group of monster trainers had served its purpose well, concealing his appearance. However, he realized it also caused fear in most people he encountered. Perhaps it was time to consider a new costume, especially now that he had joined a guild. But those thoughts could wait for later. As the young woman began speaking, Izuku focused his attention, ready to inquire about any valuable information she might possess. "Can I help you with anything, sir?" she asked, her voice still laced with tension. In an effort to alleviate her fear, Izuku greeted her kindly, hoping to establish a sense of trust. "Hello there, ma'am. I'm an adventurer, and I'm here to investigate the recent kidnappings that have been occurring in this area." The woman's apprehension seemed to ease slightly. "I apologize for my reaction. There's just been so much happening lately that it's hard to feel at ease. Regarding the kidnappings, it's truly a dreadful situation. I'm afraid I don't have much information, but I'm willing to assist you in any way I can." "Thank you," Izuku expressed his gratitude. "Did you happen to notice anything suspicious on the day the kidnappings took place?" The woman pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm afraid not. However, as I was returning after gathering a few items I needed for a recipe, I did see Marie, one of the girls who was kidnapped, walking into the forest with Albedo." "Albedo?" Izuku inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Oh, that's our deputy mayor. I did come across him at the mayor's office. He does seem like a helpful individual for the village." Curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "I see. Regarding their direction, did you happen to notice which way they were heading or anything else that stood out?" "They were walking towards the closed mines," the woman replied. "However, I didn't observe anything else. I quickly made my way back, as it seemed like they wanted some privacy." The woman finished blushing slightly. Izuku's intuition kicked in, sensing a difference. He had already conversed with the deputy mayor, and nothing he mentioned aligned with what this woman was sharing. Something felt off, and he knew he needed to delve deeper into this matter. Expressing his gratitude to the shop owner, Izuku resumed his journey towards the forest, his mind occupied with the information gathered from the villagers. A pattern emerged as he recollected their stories. They all pointed to goblins as the culprits behind the kidnappings. However, The absence of solid evidence beyond the presence of goblins in the nearby mine left him skeptical. With the villagers' accounts echoing in his mind, Izuku pondered over the inconsistencies. The claim that goblins were responsible for the kidnappings didn't quite add up. Goblins typically targeted settlements at night, avoiding direct confrontation with humans and relying on theft or attacks to sustain themselves. Furthermore, they only took mature women for breeding purposes, while young ones were usually killed if caught. The notion of goblins kidnapping young girls seemed illogical. The mention of Albedo's involvement, however, intrigued him. It wasn't just a baseless rumor. Someone had witnessed him entering the forest with a girl who had later been kidnapped. This new piece of information urged Izuku to delve deeper into the connection between Albedo, the closed mines, and the missing girls. As Izuku approached the old mines, he couldn't help but question the significance of this location. It seemed peculiar that Marie and Albedo would be spotted near these closed mines, especially considering their situation according to that shop owner. The abandoned site exuded an eerie atmosphere, its dark entrance serving as a stark reminder of the dangers lurking within. Stepping closer, Izuku examined the entrance, searching for any signs of recent activity. The silence enveloped him, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. The absence of human presence was evident, and yet, there was a lingering sense of unease in the air. Izuku stood at a distance from the town, where the overpowering scent of metal was less intense, allowing other odors to permeate his senses. This change in environment made his investigation more manageable. Making his way towards the mine, he closed his eyes, focusing his attention on his sense of smell. As he inhaled deeply, various scents reached his nostrils: the scent of old metal, rocks, wood, and other elements associated with mines. However, none of these smells resembled the distinct stench of a goblin nest. Goblins were notorious for their foul odors. Yet, amidst the mingling scents, a distinct aroma of iron caught his attention, causing his eyes to widen. He recognized it immediately as the unmistakable smell of blood. Just as his senses heightened, a noise nearby caught his attention, accompanied by the rustling of bushes, so he vanished from the spot, by heating the spot rapidly, causing the surrounding air to shimmer and distort, creating a ripple-like effect. Within moments, the shimmering layer reflected the view of the mine, seamlessly blending with its background and effectively masking Izuku's presence as he swiftly maneuvered away from the spot. Two individuals emerged from the bushes, making their way towards the closed mine. The first was a tall and muscular man with tanned skin and short black hair. He donned a green tunic paired with brown trousers and sandals, his face adorned with a serious expression. He addressed the other person, seeking confirmation. "Are you sure now is the right time to meet?" The second man, shorter and stockier, with fair skin and a bald head, replied confidently, Yeah. I'm sure. He summoned us here to discuss the arrival of the mage." The taller man expressed his concern, "I just don't want us to get caught meeting like this in broad daylight." "Don't worry, the ongoing goblin situation will divert any suspicion. We won't raise any eyebrows during this time," reassured the shorter man, his voice resonating with confidence. He proceeded to remove a large rock that obstructed the entrance to the mine with relative ease. "Hey, is it just me or this place is suddenly hotter than before?" the taller man asked. He noticed a sheen of sweat forming on his hands. "It's just the sun. You're being overly cautious. Now come on," the shorter man added, confidently stepping into the mine once the entrance was open. Letting out a sigh, the taller man followed suit, carefully sealing the entrance once again using the same rock. Unbeknownst to them, a third individual stood concealed behind a nearby tree, silently eavesdropping on their conversation. As the torches cast a dim light within the dark cave, a group of 5 men sat huddled together, engaged in muffled conversations. Their hushed tones revealed their anticipation, as if awaiting someone's arrival. A grizzled man, his face adorned with a thick beard, raised his voice to address the group. "We can't keep them hidden here for long. The longer we wait, the greater the risk of someone searching for them would come here. I've heard rumors that the old mayor has even brought a mage into the picture today." Another member of the group, bearing a prominent scar on his face, nodded in agreement. "What happened to the deal? When do we transport them to the Dark Guild?" At that moment, 2 additional members arrived, their sweat-drenched brows suggesting a strenuous journey through the tunnels. They joined the ongoing conversation, seeking an update. "Where's Albedo? Don't tell me he called us here, only to be absent," inquired the shorter of the two, his curiosity evident. The grizzled man shook his head. "He went to check on the girls. They weren't eating, and we can't afford that. We need them to be in good health to meet the demands." Albedo took it upon himself to ensure they eat. The taller member expressed his disdain. "He's a sick fuck. I don't even want to think what he's doing to make them obey him." Suddenly, a gruff voice interrupted the group. "Welcome, gentlemen," it said. "I assume you've been waiting for me." Meanwhile, outside the mines, as Izuku continued his search, his footsteps taking him further away from the mines, he kept his focus on finding another entrance that would connect to the one the two men had entered earlier. His memory of the map from the mayor's office guided his movements, helping him navigate the intricate network of tunnels and mines within the town. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, his eyes fixed on a collection of bushes and decaying wood that concealed a hidden pathway. A mischievous grin formed on his face under the hood as a familiar golden glow enveloped his hands. The man had black, wavy hair cascading over one side of his face, and short sideburns framing both sides. His hands were stained with blood, causing a slight recoil from the taller member, although the darkness obscured the details. "Welcome, Albedo. Did you have a reason for calling us all here?" the smaller member inquired, his tone curious. Albedo took a seat at the table, his presence commanding attention. With a hint of spite in his voice, he responded, "Yes, it's regarding the mage who has arrived in our town. We've seen him. Doesn't seem like much, and he appears to be investigating the goblin nest. We can assume he'll simply attack, collect his payment, and move on," the grizzled member commented. "I hope that's the case. I don't wish to provoke unnecessary anger from Fairy Tail," Albedo sighed, a touch of concern in his voice. "Regardless, gentlemen, I've called you here to inform you that the deal is finished. Once we hand over the girls, we'll receive our payment," Albedo announced, a crazed smile creeping across his face. The group erupted into cheers, celebrating the news. However, the fifth member, a newcomer, voiced a question: "What about the two extras we captured? We only took them because they saw you, boss." Albedo's expression shifted, a mixture of amusement and malice. "Well, they had the unfortunate luck of witnessing my presence here. I didn't intend to harm them, but they made their choice. We'll keep them here and enjoy them ourselves as our spoils of victory," he replied, his laughter resonating through the cave. Izuku moved silently through the dark cave, his senses honed. The faint murmurs of voices grew louder, guiding him towards his target. As he approached, he carefully regulated his footsteps, ensuring he remained undetected. The darkness of the cave was no obstacle to him, as his physiology granted him clear vision in even the darkest of environments. Finally, his gaze fell upon a group of 5 individuals huddled around a small fire, engrossed in their conversation. The disturbing nature of their plans to harm the captive girls sent a surge of anger coursing through Izuku's veins. Seizing the opportune moment while they were immersed in their discussion, completely oblivious to the danger lurking mere feet away, Izuku clenched his fists, prepared to take swift and decisive action, not aiming to kill, but to neutralize the threat. With a sudden burst of energy, Izuku disappeared from his previous position, leaving behind an explosive shockwave. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before the unsuspecting kidnappers, his fists radiating with his magical aura. Time seemed to slow as he unleashed a devastating blow, his fists colliding with the ground with unstoppable force. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, accompanied by a deafening explosion that engulfed the immediate vicinity. The concussive force of the blast knocked the kidnappers off their feet, hurtling them through the air in disarray. The intense heat generated by the explosion singed their flesh, leaving them with painful burns. Disoriented and disarmed by the sheer force of Izuku's attack, the kidnappers struggled to regain their footing. Again in the blink of an eye, Izuku moved, his swift movements catching the group off guard. With precision and agility, he propelled himself towards the inexperienced member, unleashing a powerful bicycle kick. As his foot connected with the newbie's chest, the force of Izuku's magic engulfed him, leaving behind scorching burns. The unfortunate individual was sent hurtling through the air, tearing through the mine's rocky walls before crashing down, causing a cascade of debris to follow suit. The remaining 4 kidnappers, now fully aware of the enemy they were facing, hastily rose to their feet. "It's the mage," Albedo's voice reverberated throughout the cavern, a desperate warning that arrived too late to make a difference. Izuku's quick movements left the remaining 3 kidnappers in awe, their instincts urging them to defend themselves. Izuku swiftly conjured a small, compressed ball of fire, containing an intense heat within its core. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the fiery projectile, which illuminated the entire cave. It hurtled towards the smaller individual, engulfing him in a blinding blaze, rendering him incapacitated. Recognizing their skill and the use of magic evident in their poised stances of the final 3 mages, Izuku understood the need for caution in this confrontation. The person before Izuku displayed the classic traits of an earth mage, evident by the way he summoned a solid wall of stone to shield himself and his comrades. However, Izuku's speed and instinct were unmatched as he swiftly thrust his fist forward, channeling his magic into a devastating torrent of fire. The scorching inferno consumed the stone barrier with ease, reducing it to molten rubble and causing the earth mage to stumble backward, his body overcome by the force of the impact. As the earth mage stumbled backward, Izuku seized the opportunity, his hand aglow with radiant energy. He thrust his palm forward, releasing a concentrated beam of light that pierced through the darkness, striking the earth mage with blinding force. The intensity of the attack propelled the mage backward, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. With the grizzled one stepping forward, Izuku sensed the imminent threat of his gun magic. Bullets infused with magical energy were fired from the gun, guided by their homing capabilities, aimed directly at Izuku's vital areas. However, Izuku's keen awareness and quick thinking allowed him to anticipate the attack. He subtly pulsed his magical energy outwards, skillfully manipulating and compressing the repulsive forces generated by the solar energies within him. This manipulation caused the energies to align, forming a formidable shield of powerful electromagnetic fields. As the magical bullets reached their target, they encountered the invisible electromagnetic shield in front of Izuku. The bullets were temporarily magnetized upon contact, their trajectory altered, rendering them harmless. They fell to the ground with a clattering sound, leaving the grizzled man bewildered and filled with fear and shock at the sight of the unscathed mage before him. "How? What just happened?" the man stammered, his voice laden with a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. The grizzled man's words were cut short as Izuku's fist connected with his face, the force causing bones to shatter and an intense wave of heat engulfing his face as if it were melting. Within moments, he found himself sprawled on the ground, a deep crater formed beneath him from the sheer impact of the punch. As the grizzled man was knocked out, a nearby rock materialized, seemingly guided by an unseen force, and was launched towards Izuku in an attempt to strike him. Sensing the imminent attack easily, Izuku leapt into the air, gracefully evading the incoming projectile. He executed a mid-air flip, his heightened senses allowing him to detect the presence of another bandit behind him. From his elevated position in mid-air, Izuku extended his hand towards the concealed figure, his palm radiating a brilliant golden light. In an instant, a dome of shimmering energy materialized, enveloping the unsuspecting kidnapper within its confines. The temperature inside the dome skyrocketed rapidly, surpassing the boundaries of natural heat. The trapped kidnapper, caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, felt the scorching heat seep into his every pore. Weakened and drained, his energy was rapidly siphoned away by the relentless intensity of the dome's heat. He struggled futilely against the overwhelming force, his strength waning with each passing moment. With the final kidnapper succumbing to heatstroke and collapsing unconscious, the remaining 3 shared a similar fate. Izuku's vigilant gaze swept across the surroundings, swiftly deducing that Albedo had managed to slip away amidst the chaos, likely employing his own brand of magic to make his escape. Izuku closed his eyes momentarily, honing his enhanced senses to their peak. In an instant, his eyes snapped open, ablaze with determination, and he vanished from the scene, leaving behind a series of small explosions that reverberated through the air. Damn it, the mage shouldn't have found this place. He shouldn't have found him. He shouldn't have defeated others so easily. His plan should have won, it was a perfect one. So why was he running here fearing? Fuck it, at least he is going to take one or two of the girls with him. Albedo's heart pounded in his chest as he emerged from the shadowy depths of the tunnel, finding himself in a small chamber illuminated by flickering torchlight. Before him, The young girls and one elderly woman were bound and silenced, their eyes widening with a mixture of fear and confusion. One woman lay sprawled on the floor, unconscious, her disheveled hair and bloodied nose evidence of a violent encounter. He knew he couldn't let the mage succeed completely. The girls were his bargaining chips, his last resort to salvage a semblance of control. As the captive women began to cry out in muffled voices through their gags, ignoring their pleas and screams, he advanced towards them with an unsettling glint in his eyes, ready to carry out his twisted intentions as he reached the closest girl to him. "Come here, bitch, you are going to help me." Albedo's sinister intentions were abruptly halted as a sudden force struck him, sending him hurtling backward. He winced in pain as he struggled to regain his composure, his wide eyes filled with fear. Before him stood Izuku, a figure draped in darkness, commanding an intimidating presence. In the dimly lit space, Izuku's form seemed cloaked in a mysterious aura, his black attire billowing around him like a shroud. Only his piercing, toxic green eyes glowed, seemingly penetrating Albedo's very soul. "Who are you really?" Albedo's voice quivered with fear as he spoke, his bravado crumbling in the face of Izuku's formidable presence. Izuku's silence was deafening, and in that moment, Albedo felt a surge of unease crawl up his spine. Before he could utter another word, his vision was consumed by a blinding radiance, an intense fiery glow that engulfed his surroundings. The last image etched into Albedo's consciousness was the searing brilliance of Izuku's toxic green eyes, an indelible mark that would haunt his nightmares for days to come. Izuku let out a heavy sigh as he witnessed Albedo losing consciousness. It was a disheartening sight that weighed on him. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the faint whimpers emanating from behind him. Turning around, he discovered the girls bound and gagged, their vulnerability painfully evident. "Well, at least he saved me the trouble of searching for them." His eyes fell upon one of the girls, crumpled in a corner, unconscious and bloodied on her forehead. A surge of anger surged within him, darkening his features beneath the hood, fueled by the sight of their distress. The girls huddled together, fear etched into their wide eyes and their bodies rigid with tension. These poor girls, undoubtedly traumatized by this ordeal. Izuku decided to first free the girls from their restraints before attending to the unconscious one. He knew that if he didn't, their fear of him would only deepen. "It's all right," he spoke in a soft, reassuring tone, taking a cautious step closer to them. "You're safe now, I'm here to help." As the girls continued to tremble, their fear intensifying, Izuku noticed their retreat towards the wall. It dawned on him that his hood might be increasing their distress. Recognizing this, he cautiously reached up and lowered his hood, gradually revealing his face to them. "I am an adventurer," he spoke in a gentle tone, his voice laced with sincerity. "Mayor Woodslap sent me here to save you." With a small yet reassuring smile, he raised his arms, demonstrating his harmlessness and good intentions. Initially, the girls remained apprehensive, their eyes still betraying their lingering fear. However, one girl, adorned with glasses, slowly nodded her head in understanding, her whimpering gradually subsiding. A sense of relief flooded through Izuku as he witnessed the girls gradually calming down. He continued to approach them cautiously, his genuine smile intact, understanding the power it held. Though he harbored resentment towards the blonde oaf now, he couldn't deny the memories of happiness his own smile had brought him in childhood. So he chose to employ the same method, using his smile to reassure others in tough times. "I apologize if I frightened you," he spoke softly, his voice laced with genuine concern. "I just wanted to ensure that the kidnappers wouldn't recognize me." Kneeling beside the girl with glasses, he carefully reached for the cloth that had been used to gag her. "But rest assured, you're safe now," he reassured them, his voice filled with sincerity. "I'm going to take you back to your home." With gentle care, he removed the cloth, causing the girl to gasp for air, taking deep breaths as she struggled to regain her composure. "It's all right," Izuku whispered, placing a comforting hand on the girl's shoulders. "Just focus on taking deep breaths and try to calm down. You're safe now." The girl's wide eyes reflected both fear and confusion, clear signs of the trauma she had endured. It was evident that they were still grappling with the events that had transpired. Izuku moved on to the next girl, approaching her with utmost care. His touch was gentle as he began untying the ropes, ensuring not to cause them any pain or further distress. Throughout the process, he spoke softly, offering words of reassurance and comfort. "You're doing incredibly well," he whispered, his voice soothing as he continued to work on freeing the last of the girls. "You've shown immense bravery by staying strong through all this." Finally, all the girls were released from their binds, finding solace in each other's embrace. Tears of joy and relief streamed down their faces, their emotions overflowing. Izuku's smile widened, a silent affirmation that everything was now all right. "It's okay to feel scared," he spoke gently, his voice filled with empathy. As Izuku continued to talk to the girls, he observed the increasing agitation of a petite girl with short hair. He recognized the urgency to approach her with utmost caution. She trembled uncontrollably, her breathing rapid and her gaze filled with fear, darting around the room. "Hey, can you look at me?" Izuku spoke gently, carefully placing a hand on her shoulder. Startled, she flinched at the contact. "Take a deep breath in and hold it for a few seconds. Then slowly let it out." Following his instructions, the girl complied, attempting to regain control of her breathing. Izuku remained by her side, guiding her through the deep breathing exercises until she gradually began to calm down. "You're doing incredibly well," he murmured softly, offering her a reassuring smile. "Take all the time you need to catch your breath." The girl nodded, wiping her teary eyes, her voice trembling as she admitted, "I'm just so scared." "I completely understand," Izuku responded, his expression kind and empathetic. "But I promise you, everything is going to be all right. You're safe now." He continued to engage with the girls, offering comforting words and unwavering support, assuring them that they were no longer alone in their ordeal. After ensuring that all the girls were untied and feeling a sense of relief about their safety, Izuku redirected his focus to the unconscious woman who had been bleeding. Swiftly, he made his way to her side, kneeling down beside her with concern etched on his face. The elderly woman, her voice filled with worry, asked, "Is she all right?" Izuku's expression turned grim as he assessed the situation. "She appears to have lost some blood," he replied, his tone reflecting the seriousness of the matter. Izuku extended his hands above the woman's wounds, his palms emanating a soft golden glow that filled the cave. The gentle light flowed from his hands, directing towards the injured areas. As time passed, a remarkable transformation unfolded. The wounds started closing, and the flow of blood ceased as the gashes gradually sealed shut. Ultimately, the woman's wounds healed completely, leaving no trace of the injury behind. The golden light slowly diminished, fading away as Izuku withdrew his hands. He let out a relieved sigh. The girls remained huddled together in the corner, their eyes wide with awe as they witnessed the remarkable display of the golden glow healing the injuries. The reflective light danced in their eyes, leaving them captivated and amazed. With a trembling voice, the girl with glasses spoke up, seeking reassurance. Is she all right now?" Izuku turned his attention to the girls, acknowledging their concern. "I managed to stop the bleeding and close her wound. It should facilitate her healing process. However, due to the significant blood loss, she still requires a transfusion." Acting swiftly, Izuku gently cradled the woman in his arms, mindful not to cause her any further discomfort. "Can you walk?" he inquired, motioning for the other girls to follow him. The girls nodded, their determination evident in their expressions. Izuku carefully lifted the unconscious woman, cradling her securely in his arms. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he began to walk, maintaining a steady and gentle pace to ensure minimal disturbance for her during the journey. The journey continued in silence, with the girls finding solace in each other's presence while Izuku respectfully gave them space. As they neared the outskirts of the town, their arrival caught the attention of the young woman who had been present at the shop earlier. Her eyes widened with joy and relief as she rushed towards them, unable to contain her excitement. "They're here," she exclaimed, her voice filled with happiness. "The girls are safe." In an instant, a crowd of people emerged, running towards the group with beaming smiles adorning their faces. The townspeople surrounded the girls and Izuku, their expressions reflecting immense relief. "Thank goodness you're all safe," a middle-aged woman with a kind face exclaimed, enveloping one of the girls in a warm hug. "We were so worried about you." Izuku nodded, grateful for the outpouring of support. "We have some individuals who require medical attention, and this one needs an immediate blood transfusion." Two individuals stepped forward, carrying a stretcher with care. They gently took the woman from Izuku's arms, carefully laying her down on the stretcher. "We'll take care of them," one of the medics assured, their voice filled with competence and compassion. "You can rest easy knowing they're in good hands," Izuku observed as the medics diligently attended to the unconscious woman, carefully assessing her vital signs and swiftly carrying her into a building that resembled a hospital. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, knowing that she was finally receiving the necessary care. In the meantime, the townspeople approached the other girls, offering them blankets and ushering them into different homes where tearful parents and friends awaited, enveloping them in heartfelt embraces. Shortly thereafter, the mayor arrived, his face reflecting a mix of concern and relief. "You've brought them back, just as you promised," Mayor Woodslap expressed, his smile filled with gratitude. "We are immensely grateful for what you have done." "I merely fulfilled my duty, sir," Izuku replied, adjusting his hood. Prior to entering the town, he had requested one of the girls to pull up his hood once again, concealing his identity. "Sir, there is something that I need to discuss with you," Izuku stated, his voice serious. The mayor nodded, sensing the urgency in Izuku's tone. "Of course, is it regarding the payment? Rest assured, we will fulfill our obligations." "It's not about the payment, respected sir," Izuku interjected, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. "It's about the kidnappings." The mayor's face contorted in shock and disbelief. "What do you mean? You eradicated the goblin nest, didn't you?" "That's the issue. It was not the goblins that were responsible for the kidnappings," Izuku explained, his voice tinged with a sense of gravity. The mayor's eyes widened in disbelief. "What, then who was behind it?" Izuku took a deep breath, preparing himself for the difficult revelation. "Deputy Mayor Albert. He orchestrated the kidnappings in collaboration with a group of bandits." The mayor's expression twisted with a mix of shock and denial. "Albert, that can't be true. He has been by my side for years, and he has contributed greatly to the town. He would never do such a thing." Woodslap's voice trembled as he defended his younger deputy. "I understand how difficult it is to accept," Izuku sympathized, his tone filled with understanding. "But I have evidence against him. I found him at the kidnapper's hideout. In fact, he seems to be the mastermind behind this whole operation." The mayor took a moment to absorb the revelation, his face reflecting the pain of the truth. "But why? Why would he do something like this?" Izuku let out a sigh, his voice heavy with concern. "I believe they intended to sell the girls to someone. There was mention of a trade. Regardless, this is a grave matter, and I urge you to contact the council immediately to address this situation." "The Magic Council," Mayor Woodslap exclaimed, his voice filled with shock. "Yes, this is not a minor issue involving goblins. It concerns human trafficking," Izuku explained firmly, his eyes glowing beneath his hood implying the gravity of the situation. The mayor nodded, his expression turning serious. "Two will take the necessary steps. They will need the testimony of the girls to confirm the accusations. But please, be mindful not to pressure them too much. They have already been through a great deal," Izuku advised, his voice filled with concern for the well-being of the girls. With that, Izuku turned to leave, feeling a sense of accomplishment for fulfilling his duty. However, before he could depart, he heard the mayor calling out to him. "Wait." Izuku turned back, his gaze fixed on the mayor, waiting for his words. "I thank you for everything. Thank you for saving my people and bringing this grave matter to my attention," Mayor Woodslap expressed, gratitude and hope shining in his eyes. "May I at least know your name?" Izuku paused, considering his response. Then, a smile formed beneath his hood as he began to walk away. "You can simply call me as Phoenix." As Izuku was preparing to leave the town, the group of rescued girls approached him. Their smiles radiated gratitude and appreciation, filling Izuku's heart with a deep sense of fulfillment. Expressing their heartfelt thanks, one of the girls spoke with a voice filled with emotion. "Thank you so much for everything. We don't know what we would have done without you." Adventurerson. The girl who had experienced the panic attack called out to him, her cheeks flushed with a mix of shyness and gratitude. "Yes," Izuku responded, his attention fully focused on her. The girl hesitated for a moment, her gaze shifting nervously. Gathering her courage, she finally spoke, her voice filled with genuine appreciation. Can I get a hug?" The other girls behind her smiled teasingly, some blushing in anticipation. Izuku paused briefly, his eyes reflecting kindness and understanding. "Of course you can," he replied, nodding and opening his arms in a welcoming gesture. Bending down to her level, he embraced her gently. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the girl clung to Izuku tightly, her words pouring out between grateful sobs. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she murmured, tears welling up in her eyes. "I thought I was going to die today. But you saved me. ... You're my hero." Moved by her heartfelt appreciation, the other girls nodded in agreement, their voices joining in a chorus of gratitude. However, amidst the heartwarming scene, a voice from Izuku's past echoed in his mind, resurrecting painful memories of taunting and belittlement. "You really think you can go out there and save someone?" the voice said, cold and cruel. "Don't make me laugh. Even if want that, no one wants to get saved by you. A Deku. They would rather die than getting their lives saved by the likes of you. Just as I am ashamed to be near you. You don't mean anything to anyone, Deku." As the cold and cruel voice resurfaced in Izuku's mind, he couldn't help but wince at the memories it invoked. It was a day etched vividly in his memory, a day when the beatings and hurtful words had reached a new level of cruelty. Katsuki, along with his gang, had been particularly furious that day, fueled by their own insecurities. The reason for their heightened anger was Izuku's success on a test. He had scored higher than one of Katsuki's friends, who had failed. This small achievement had triggered a torrent of resentment and hostility, and Katsuki had unleashed his fury upon Izuku, both physically and verbally. The words hurled at him were like daggers, each one piercing his heart. As Izuku reminisced about his past, a smile played upon his lips. The hurtful words and doubts from long ago seemed insignificant in this moment. He had found his purpose and proven that he could make a difference in someone's life. The smiles and gratitude he received were a testament to the impact he had made. "You're safe now," he whispered softly, his voice filled with sincerity. "I'm glad I was able to help. Each one of you displayed incredible bravery." The other girls, still awestruck by the touching scene, watched with gleaming eyes, their hearts filled with gratitude and admiration for their rescuer. With great care, Izuku gently released the girl from the embrace, allowing her to stand on her own. "I'm just relieved that all of you are safe," he said, a hint of emotion in his voice. The girl gazed up at him, her eyes shining with gratitude. "I'll never forget what you did for us," she expressed, her words brimming with heartfelt appreciation. "Thank you so much." Izuku's smile widened, and he nodded in response. "You're welcome. Stay strong and take care of yourselves." As the group slowly broke apart, Izuku exchanged farewells with the townspeople who had come to express their gratitude. Their heartfelt thanks resonated deeply within him. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow upon the world, Izuku continued his solitary journey along the road leading to the station. The vibrant hues of the sky captivated his attention, the shifting colors painting a mesmerizing backdrop to his thoughts. The bright orange gradually transformed into a deep red, blending with hues of purple and pink. The breathtaking sight offered a respite from the weight of the world, allowing Izuku to immerse himself in the simple beauty that surrounded him. The peaceful scene brought a calmness to his mind, reminding him of Elysia. As he inhaled the crisp, refreshing air, Izuku allowed the rhythmic symphony of chirping crickets and melodious bird songs to envelop his senses. With a serene smile on his face, he closed his eyes, immersing himself in the stillness of the moment. Time seemed to stand still as he embraced the silence. When he opened his eyes once again, a renewed sense of determination washed over him. The challenges that lay ahead loomed like shadows, and lurking in the shadows, Izuku knew that the ominous threat Elysia had warned him about, the very reason he had inherited this power, awaited him. A fateful confrontation loomed in his future, where he would be called upon to face that formidable enemy head-on. He knew that he would face countless dangers, that his path would be fraught with trials and tribulations. Yet, it was in the midst of these, that he found his strength and resolve. The memory of the young girl's radiant smile etched itself deeply within his heart. It became a beacon of hope, a reminder of the impact he could have on others' lives. He cherished the profound realization that risking his life for others, to witness their smiles bloom once more, held immeasurable worth. The sheer joy it brought him surpassed any personal sacrifice or hardship endured. The gratitude and happiness reflected in their eyes resonated deeply within his soul. That brought him more joy than he thought. So he continued walking with a smile on his face and a sense of purpose in his heart, ready to make a difference in the world, one small act of heroism at a time. 2 months after Izuku joined Fairy Tail Guildhall. Izuku sat comfortably at the bar of Fairy Tail, savoring his usual cup of morning coffee while engrossed in the latest edition of the Fiori Times, the prominent newspaper of their continent. He found solace in the peaceful reading, until a voice akin to an angel's graced his ears. "Hello, Izuku," Mirajan greeted him warmly, casting a radiant smile towards the Sun Mage. Returning the gesture with a gentle smile of his own, Izuku closed the newspaper and engaged in conversation with her. "Good morning, Mira," Izuku replied, his voice brimming with sincerity. "Good morning to you too. So, no jobs on your plate today?" Mirajan inquired, leaning over the bar to engage him in conversation. "I'm not quite sure. I don't feel like doing any jobs today. Besides, there are personal matters I still need to attend to here," Izuku pondered, his thoughts drifting into contemplation. "Well, I'm delighted to see that you'll be around all day. It's always great to have good company. And if there's anything I can do to assist you with your personal matters, please don't hesitate to let me know," she offered, turning around to skillfully prepare drinks and food. As Mirajan busied herself with her tasks, Izuku couldn't help but appreciate her kind gesture. Izuku sat there for a moment, lost in his thoughts, before mustering the courage to call out to Mirajan once again. "Perhaps there is something you could assist me with," Izuku said, his mind now resolved. Curiosity piqued, Mirajan paused from pouring drinks into a mug and looked at Izuku. "Oh, what is it, Izuku?" she inquired, her tone brimming with genuine interest. Taking a deep breath, Izuku scratched his head bashfully as he explained, "Well, as you know, I still don't have a house of my own. It's been 2 months since I arrived here, and while I appreciate the guild's hospitality, I feel a bit awkward staying here and relying on the guild for meals. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind showing me around town to see the available housing options." Izuku had been diligently saving the jewels he earned from various jobs during his time with Fairy Tail. His intention was to purchase not just a house, but also the necessary furnishings for a comfortable and welcoming home. Mira blinked, a tinge of surprise crossing her expression as she listened to Izuku's request. She replied, her voice filled with sincerity, "First of all, Izuku, you should never feel bad or awkward about staying here and eating with us. Fairy Tail is your guild, and personally I enjoy your company during our meals. However, I understand your desire for having your own space. I would be more than happy to assist you with that. How about we take a walk around town after lunch? If you're available, of course." Izuku's bashful smile widened, grateful for Mira's understanding. "That sounds perfect," he replied, relieved to have her support. "Let's meet up at 3 p.m. then." "Sounds like a plan," Mira agreed, her own smile mirroring his enthusiasm. Izuku rose from his seat at the bar, knowing he needed to collect the jewels he had deposited in the Magnolia Bank if he was to embark on his house-hunting adventure. "Izuku," Urza's voice boomed across the guildhall, capturing his attention. Turning towards her, he asked with curiosity, "What's up, Urza?" With a mischievous smile, Urza held out a delectable piece of strawberry cake for him. Izuku's eyes widened in pleasant surprise as he took a seat beside her. The intensity of Urza's gaze directed solely at him piqued his interest, and he glanced around to see the others watching with affectionate sighs. Taking the fork into his hand, he delicately brought a bite to his lips. The creamy pastry mingled with the lusciousness of freshly cut strawberries, creating a delightful harmony that delighted his taste buds. It was undoubtedly the sweetest thing he had tasted since joining Fairy Tail. "That is some incredible cake. Wow, who made this?" Izuku asked, genuinely impressed. Urza's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she replied, slightly drooling, "I thought you'd appreciate it. It was made by Mira. She makes some of the best cakes." Izuku chuckled at Urza's reaction, charmed by her unabashed love for strawberry cake. In the short 2 months since he joined the guild, he had formed many friendships, and Urza was one of them. Through their interactions, he had come to realize that she was not just a formidable mage but also a lovable dork who cherished her friends deeply and loved strawberry cake more than anything. Oh, and the fact that she enjoyed reading smut novels in her free time had caught him off guard, turning his face as red as a ripe tomato when he first learned about it from Mirajan. Strawberry cake truly is a heavenly delight, Urza declared, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. Understood. Well, I'll be heading out for a little while. I'll see you all later. Thank you for the amazing cake, Urza. Izuku expressed his gratitude, nodding appreciatively before taking his leave, the delightful sweetness of the cake lingering on his tongue as he went about his afternoon. Fairy Tale Guildhall, 3 p.m. Mira emerged from the bustling kitchen, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she approached Izuku. Hey there, I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, she greeted him warmly. Izuku shook his head, returning her smile. Not at all. Shall we get started then? He asked, standing up from his chair, ready for their house-hunting adventure. Absolutely, Mira replied, her eyes filled with determination as she took the lead, guiding him out of the lively guildhall. Izuku and Mira strolled through the enchanting town of Magnolia, their eyes eagerly scanning the charming houses that lined the streets. The sound of their footsteps echoed against the cobblestone pathways, adding a rhythmic essence to their walk. As they walked, they couldn't help but admire the architectural diversity of the town. Each house had its unique character, from cozy cottages with thatched roofs to elegant manors with intricate details. The streets were adorned with lamp posts. Magnolia's vibrance thrived as the people went about their daily routines, exchanging greetings and smiles as they passed by. The aroma of freshly baked pastries and the melodious tunes drifting from street performers filled the air, creating an atmosphere of liveliness and charm. After a leisurely walk, their destination came into view. House 1A Bungalow. Izuku halted in front of a charming bungalow near the cathedral. It was nestled among a row of equally captivating houses. Its exterior boasted a charming facade, adorned with flowering vines that cascaded down the walls. The windows were framed with lace curtains, inviting a gentle stream of sunlight to permeate the interior. The idyllic setting and the stories surrounding the house began to trigger memories he had long tried to bury. He glanced at the lace curtains and the flowering vines, their familiarity now unsettling. The way the sunlight filtered through the windows reminded him of his childhood home, a place filled with sorrow. The bungalow's serene charm now felt like a haunting reminder of a past he wished to escape. No, Izuku thought to himself, his expression growing distant. I can't choose this place. It reminds me too much of what I've left behind. He looked at Mira with a thoughtful expression. Mira, this one looks good, Izuku remarked, his gaze lingering on the quaint bungalow. But I just don't want it. Mira tilted her head, studying Izuku's expression, sensing his uncertainty. Izuku, something happened. Izuku just shook his head and went outside the building without answering. Mira stood there and sighed before leaving herself, and joining him. Don't worry, let's keep looking. I'm confident we'll discover something more suitable, she assured him, her voice filled with reassurance. House 2 Modern Apartment. They continued their journey through the town, and soon their steps led them to a sleek and modern loft nestled within a trendy building. Izuku's eyes widened in awe as he took in the structure. The loft exuded a contemporary elegance, with its minimalist design. Whoa, this place is amazing, Izuku exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. He marveled at the sleek lines and noticed the lack of natural light even though it was morning and the sun was brighter. A subtle frown formed on his face as he continued to assess the loft. He realized that while the loft had its appeal, it lacked the warmth and personal touch he sought. But it doesn't quite feel like home. Mira nodded understandingly, her eyes reflecting empathy. She knew that finding a home went beyond aesthetics and grandeur. Izuku, a place should make you feel comfortable, at ease. If this doesn't evoke that feeling, then we should move on, she advised, her tone gentle yet resolute. Izuku sighed, a mix of disappointment and determination in his eyes. As they strolled through the charming streets of Magnolia, their conversation flowed effortlessly. They exchanged stories and laughter, discussing the usual antics and memorable moments of their fellow guild members. Izuku recounted some of the recent jobs he had taken, sharing the challenges and funny things he had experienced. However, their lighthearted conversation took a slightly more serious turn when Mira brought up a personal question. Her voice carried a hint of hesitation, indicating her awareness of potentially treading on sensitive ground. Speaking of which, I have a kind of, personal question, Mira started, shifting uncomfortably. Izuku's curiosity piqued as he turned his attention toward her. What is it? He inquired. You mentioned that you're a traveler, Mira began tentatively. So, I was wondering, where are you from? Like, where is your birthplace? Izuku's expression briefly tensed, a flicker of guardedness crossing his features before he shrugged, masking his emotions. Well, I'm from a faraway place, he replied evasively. That's all I can say for now, unfortunately. But I promise, I'll share more about it sometime. It's just a complicated story. Mira's eyes softened with understanding, realizing she had unintentionally touched upon a sensitive topic. I'm sorry if I intruded on your privacy, she said, her voice filled with genuine concern. Izuku offered a reassuring smile, seeking to alleviate any lingering discomfort. Don't worry about it, Mira. I've been asked the same question many times before. It's something I've grown accustomed to, he assured her, his tone gentle. He wanted to put her at ease, not wanting to end their conversation by unnecessary awkwardness. Mira nodded, her expression reflecting her appreciation for his understanding. All right, she conceded, recognizing the need to respect his boundaries. She didn't want to pry or make him feel uncomfortable, understanding that some things were best shared in due time. Anyways, when did you and Elfman join the guild? Izuku asked, hoping to swiftly shift the conversation. However, he immediately regretted his attempt as he felt the atmosphere grow tense. Glancing at Mira, he noticed her smile fading, her eyes taking on a hint of hardness. That's a story for another time, she replied with a touch of sadness in her voice. Oh, I'm sorry, Mira, I didn't mean to. Izuku began to apologize, but before he could finish, Mira interrupted him with a gentle but firm tone. No, there's no need to apologize. You couldn't possibly know, she reassured him, her words carrying a mix of empathy and guardedness. It's just, that is something I still find difficult to discuss with someone. Mira's gaze fell to the ground, her voice trailing off as she spoke. Sensing her inner turmoil, Izuku instinctively placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, conveying his support. I understand, Mira, he said gently, his voice filled with empathy. As she looked into his eyes, she saw a warmth and understanding that she rarely encountered when sharing her story with others. It was a comforting sight, one that made her feel heard and seen. You do? She asked softly, a mix of surprise and relief coloring her words. Yes, Izuku replied, his voice carrying a weight of personal experience. He let out a deep sigh before delving further into his thoughts. Everyone has experiences in their life that shape them, that mold them into who they are. And oftentimes, these experiences are difficult to talk about, even with someone close to us. I certainly have them, as do you. So I understand if you don't want to speak about them. But if you ever feel like talking about it, just know I'll always be there. Izuku explained, his gaze distant as his mind traveled back to his own past. Mira's gaze lingered on Izuku as they walked in silence. In the distance, a majestic mansion stood. Thoughts swirled in her mind, and she couldn't help but reflect on his words. It was true, she was not the only one who experienced those feelings. Elfman was also affected and the whole guild was affected. Not to mention, Natsu was still going to that home. They all missed Listener. The mention of that name itself brought a pang of sadness, and Mira quickly shook her head, willing herself to focus on the present. She didn't want Izuku to feel guilty for asking, nor did she want their pleasant outing to be overshadowed by the weight of her past. But she suddenly remembered his words. I have them. It sparked a curiosity within her, wondering what experiences he carried within him. She couldn't help but feel a connection, a shared understanding, even in their brief conversation. Mira glanced at Izuku, noticing a certain vulnerability in his gaze. She wanted to ask him about his own problems, but she also respected his privacy like he did to hers. They were still getting to know each other, and some things took time to share. House 3 The Grand Mansion. Their search led them to a majestic mansion with sprawling grounds and intricate designs. Izuku couldn't help but feel a mixture of awe and unease. The sheer size and extravagant nature of the building seemed daunting to him. "Mira, this mansion is undeniably impressive, but it feels a bit too big for my liking," Izuku confessed, his eyes scanning the intricate details of the architecture. "Moreover, the rental rate exceeds what I had initially planned." Mira's understanding smile reassured him. She can understand him. It was truly a huge house. Larger than her own, and she was living with elfmen. House for the cottage. Their steps led them deeper into the enchanting landscape of Magnolia Forest until they stumbled upon a group of cottages nestled amidst it. Its rustic charm and surroundings painted a serene picture. Izuku paused, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes as he took in the scene before him. They stepped inside the house. "Let's take a look around." As they walked through the rooms, Izuku tried his best to keep an open mind, but nothing seemed to jump out at him. The rooms were too small and too dark, and the neighbors too noisy. He was beginning to feel like he would never find the right place to call home. "I don't think this is it, either," he said, as they walked back out into the yard. Despite their efforts, none of the properties seemed to meet Izuku's needs. With each disappointment, Mira could sense his growing disappointment. "I'm sorry, Izuku," Mira expressed sympathetically as they approached yet another house. "I know this hasn't been easy for you." "It's all right," Izuku responded with a sigh, his gaze fixed on the ground. "I just had higher hopes for finding the perfect place." Understanding his frustration, Mira nodded in solidarity. "I'm confident we'll discover something soon," she assured him, gently patting his shoulder. "Don't worry, Izuku. We won't give up until we find the home that's truly perfect for you." Still, he couldn't help but feel guilty for dragging Mira around as he pondered over the houses they had seen. Izuku sighed. "Mira, I'm really sorry. I feel terrible for making you walk around with me only to reject every house we've seen so far. I didn't expect it to be this difficult to find the right place." Mira shook her head and denied the apology, stating no need for that. She yearned to uplift his mood. So she got an idea. "Hey, Izuku," Mira spoke up, a mischievous grin adorning her face. "I have an idea." Curiosity piqued, Izuku turned to her, awaiting her suggestion. "What?" he inquired. "Why don't we take a break from house hunting and treat ourselves to some delicious ice cream?" Mira proposed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It might just help clear our minds, and who knows, a sweet indulgence might inspire a fresh perspective." Izuku's face lit up at the suggestion. "That sounds great," he exclaimed. "Lead the way, Mira." And so, the two friends made their way to a nearby ice cream parlor, chatting and laughing as they enjoyed their sweet treats. For a little while, they forgot about their worries and focused on the simple pleasures of life. Izuku felt a renewed sense of optimism. "Thanks for this, Mira," he said, as he ate his ice cream. "I really needed a break." "No problem, Izuku," Mirajan replied, with a smile as she savored her cup of ice cream. "Sometimes a little ice cream is all it takes to lift our spirits." As Izuku and Mira finished indulging in their ice cream and stepped out of the shop, a familiar voice called out to them. It was Kana, who quickly made her way towards them with a mischievous grin on her face. Well, what do we have here?" Kana exclaimed, playfully nudging Mira. "Oh Kana, what are you doing here?" Mira asked, surprised to see her friend there. Izuku waved from next to her shyly to Kana. Kana waved back to Izuku before telling her reason for her arrival. "Sorry for interrupting your little date, but the master needs you, Mira. Duty calls." "Now?" Mira asked, surprised. "Yes, he sent me to collect you." "It seems like something related to Magic Council," Kana replied. Mira's expression turned apologetic as she glanced at Izuku. "I'm really sorry, Izuku. I didn't expect this," she said, her voice laced with guilt. Izuku waved off her concerns, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry about it, Mira. Guild matters are important. We can continue our search later," he replied, his voice filled with understanding. Kana continued to tease them, unable to resist the opportunity. "Oh, don't worry, Izuku. I'll make sure to send Mira back soon, so you two can have some more quality time together," she said, winking mischievously. Izuku's face became red, resembling a tomato as his freckles stood from the blush. Cute, Kana thought with a smirk. Blushing slightly, Mira shot a playful glare at Kana. Knock it off, Kana. It's not like that, she retorted, her tone of amusement. Well, I guess I'll continue the search by myself then, Izuku remarked, recovering from his tomato state. Take care, Mira. You too, Kana. I'll see you both back at the guild. Mira nodded, her expression still apologetic. Sorry, Izuku. I'll catch up with you soon. Good luck with your search, she replied, watching as he walked away. Left alone, Mira turned to Kana, shaking her head. You really have a knack for teasing, don't you? She said, a small smile playing on her lips. Kana shrugged, feigning innocence. What can I say? I'm just here to keep things interesting, she replied with a mischievous grin. Now, let's go see what the council needs, shall we? After some time we can see Izuku walking inside a forest, tiredly sighing about not finding a house. He went and sat under a huge tree and slept unknowingly, but peacefully, hearing the sound of wind, rustling of leaves, chirping of birds. Izuku sat cross-legged on the forest floor, his hands resting on his knees as he gazed up at the canopy of trees above. He had been searching a place to live for hours, somewhere that would be both safe and comfortable for him to stay. But as he considered his options, he found himself feeling unsure. At first, he had thought about living in a traditional house, like the ones he had seen in the nearby town. But the thought of being cooped up in a small, enclosed space made him feel restless. He had also considered living in a cave, or even a tent, but those options seemed too exposed and vulnerable. As he pondered his choices, Izuku's eyes fell upon a nearby tree, its delicate leaf blossoms fluttering in the breeze. Mesmerized by the ethereal display, Izuku's eyes followed the graceful path of the leaf blossoms as they twirled and fluttered, as if performing a delicate ballet. Each movement seemed to carry a sense of freedom and serenity, capturing his attention and momentarily taking him away from his worries. Lost in the beauty of the moment, Izuku became aware of a bird gracefully gliding through the air. Its wings beat as it soared effortlessly, its feathers catching the sunlight. The bird's flight path led it to the highest branches of the tree, where a hidden nest awaited. Izuku watched in awe as the bird alighted on the edge of the nest, its home nestled amidst the protective embrace of the leaves. And suddenly, he had an idea. What if he lived in a nest? Wait, no. A tree house. A smile spread across Izuku's face as he contemplated the concept. A tree house would not only provide a unique and enchanting living space but also capture the essence of nature that he wanted. It would be a place where he could feel the gentle rays of sunlight, hear the soothing whispers of leaves, and wake up to the symphony of birdsong. Izuku envisioned the tree house as a haven of peace, adorned with natural materials like weathered wood. Large windows that would invite sunlight to pour in, illuminating the space with warmth and vitality. In his mind, Izuku imagined evenings spent stargazing from the rooftop of his tree house, surrounded by the serenity of nature. Excitement coursed through Izuku as he visualized the tree house taking shape, each detail coming together to form his perfect home. The thought excited him, and he leapt to his feet, scrambling up the trunk of the nearest tree. He climbed higher and higher, until he found himself perched in the branches, surrounded by leaves and the sweet scent of flowers. From his vantage point, he could see a huge part of Magnolia, and he felt a sense of freedom and exhilaration that he had only experienced with Elysia before. And as he looked down at the forest floor below, he realized that this was where he wanted to be. I'll build my home here, he thought, a smile spreading across his face. With newfound determination, Izuku climbed down from the tree. That night, Izuku couldn't contain his excitement as he approached Mira, a gleeful smile on his face. He had finally found what he believed to be the perfect place for his new home, and he couldn't wait to share the news with her. Izuku excitedly reached to Mira, who was as usual attending her duties as a barmaid. Mira, I found it. I found the perfect place for my house. Mira paused her work and looked at Izuku, a mix of curiosity and surprise evident on her face. Really, Izuku? That's wonderful. Where is it? What's so special about this place? Mira asked curiously as she leaned towards to Izuku. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to explain his unconventional choice. Well, it's a tree. A magnificent old tree that I discovered in the heart of the forest. I want to build my house right there, nestled among the branches. Myra's eyebrows shot up in disbelief, her voice laced with uncertainty. Wait, a tree? Are you serious, Izuku? That sounds unusual. Are you sure it's a practical idea? What about safety and comfort? Is this because you are a phoenix slayer? Izuku understood Mina's concerns but remained resolute, ready to prove his choice was right. Well, maybe. I don't know whether the magic affects my decision or not, and I know it might seem unconventional, but I've thought this thoroughly. I'll design the tree house with safety measures in mind, ensuring it's sturdy and secure. And as for comfort, imagine waking up to the gentle sunlight, feeling the harmony with nature. It's an opportunity to have a unique connection with the world around me. Myra's skepticism remained, evident in her cautious expression. Izuku, I trust your judgment, but I can't help but worry. Why a tree house, though? Couldn't you find a more traditional home on solid ground? Izuku took a moment before he spoke, his voice filled with conviction. Mira, I just feel a connection with the nature there. It may be my magic, but I just feel like I can feel at peace if I was there. Mira observed Izuku, her initial doubt slowly fading as she saw the peaceful look in his eyes. Well, if you're confident about this decision, then I trust you. I'll help you in the work. Let's turn this tree into a dream home for you. A mixture of relief and gratitude washed over Izuku as he smiled at his supportive friend. Thank you, Mira. Izuku and Mira sat down together the next morning, their eyes fixed on the list of necessary items for building a house. They were determined to make thoughtful decisions, ensuring they had everything they needed to bring Izuku's house. They continued to discuss the necessary items, their conversation flowed effortlessly. They considered the roof materials, flooring options, electrical wiring, plumbing fixtures, and even decorative elements that would add a personal touch to the house. With each decision, they collaborated, sharing ideas and opinions, ensuring they were aligned in their vision. After a while, Mira leaned back, a satisfied smile on her face. I think we've covered most of the essentials, Izuku. We have a well-rounded list of materials and supplies. Izuku glanced at the completed list, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. You're right, Mira. We've thought through everything. Now, all that's left is to buy these. I will see you after finishing this, Izuku said as he stood up, excitement bubbling within him. However, just as he was about to head out, a voice reached his ears, causing him to pause. Wait for me, Izuku, Mira called out, standing up and following him. Izuku turned to face her, a puzzled expression on his face. Wait, you're coming too? He asked, his mind struggling to comprehend her willingness to accompany him. He thought that Mira had already done more than enough by helping him with the looking for one yesterday and today with writing the list. Having her come along for the shopping seemed like an even greater burden. Mira looked at him, her eyes filled with surprise. What are you talking about? I said I would help you look for a house, right? Now that we've decided on everything, it's only natural that we go and buy these things to finally build your dream house, she said, her words carrying an air of certainty, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Izuku stood there for a moment, his mind processing Myra's words. A wave of warmth washed over him, and his face broke into a massive smile before he nodded. They visited a local hardware store, their anticipation evident in their eyes as they stepped inside. The store was filled with a bustling atmosphere, shelves lined with tools, materials, and supplies. Together, they approached a store employee and explained their project, seeking guidance on the list they prepared. Izuku and Mira navigated the aisles, carefully selecting each item. They gathered sturdy planks of wood, nails of various sizes, hammers, saws, and measuring tools. They sought out ropes and pulleys to aid in the construction process. They chose windows to allow for ample natural light, comfortable cushions for a cozy seating area, and fairy lights to illuminate the evenings with a touch of magic. The shopping trip became more than just a task and into a mini-date without their knowledge. Izuku and Mira laughed and chatted as they explored the store. 2 weeks later, inside Magnolia Forest, the golden hues of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the clearing in the heart of the forest. Perched atop the tallest tree in the forest stood a treehouse, blending seamlessly with nature. The grand wooden structure stood proudly, its foundation supported by a network of boards around the colossal trunk. A wooden fence adorned its perimeter, ensuring safety. Crafted entirely from timber, the house had a rustic charm to it. its walls fashioned from polished wood planks and various flowers in different pots. The roof in a soothing shade of green, seamlessly merged with the lush leaves above it, creating a harmonious fusion. The leaves cascaded over the roof, as if nature itself had embraced the house. The house emanated an aura of peace and serenity. The gentle creaking of the wooden beams, the rustling of leaves against the roof, sunlight filtered through the forest, casting patterns of shadow on the house's wooden facade. Inside, the house embraced a spacious interior, its open floor plan inviting and airy. Windows that framed breathtaking views of the surrounding wilderness. In the heart of the house, a hammock gracefully suspended between the sprawling branches of the central tree. Nestled in a corner was a plush dark green couch. Surrounding it, chests and drawers adorned with intricate carvings. A shelf adorned with a modest collection of books stood in another corner. Its shelves showcased literature that spoke of magic, enchantment, and various handwritten books with different names such as biology, physics, and etc. Adjacent to the shelf, a well-stocked cabinet housed an assortment of aromatic spices and an array of cooking utensils neatly organized. Among the assortment, a distinctive lacrima was there, with a unique shape that stood out from the cabinet. It was specialized cooking lacrima, used as a substitute to a conventional stove or open-flame stove. It operated using magic. With a touch of magic, the lacrima would radiate heat, perfectly tailored to the cook's culinary needs. Gathered together under the large tree, a group of friends stood, their brows glistening with beads of sweat from the day's hard work. Their faces were painted with radiant smiles, a testament to the satisfaction of a job well done. Among them stood Elfman, Natsu, Happy, Gray, Urza, Mira and finally Izuku. "It looks manly," Elfman exclaimed as he flexed his muscular body shirtless. Elman, yo guys are so sweaty. Please don't do that right now. We need to bath before any of that," Happy said as he closed his nose with paws and flew away from the steroids man. "Izuku. We finally finished your house. Now you gotta fight me like you promised. Did you see that stripper? I was the one who helped the most while you were stripping busily like the exhibitionist you are," Natsu said, laughing loudly much to the annoyance of the ice mage next to him. What did you just say? Everything is finished quickly because of me, not your burned ass, fire freak. And for the note, I am the one who is going to fight him this time," Gray said as he glared at Natsu. "What did you call me, you droppy eyes? Who are you calling droppy eyes, you squinty eyes fucker? That's it, you bast." Bonk bonk. Natsu and Gray lay sprawled on the ground, their heads swelling rapidly, adorned with red marks. Urza, her ironclad fists smoldering from the impact, stood behind them with a vexed expression on her face. Her voice dripped with irritation as she admonished their reckless behavior. "Must you always resort to fighting amongst yourselves?" she exclaimed, her tone carrying a hint of exasperation. "Honestly, haven't you learned anything from my teachings?" Standing just behind the group, Izuku and Mira observed the scene unfold. Izuku held a water bottle, offering it to Mira as she wiped the sweat with a towel. "Poor Natsu and Gray," Izuku said, feeling bad for both of them. "Oh, it's not like they both didn't deserve it. After all, it was you and Urza who did most of the work while both of them were fighting the whole time," Mira said with a small chuckle. "Don't be like that, Mira. We all worked equally hard. It's just we both were willing to lift the huge wooden pieces. If anything, you were the one who worked the most considering you also brought us all food every day. I honestly can't think how I am going to repay you for all this," Izuku said, looking at Mira with a smile. "Oh, it's nothing, Izuku. You don't have to thank me for everything. We all are a family after all," Mira said with a smile. Mira's smile illuminated her face, the sunlight casting a gentle glow that accentuated her natural beauty. Izuku couldn't help but feel captivated by her beauty, his cheeks tinted with a blush as he admired her. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, her lips curved into a gentle smile, and the beads of sweat on her skin seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, turning her into an ethereal vision. Lost in the mesmerizing sight before him, Izuku's gaze drifted momentarily to the setting sun. His heart swelled with a sense of belonging. He found himself looking back at Mira. "Yeah," Izuku responded softly, his voice filled with sincerity. "A family." To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.